Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see what if Harry Potter defeated Dumbledore in a duel of destiny. Here is short summary. Harry Potter steps into a high-stakes duel against Dumbledore, testing his magical prowess against the greatest sorcerer of their time. As spells clash and secrets unravel, Harry's victory reshapes the course of destiny forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry sighed. He wondered if he could sleep in the closet, since that was assured to be safe. He walked back over to the bed and slowly sat down. It had seemed safe before, but nothing was certain when it came to Fred and George. Just what I needed, a nice, relaxing summer vacation, he thought. He started to slowly recline on the bed, his muscles tensed, his Quidditch reflexes humming. His head finally met the pillow, his body still stiff as a board. He slowly relaxed his muscles and realized he had stopped breathing. He let out a breath and looked up at the ceiling. Just then, he noticed a bucket appearing directly above the bed. He instantly dove off the bed, scrambling to the farthest corner of the room as a bucket of a sparkly material came pouring down onto the bed and some sort of mocking music filled the room. He noticed the sparkly material seemed to adhere to the bed, and he was relieved that it wasn't stuck to him. He felt his heart thumping in his chest. That was a close call. Ginny stood in the door, her hand over her mouth, giggling. "Too right. Your brothers are a menace," Harry said, as he tried to bring his pulse down to normal levels. "They're not completely rotten. They told me before they left that the bed joke was the only one they put up. Since you're their business backer, they felt it was only fair that you shouldn't have to tiptoe around your own room the whole summer. They will be disappointed that it missed you, though. I would watch your back on that account. They'll be here for your birthday party on Sunday." "You mean you knew what they had done?" Harry said. He tried to put a look of outrage on his face, but couldn't help smiling. Ginny smirked. "Well, they swore me to secrecy. They said that if I told, they would do double pranks on both you and me. You should have seen yourself sneaking around the room, poking at everything." It was hilarious. Harry raised his eyebrows and crossed his arms. "You were spying on me?" he asked in mock anger. Ginny crossed her arms back at him and said haughtily, "I wasn't spying on you. I was just observing. Making certain you didn't need any help. Besides, my room is just next door. You were on the way." Suddenly their faces broke and both laughed. Harry couldn't remember the last time that he had such an honest, hard laugh. Ron walked in and stopped abruptly. His jaw dropped, taking in the scene of Harry on the floor, Ginny laughing with him and a sparkling mess on Harry's bed. "What happened here?" "Oh, just a little early birthday gift from your thoughtful brothers," Harry said. "At least we know your Quidditch reflexes are ready for next season," Ron replied. "And speaking of Quidditch, you'll never guess who's been traded to the Cannons. Come up to my room. I want to show you the article in the Daily Prophet," he said excitedly. Harry followed him out of the room, but not before he gave Ginny a laughing smile. Ginny continued on to her room, still chuckling at the scene in Harry's bedroom. It was so nice to be able to talk to him as a normal person. She felt that she had done a credible job last year, but so far today she had done even better. Harry appeared to be more comfortable with her as well, perhaps even considering her a friend. Granted, she wasn't and probably would never be as close to him as Ron and Hermione, but what she had was much better than being the annoying little sister with the silly crush who blushed like mad whenever he was around. Not that Harry had ever acted annoyed, he was never anything but tolerant. Well, oblivious would probably be more accurate, she thought. Still, all the attention had to be embarrassing to him, and she was grateful that he was never mean to her, even at her worst. The old Ginny would have been floating for weeks from the conversation they had just had, convinced that Harry was finally lavishing attention on her and their marriage was right around the corner. The new Ginny knew that it was just Harry being Harry, and it meant nothing. She sat down on her bed, reflecting on how far she had come. Going out with Michael had helped her grow up. With her attention distracted from Harry, she finally started to see him as a real person, rather than the idealized image she had held of him. He had flaws which she had always overlooked. What were endearing traits at the height of her crush she now actually found to be annoying. He was a brooder, for one thing. He certainly had a lot to brood about, but his tendency to pull in and distance himself from people was a trait that she suspected would prevent him from ever being truly happy. She hoped that he would eventually find someone who could pull him out of his moods. But even as she realized what a flawed hero he was, she continued to see that he was still a hero. There was no denying his bravery, loyalty and strength of character. She thought back to her experience with Tom Riddle. How had Harry done it? How did a 12-year-old boy defeat such evil magic and kill a basilisk to boot? And save the fair maiden, she snickered to herself. Now, none of those thoughts. That had been a horrible time for her, and she had felt awful shame. The diary had been insidiously seductive, listening to her innermost thoughts and telling her what she wanted to hear. She had never even thanked Harry for saving her, not that he would be looking for thanks. The nightmares had been horrible, and it had been months before they had finally ebbed away. Ginny shuddered as some of the nightmare memories came back to her. She got up from the bed and sat down at her desk. Why am I even thinking about this? I haven't dwelled on Riddle this much in a long time, she thought. She looked at her picture board, which held many photographs of her friends. She contemplated a picture of Harry and Ron taken at Hogwarts. She had always felt tied to Harry's destiny. She didn't know what that destiny was, but she knew that Harry was going to play a big part in the final showdown with you-know-who. And she knew that when his destiny came to pass, she would be one of those standing with him, as she had at the Ministry battle. He would always have a special place in her heart. And it was okay that she would never have a special place in his. Well, that's a lie, Ginny thought. It was inevitable that she would never have a special place in his heart, but it wasn't okay. In her secret heart of hearts, she knew she still held a kernel of hope. It would probably always be there, growing more dormant as they both married other people, but she hoped that they would always remain friends. Harry sat in the living room of the Burrow, flipping through one of Ron's Quidditch magazines. Ron and Ginny were playing chess across the room. There was an interesting article about some new brooms going into production, but Harry found it difficult to concentrate. He had spent the day with Ron and Ginny, just playing chess and exploding Snap, talking Quidditch, and generally being lazy. But as the excitement of leaving the Dursleys began to subside, the same pain he had been feeling all summer remained. After dinner, Ron noticed him growing more distant and kept shooting him worried looks. They irritated Harry, but he said nothing. At least Ginny appeared to be oblivious to Harry's mood, as she treated him as if nothing was wrong. Either that, or she was just more perceptive than Ron. That's not difficult, he thought. Although he wasn't feeling all that sleepy, he decided he couldn't take the looks anymore. Well, I think I'll head up to bed. Feeling a little tired. Ron looked up from the game and nodded at him. Night, mate. Sleep well, Harry, said Ginny, smiling. Harry headed up the stairs. He still felt a bit nervous about sleeping in the twins' old room. He'd considered whether they had told Ginny that a single prank existed to throw him off the scent, but finally decided that he couldn't tiptoe around the room forever. Anything that happened probably wouldn't be lethal. He sat at the large desk and gazed out at the Burrow's moonlit backyard. He began thinking about Sirius, once again. How could I have been so stupid, he thought for what seemed like the millionth time. He knew he needed to be less impulsive, but somehow the exact method by which he should make his decisions differently eluded him. He sighed. He just wasn't tired. Might as well get some work in, he thought. He pulled out his copy of Secrets of the Dark Arts and How to Beat Them and began to read. Several hours later, Harry thought he heard his name being called. The Burrow was quiet, as everyone had long since gone to bed. He listened carefully, but heard nothing. He went back to his reading. No, please, not Harry, a small voice called. He definitely heard it that time. He walked around the room, listening carefully. No, Tom, I won't do it. The sound was coming from through his wall, behind the bed. He put his ear to the wall and listened carefully. Tom, no, I thought, please don't hurt Harry. It was Ginny, and she sounded like she was having a nightmare. Harry froze, wondering what he should do. Finally, He entered the hallway, crept over to her door and put his ear against it. No, no, Tom, what are you doing? She sounded terrified. Not thinking any further, he opened her door and ran over to her bed. Harry put his hand on her shoulder and gently shook her. Ginny, Ginny, wake up. It's me, Harry. Her eyes snapped open and focused on him. She immediately rose up and threw her arms around him, clutching at him desperately. She was bathed in a cold sweat. Harry put his arms around her awkwardly and patted her back. Ginny, it's all right. It was just a nightmare, he said soothingly. Abruptly Ginny let go of him. Great Merlin, what am I doing? I'm so sorry, Harry. I thought I was still dreaming. She looked abashed. I didn't mean that the way it sounded. Harry smiled reassuringly at her, but looked concerned. Are you all right? I'm sorry to come into your room, but I heard you calling out. You were calling out my name, he finished lamely. I was back in the chamber, she said quietly. With Tom. Harry thought as much. Do you still have these nightmares very often? No. In fact, this is the first one in probably a year, she said, beginning to get her normal voice back. Harry's face closed down, and he said nothing. Ginny looked suspiciously at him. She spoke gently. Harry, it's not your fault. Harry flinched in surprise. He debated with himself about how much he wanted to say. Finally he said, why now? Why would you have the nightmare the first night I stay at the Burrow? Well, it's not because you are channeling you-know-who into me, she said, a bit more sharply than she intended. How do you know, Ginny? We know that I have a connection with him. Maybe I should stay somewhere else. Maybe I should go back to the Dursleys, or maybe Grimmauld Place, or anywhere. Don't you dare even think that, Harry. I'll tell you why I dreamed of Tom tonight, and it's not for any of these reasons that you seem to feel the need to heap upon yourself. Her voice was starting to rise. Harry looked around nervously, wondering if she would wake anyone up. Ginny noticed and lowered her voice. Look, Harry, I suppose I could say it was your fault, from a certain point of view. After we talked earlier today, I just found myself thinking back to the Chamber of Secrets and the nightmares I used to have. I thought about it because I realized I had never thanked you for saving my life. It was just the thinking back on it that caused me to have the nightmare. Harry let the words sink into him, and he slowly relaxed. It made some sense. Sorry, Ginny, I know I shouldn't jump to conclusions, especially after last month. He suddenly stopped, realizing that he had inadvertently voiced one of his fears. Ginny seemed to notice that he had said something unintended. It's all right, Harry, she said soothingly. I know how you feel. I second-guessed everything I did after Riddle's diary. I felt like such an idiot. Harry looked at her, shocked. You're not an idiot. You were manipulated by incredibly powerful dark magic. And you fought back. You even managed to throw away the diary. Not many people could have done that, Ginny. Ginny looked embarrassed by the praise. Well, maybe. Perhaps you could try and remember the same thing about last year. You were manipulated by incredibly powerful dark magic. But you lived, again. Harry looked down and barely whispered, not everyone lived. Ginny put her hand on his shoulder, and Harry looked up. She looked him in the eye. Harry, it wasn't your fault. You went to the Department of Mysteries to save Sirius. Your reasons were noble. You can't expect to always make perfect decisions. You made the best decision you could with the information you had. For Merlin's sake, you saved my father using a vision. How could you know the same process wasn't at work with Sirius? You tried to find out if it was true. But Hermione was the one. Yes, Hermione had the idea to check out the information. So what? Even if you hadn't tried to check, you still acted from a pure heart. Harry, I don't like to think about this, no one does. But you know that more people are going to die before this is all over, don't you? Harry looked stricken. She had voiced his worst fear. Harry, she said gently, how do you think I feel with 8 other members in my family, so close to the action? The odds on my family coming through this unscathed aren't very good. Her voice shook a bit at the end of this. Harry looked at her in shock. Her mother had made a similar observation the year before. It never occurred to him that Ginny would be thinking the same thing. Of course she is, and probably Ron is, too, he thought. Ginny, I'm so sorry. It must be hard for you. Her voice grew grim. And Harry, if someone in my family dies, it won't be your fault, or Dumbledore's fault or anyone's fault except you know whose. He is the one killing people. Her voice took on a pleading tone. Please try and remember that, Harry. She took a deep breath and whispered, Voldemort's fault. It was the first time Harry had ever heard Ginny use Voldemort's name, and it moved him somehow. He spoke in the same quiet voice. Okay, Ginny, I'll try and remember. There was a long silence, as they both let the gloomy thoughts sink in. He looked up at her and said sincerely, Thanks. She smiled at him. Anytime, Harry. She paused, and then suddenly chuckled, releasing some of the tension in the room. Thanks for saving me from Tom again tonight. Anytime. He smiled back. He got up and started to walk toward the door. Oh, and Harry. Harry turned and looked at her. Her voice became serious. Thank you for saving me from Tom the first time. Harry nodded, embarrassed. He silently walked through the door and gently closed it behind him. Harry looked over the chessboard and made his move. He was certain this would be the game where he finally defeated Ron. Harry sat back, a satisfied look on his face. Ron considered his next move with an expression of intense concentration. Suddenly his face took on a malevolent look and he made his move with a flourish. Ha! He shouted. Take that. Harry was stunned at his sudden change in fortune. He tried to find a way out, but it was obvious the game was lost. He sighed. Didn't see that one. Excellent move. I concede, Harry said. Thought you had me that time, Another game. Nah, I think I might do a bit of studying, Harry replied. Studying? Ron said suspiciously. Since when do you study so much during the summer? Is Hermione blackmailing you or something? Harry felt embarrassed. Well, Dumbledore sent me a few books to read during the summer. I didn't have much to do at the Dursleys, so I've been sort of studying them. No big deal. Ron looked like he wanted to ask more questions, but then appeared to think better of it. Okay, mate. Harry felt a flash of irritation. Did Ron need to tiptoe around him? Was he a volcano about to explode or something? Look, Ron, they're just some defense against the dark arts books, he said defensively, his voice rising a bit. Ron seemed taken aback by his reaction. I'm not saying anything, mate. Reading is fine. Good. He paused. Look, Harry, I guess I'm just not certain where your head's at. We haven't really talked about last month. Harry's irritation reached another level. I don't want to talk about that, he said harshly. I'm not trying to force it out of you. We're all just concerned, Ron said, trying to defuse the situation. Harry saw that Ron was not trying to pry, and he forced himself to push down his irritation. He pasted a smile on his face and thought he should give Ron something to make up for his attitude. Ron, I appreciate all the concern. It's just hard right now. There are some things we need to discuss. Some things you don't know. When Hermione gets here, we'll sit down and talk. That sound okay? Ron breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Harry wasn't going to blow up at him. All right, mate, whenever you feel the time is right. Harry headed up the stairs, his stomach turning. Part of him felt he had just made a big mistake in promising to tell Ron and Hermione about the prophecy. But the other part felt some relief knowing that he had started the process in motion. Keeping it all internalized was eating him up. He went into his room, picked up his copy of the Auror's Bible, and headed back out. Defense study always helped him calm down, and his conversation with Ron was already fading from his mind. He headed out the back door of the burrow into a beautiful sunny day. He reckoned he would find a nice shady tree, a perfect place to relax. He had not gone far when he spied Ginny already sitting cross-legged beneath a tree with a book in her lap. Her red hair hung loosely and was tucked behind one ear. Somehow she looked different than usual, with the bright outdoor sunlight casting a fiery glint to her hair. A memory sparked in his head of when he had embraced her the other night. Her hair had been very soft. He continued to look at her for several long seconds. Suddenly she looked up, sensing he was there. Their eyes locked for a split second, and before Harry could stop himself, he quickly darted his eyes away. What am I doing? He thought. It's only Ginny. He felt inexplicably nervous. With difficulty, he brought himself back under control. He forced a smile and looked back at her. Hi, Ginny, he finally said. She looked a bit puzzled and said, "Hi, Harry." She saw the book in his hands and said a bit too quickly, "Oh. Did you want to read? That looks like a textbook. I suppose you would prefer to study alone. I can go somewhere else if you like." "Yes, I mean, no." Harry forced himself to slow down. "I mean, yes, I have been studying alone when I was at the Dursleys, but I don't mind if you're here." Ginny smiled at him and patted the ground nearby her. "Have a seat, then." Harry smiled in return and sat down next to her on the cool grass. He opened his book and began reading, and Ginny went back to her book as well. They sat and read in companionable silence. Some time later, Harry looked over at Ginny curiously. "What's that you're reading, by the way?" Ginny looked up with a hint of embarrassment. "Well, it's just a novel." "What's it about? Promise not to laugh." Harry blinked. "Laugh, I promise." Her eyes flashed. "If you tell my brothers, I will personally hex you into oblivion. Ask Draco about my hexes." Harry laughed. Okay, I promise. Now I have to know after all that." "All right." She had started to blush a bit. "Well, it's about this witch who is traveling the world. She meets a wizard and starts to travel with him, but he turns out to be secretly after a powerful magical artifact that's been in her family for generations. Meanwhile, the man who had a secret love for her decides to finally track her down after years of hiding his feelings from her." Harry leaned over and looked at the cover. It showed a well-muscled wizard with torn robes embracing a well-endowed witch with long silky hair, who was wearing an elaborate, frilly green robe. As he watched the cover, the wind ruffled their hair as the wizard slowly leaned in to key the witch. Harry averted his eyes just before their lips touched. "Is that a romance novel?" he said incredulously. Ginny laughed nervously. "Yeah, my roommate gave it to me at the end of last year. To be honest, after what happened at the ministry, a silly novel kind of sounded good." Harry felt mischievous. This was too good a chance to pass up. "Do you read these often?" he asked innocently, with a straight face. She glared at him. "No, I don't. Besides, it's not that bad. If I looked under your bed, would I find a secret stash of romance novels?" "What's next, Miss Weasley?" "Romantic interludes at Madame Puddifoot's." Harry couldn't keep his face straight any longer and began laughing. "Shut it, Potter." She narrowed her eyes. "You promised not to laugh. Find this funny, do you?" Her face suddenly lit up with a grin, an evil grin. "Right, then, so let's talk about Madame Puddifoot's, since you bring it up." Harry suddenly stopped laughing. "Oh no, not that," he thought with a sinking feeling. "Michael tried to get me to go there once, but I hate that place. But I heard that someone else put in an appearance there." Harry said nothing, a feeling of dread coming over him. She would be merciless. A certain Valentine's Day, with golden cherubs throwing pink confetti. Now, who exactly was it that was in there with his sweetheart? Ginny's grin seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Harry closed his eyes, his face burning with embarrassment. He felt as if his hair would erupt in flames at any second. "Oh, I remember. Wasn't it a certain green-eyed boy who defeated a Dark Lord?" "Why yes, I believe it was. In fact, I think it was you," Ginny said, obviously enjoying herself immensely. Harry wondered miserably if he could dig a hole and pull the dirt back over himself. "So tell me, Harry, which did you like better? The little lace doilies or the frilly bows? They both make for such a romantic atmosphere." Harry knew when he was defeated. "Please don't talk about what happened there between Cho and me," he thought desperately. Okay, I'm sorry I laughed, please stop." Ginny gave him a more pleasant smile. "Maybe I'll stop, but I need a more sincere apology than that." Harry groaned. "What is it with you Weasleys? Okay, how about this? I better do this right," he thought. He turned his whole body toward her and took each of her hands in his. He leaned in, looked straight into her eyes, put a serious look on his face, and said in a low, sincere voice, "Ginny, I am very, very sorry I teased you about your book." Ginny's smile seemed to falter a bit, and she swallowed. He let go of her hands and smiled. Was that good enough, Miss Weasley? Yes, that was much better. She seemed a bit nervous. Probably feels bad for teasing me, Harry thought. He relaxed, hoping his ordeal was over. Remind me never to tease you ever again. You are deadly. Have you been taking lessons from Fred and George? She smirked at him. What do you think happens when you grow up with 6 Weasley brothers? Your defenses get rather honed. But I don't want you to think I can't take it. You can tease me, to a point. I'll let you figure out where that point is. Harry grinned at her. Good to know. Smiling, they went back to reading their books. Harry dashed down the stairs, excited to see Hermione. He met Ron coming down the stairs, and he was amused as Ron's face actually seemed to show a bit of nervousness about the meeting. As they entered the main room, Harry asked, "How is she getting here, anyway?" "By car. Dad arranged for a special ministry car to pick her up. Dad's got a lot more pull over there nowadays since the fiasco with you-know-who strolling right into the middle of Ministry Central. Dad thinks that Fudge might even be replaced, but I don't pretend to understand the politics over there. Anyway, they know that we're all, Ron's speech faltered, as he glanced nervously at Harry. Harry's eyes narrowed. "You're what?" he demanded, glancing between Ron and Ginny, who was standing nearby. "Well, we're all targets for you-know-who because we're friends with you, so they thought it would be safer to send Hermione in a ministry car," Ron said anxiously. Harry looked angry with this. "I guess that makes sense," he said grudgingly. Ron looked relieved at Harry's reaction. "Right, mate, with everything going on, the more protection the better, right? Especially with Hermione." "Why especially with Hermione, Ron?" she asked, raising her eyebrows. Ron's face fell and he looked like he was trying to think of a good answer. Harry was amused at his reaction, but then felt some pity, particularly after his bout with teasing the other day. He decided to help Ron out a bit. "Hermione's parents, Ron." "Yes, right, mate, that's what I meant." Ron looked like a drowning man grasping at a life preserver that had suddenly materialized. "Hermione's parents are muggles. That makes Hermione a special target." He shot a superior look at Ginny. Ginny walked past Harry to sit on the couch to wait. As she passed, she whispered, "Spoilsport," and grinned at him. Harry fought back a grin of his own and then another thought occurred to him. Come to think of it, what about Hermione's parents? Are they getting some protection? Yeah, Dad mentioned that the ministry set up some special wards around the house, as well a lot of secret alarms. I think there's even some surveillance, but they obviously didn't go too much into detail about all that, Ron replied. Although Harry didn't like the idea that people were following his friends around, it did give him some comfort to know that there was attention being paid to providing security. He felt a stab of guilt that he hadn't spared much time thinking about the danger that everyone was in. They all sat down to wait. A short time later, they heard a car pull up to the burrow. The group got up and walked out the door to greet Hermione. She was exiting a long, black Muggle limousine and several men were pulling her trunk out of the back. Wow, Hermione is traveling in style, Harry thought, amused. She looked rather tanned from her trip and practically leapt out of the car with an excited bounce. Crookshanks exited the car as well and sat down on the driveway, licking his paws. Hermione's face broke into a huge smile as she saw them. Harry got to her first and she gave him a big hug. She spoke quickly, "Harry, it's so good to see you. I'm so happy you're going to be spending your birthday here rather than with those awful Dursleys. Did they treat you dreadfully? You look rather thin. I'm certain Mrs. Weasley is taking care of that, though." "I'm fine, Hermione, really. It's good to see you, too," said Harry with a big smile of his own. "It really was good to have everyone together." "Ron," Hermione said excitedly as she embraced him. Harry noticed the hug she gave him lingered a little bit longer. She gave him a small peck on the cheek and looked away quickly. Is she trying to send a message to Ron? Thought Harry. He glanced over at Ginny and she inclined her head at the two of them, giving him a little wink. She had apparently noticed it, too. Ron stood stunned, as if he didn't quite know what to make of Hermione's greeting. Hi, Hermione. Did you have a nice trip?" "Oh, it was quite exciting. I can't wait to tell you all about it, although I think I've probably given you most of the highlights in my letters." Hermione moved on to Ginny and gave her a hug as well. "Hi, Ginny. The boys haven't driven you mad, have they?" "Not yet. I think I'm holding my own," said Ginny. Harry made a snorting sound. "What?" said Hermione. "Never mind. Let's just say that Ginny isn't the one being driven to the nut house around here," said Harry. Ginny gave him a wide-eyed look of innocence. "I don't know what he's talking about." Hermione looked between the two of them and then looked at Ron, who just shrugged. Ginny quickly broke in. "Come on, Hermione," she said, taking her arm. "Let's get you settled in. Mum's in the house. She wants to say hello, too." Hermione cast a curious glance at Harry, but let herself be led away. "I'll see you boys in a bit, after I get unpacked, all right?" Ron appeared to wake up out of his stupor. "Yeah, that sounds good. Chess, Harry. Ron, how about you and Harry take Hermione's trunk up to my room?" Ginny said crossly. Harry was amused by how much she sounded like Mrs. Weasley. "Oh, right, then. Come on, Harry," Ron said, walking to the trunk. Hermione followed Ginny down the hall towards Ginny's room. As they approached the twins' room, she peered through the open door and noticed Harry's trunk sitting on the floor. "Harry's not staying with Ron this year?" she asked Ginny. "He's staying in there." Ginny pointed a thumb at the room as they passed. "I think Mum thought that Harry could use a little privacy this year." "I'm certain Harry was grateful for it, although I'm not convinced being alone is really what he needs." "But the twins' room. Was that really a good idea?" Hermione said, worried. Ginny laughed. "We all thought the same thing, including Harry. But Fred and George only left one prank for him and Harry managed to dodge that. So it's safe, or at least I think it is. So far there haven't been any incidents besides the first one." Hermione opened up her trunk and began to unpack. A second bed had been put in Ginny's room, making a tight fit, but they had managed before. "I cleared out some space in the bottom 2 drawers, said Ginny. "Thanks." Hermione began to put away her clothes. Ginny, what was all that between you and Harry?" Ginny froze. "What do you mean?" she said cautiously. "Well, outside you both seemed rather friendly." Hermione, "You're joking, right?" Ginny said. "I just mean that he seemed a bit, well, different than usual. Not that Harry isn't always different, but—" "All right, I know what you mean." Ginny sighed and got up to close the door to her room. She dropped her voice and said, "Hermione, the truth is that I don't know what to think. Harry and I had started to become friends last year and I was happy with that. But the last week, he's been— I don't know what to call it. I wouldn't say he's been flirting, because Harry wouldn't know how to flirt if he had the step-by-step chart from the dating guide for young wizards in front of him." Hermione giggled at that. "He is rather hopeless in that area, I agree. But the other day, I was out back reading. I glanced up and caught him looking at me. I mean, like it had just occurred to him that I'm a girl. Somewhat like how Ron looked with you 2 years ago." They both laughed at that. "I'm not certain that's really sunk into Ron even yet," sighed Hermione. "Oh, Hermione, I think it has," said Ginny, snickering. "But I'll tell you about that later." "You better," said Hermione, with a very interested look. "But go ahead. Anyway, I thought I was going mad. Harry's never looked at me like that in his life. And when he saw me looking back, he got very nervous. He sat down next to me and we actually talked and had fun together. And it wasn't the first time. We've probably talked more this week than all the previous years combined." Ginny rubbed her forehead with her hand. "Oh, Hermione, what do I do? I waited so long for him to notice me, before I gave up. I don't want to go back to pining for him. What if it all means nothing?" "Do you want it to mean something?" Hermione asked. Ginny looked down and gave a long pause. "You know I do," she said finally. "Look, Ginny, I've known Harry for a long time. I doubt he's even aware of what he's feeling. Anything he ends up doing is going to be long and drawn out, and we both know that Harry doesn't get close to people very easily. Do you want my advice?" Ginny raised her head and sighed. Yes, I do. Give Harry some time to sort it out. You must be doing something right if he's this relaxed around you. Let things happen naturally. One thing about Harry is that he's either impenetrably hidden, or he's painfully obvious. There isn't much middle ground. Hermione and Ginny both laughed at that. Hermione went on. He wasn't exactly difficult to figure out with Cho, was he? But if Harry does start getting obvious, it's a certain bet that he won't do anything about it until he's forced to. You might have to give him a bit of a subtle push, if you know what I mean. That strategy appeared to work for Cho, at least. What did Cho do? Asked Ginny. Hermione grinned. Harry would kill me for telling you, but I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. Cho trapped Harry after a DA meeting, probably using the mistletoe. She didn't. How did it, go? Asked Ginny awkwardly, trying not to appear too interested. Oh, don't worry, Harry won't be fondly recalling Cho's keying abilities. Hermione said, scoffing. She was crying about Cedric at the same time. Ginny wrinkled her face up. If I was keying Harry, I certainly wouldn't be crying, she said in a low voice. She grimaced, realizing what she said. Hermione, forget I just said that. Hermione smiled at her. I would say to just go easy. No one says you have to sit around waiting for him. In fact, spend time with some other boys. It might help, she said, chuckling. You're right. There's no sense in worrying about it. I'll just keep on the same road and see what happens. Good. Now tell me about Ron. Hermione leaned forward. I think my brother may be close to cracking. How do you mean? Hermione said, suddenly looking shy and insecure. Hermione, he likes you. A lot, Ginny said confidently. Do you really think so? Hermione appeared to want to be convinced. He's been walking around in a daze for weeks. He read your letters over and over when he thought we weren't watching him. I'm telling you, the git fancies you. I want to believe it, but he's just so thick sometimes, said Hermione, with frustration. I wish I could help you, but I don't know what it's going to take with my brother. He has the Weasley stubbornness, along with a thick head all his own. He'll probably go about it in the most difficult way possible, Ginny said, rolling her eyes. He'll come around, if you don't kill him first. I hope you're right. Thanks, Ginny. It really helps to hear that. No problem. I'll keep an eye on him for you. And I'll keep an eye on Harry for you and see if I can prod him a bit. For what it's worth, I think you would be so good for Harry. You were able to pull him out of his moods better than anyone last year. Ginny looked embarrassed. Well, I don't know about that. Anyway, we'll see. Looking for a change in subject, she said, so let me tell you about Harry's party tomorrow. Mum really went all out, and she went on to fill Hermione in on all the details. Feeling very excited, Harry looked at the clock. There was a little over half an hour to go before the guests were due to arrive at 11 a.m. It was to be the first birthday party of his life and he couldn't wait. Dudley had always had birthday parties, of course, and the Dursleys would banish Harry to his cupboard under the stairs. Mrs. Weasley, Ginny and Hermione were busy in the kitchen cooking an enormous amount of food for the guests. Every so often Mrs. Weasley would order Ron or Mr. Weasley to move a table or otherwise arrange things. Harry had tried to help, but Mrs. Weasley wouldn't hear of it. Sitting on the couch, Harry heard a loud pop, and Fred and George apparated into the room. They were carrying a wrapped gift and a suspicious-looking box. "Happy birthday, partner," said Fred. "We decided to come a little early before the crowds arrive," said George. "And make it tricky for us to set up a little birthday entertainment," Fred finished. An ominous feeling came over Harry. Birthday entertainment?" he asked weakly. "Not to worry, Harry," said Fred. "We wouldn't do anything to spoil your big day." "Our little Harrykins," said George. "His first birthday party," they said together. "It kind of chokes us up, frankly, old man," said Fred. "We felt like we needed to make your party special," said George. "Indeed, as my good-looking brother says. Very special," said Fred. They grinned at each other and strolled out of the room. Harry shook his head. There was nothing to do except wait for the inevitable excitement. Harry watched the clock as it seemed agonizingly slow to reach the appointed hour. Eventually it approached 11 and the guests started to arrive. Harry headed out to the back where several large tables were set up with a large variety of picnic food. Harry spotted Tonks first. "Happy birthday, Harry," Tonks said. "Hi, Tonks." Harry was delighted to see her. Today she had morphed her hair to be long and brown, with golden streaks. "Were those Dursleys a bit better this year?" she asked darkly. "Yes, much better," Harry smiled. "Well, I'm just glad you could finally get out of that place. It was just so clean. Unnatural, it was." Tonks made a disgusted face. Harry grinned at the word, as it was the word that the Dursleys always used with the wizarding world. "Well, enjoy the party, and I'll talk to you later." "Okay, Harry, that picnic table is looking very inviting," Tonks said, walking away. Harry was surprised at the number of people showing up. Bill and Charlie Weasley made it in, as well as several of the Aurors that picked up Harry last year. Kingsley Shacklebolt wished him a happy birthday in a deep voice. Mad-Eye Moody growled a greeting as well. It occurred to Harry that there were a few too many Aurors about to be entirely coincidental, and he thought that there might be some security precautions made for the party. Harry spotted Neville and Luna across the yard and ran over to greet them. "Neville, Luna, I didn't know you two were coming." "Hi, Harry," said Neville. "Hello, Harry. Happy birthday," said Luna, in her usual dreamy voice. "I got an invitation from Mrs. Weasley," said Neville. "I guess after the ministry last year, she figured we were friends." Neville looked a bit nervous at this. "Of course we are," Harry said, looking at the two of them. "I'm glad you're here. I was wondering if she would invite some friends from school." Harry suddenly remembered his conversation with Dumbledore about Neville. "By the way, happy birthday, Neville." Neville looked shocked. "How did you know it was my birthday, too?" Harry definitely didn't want to get into how he knew. "Oh, I guess I heard it somewhere." "Happy birthday, Neville," said Luna, looking curiously at him. Just then, Harry spotted Remus Lupin entering the yard. "Pardon me, I see someone I want to greet. I'll talk to you two later, then." "Professor Lupin." Harry hurried over and hugged his old teacher. Lupin appeared to stiffen in surprise, and then he embraced Harry back warmly. Lupin looked older than the last time Harry had seen him, and Lupin had looked older than his years before that. Harry felt a flash of guilt that he hadn't spent much time thinking about Lupin, who must be suffering over Sirius's death as much as Harry, if not more. "Hello, Harry." Lupin smiled broadly, which seemed to make him a bit younger. "Happy birthday to you. Are you well?" He asked the last question as if he expected a serious answer. "Yes, I'm doing better," Harry said. He looked worriedly at Lupin. "How are you doing?" "Oh, Harry," he smiled, "some days are better than others. You know how it is." He leaned in a bit. "We're at a half moon right now, which is always a good time for me." Harry felt touched that Lupin had given him a serious answer to his question. "Harry, we have a little bit of private business to discuss today. Would you like to do it now and get it out of the way?" he said. All right." In the house, Harry led Lupin into the burrow, and they sat down alone in the living room. Lupin appeared to deflate and revert back to his older, worn self. "Unfortunately, this is unpleasant business, Harry. I'm the executor of Sirius's last will and testament," he said grimly. "I hate having to do this on your birthday, but it really can't wait. There is a lot of pressure to get the will declared null and void." Harry just sat, stunned. The last thing he wanted to think about was Sirius's will. Lupin continued, "I've broken it all down for you, but the bottom line is that Sirius divided his estate between you and me. As the last remaining black, it's quite a substantial sum." "I don't care about his money," Harry said savagely. "You keep it all." Lupin smiled gently. "Well, I feel the same way, frankly. I don't particularly want it, either, but there is a good reason to take it." "What's that?" Harry said. He couldn't imagine any reason that would make him want to take Sirius's money. "If the will is not executed in accordance with Sirius's wishes, the property will be divided among the closest living relatives." Harry grew cold. "You mean?" "Yes, Harry, relatives such as Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy," he said. They both grew silent as they let that thought settle between them. You said there was some pressure to have the will declared null and void. Harry said. Yes. Although Lucius is in Azkaban, his attorneys are attempting to take control of the Black Estate. It's not as if he needs the money, but it amuses him that he might be able to seize Sirius's assets. Harry felt rage rising within him. Professor, tell me what I need to do. I don't want it, but I'll be bloody well damned if Malfoy will get it. Lupin laughed at Harry's language. After a few seconds, Harry broke a smile himself and laughed along with him, breaking the tension. My sentiments exactly. Fortunately, Harry, it's pretty well a done deal. You just need to sign this document, he said as he pulled out a bundle of legal-looking sheets of parchment, and it should be fine. Dumbledore is making certain things go smoothly at the Ministry. It's best if I get these in tomorrow, though. Lupin produced a quill and Harry signed where it was indicated. Right, then, that business is done. I'll just get Bill Weasley to sign as a witness before I leave. I will leave a copy of the will for you to review at your leisure. A new vault will be set up in your name with your share of the assets. Harry nodded, not really listening. Harry, there's one more thing, I hope a bit more pleasant, Lupin said hesitantly. Harry looked up. Sirius knew that he was in danger and might not survive the battles. You know, he cared a great deal for you. He made a request of me. If anything should happen to him, I would continue to look after you in his place. Lupin looked rather shy at this. I would never presume to replace Sirius. I just wanted you to know that I'm here if you need me, and that I'd like to check in on you from time to time. Harry smiled brilliantly at him. That would be great, Professor. Lupin looked gratified at Harry's reaction. Well, Harry, if we're to be friends, perhaps it's time to drop that Professor business, considering I haven't been your professor in 2 years. Please call me Remus. Okay. Harry smiled at him. Well then, shall we rejoin the party? Lupin said jovially. Hagrid sends his birthday regards, by the way. He would be here, but he's on a special mission for Dumbledore. They both walked out into the bright sunshine. Lupin waved at Harry and headed off to speak with Mr. Weasley. Harry noticed that everyone appeared to be having a good time, as laughter and conversation filled the yard. The mountain of food had been reduced to some extent, although Harry doubted that it would be conquered, even with Ron in attendance. He chuckled at the thought. As if on cue, Ron came up with a plate of food. Oi, mate, he said with a mouthful of food. Hermione also approached and shot Ron a dirty look. Ron, don't talk with your mouth full. It's disgusting. Ron grinned at her. I'm a talented bloke. I can chew food and talk at the same time. You just don't appreciate my talents. Hermione rolled her eyes, letting it go. Are you having fun, Harry? Well, I haven't been out here much yet. Professor Lupin wanted to speak to me, Harry lowered his voice, about Sirius's estate and his will. Hermione gave him a sympathetic look. It's okay, really. It was a bit of a surprise, but we worked it out. There was a good reason to do it today, Harry said. Oh, what was that? Ron asked. Hermione quickly interceded. Ron, we don't need to talk about this now. Let Harry enjoy his party. It was just a question. Harry knows I'm not prying into anything. Ron said, peeved. Harry gave a small sigh. Before they could get started, he quickly said, look, let's talk about this later, all right? It's all handled. It just needed to be done quickly. Okay, mate. Ron looked satisfied with that and Hermione appeared to be happy as well. Harry left them and loaded up a plate of food for himself. He walked through the yard, speaking to people and catching up on everyone's news. Charlie Weasley said he was still tending dragons in Romania. He displayed a new burn scar, which caused Harry to wince. He wondered not for the first time what Charlie saw in dragons. His one experience was quite enough for one lifetime. Bill Weasley still had his long hair and fang earring, which Harry noticed was getting the usual looks of disapproval from his mother. He was just finishing telling Harry a funny story from his work in Egypt when, boom! A cake had blown apart and several large fireworks were spinning over the table. Blinding rays of lights shot out as people ran away from the table in fright and sparks rained down on the table. The Aurors had thrown themselves to the ground with their wands drawn. The fireworks finally started to slow down a bit. Glowing smoke in the air began to join together into a series of letters, forming a message over the table. It read, "His nerves are as strong as a cold steel bar. His mind is as bright as the full moon. In cupboards he stays, he's 16 today. The idol who makes all the girls swoon." Harry laughed, a bit embarrassed. He applauded along with everyone else, although he noticed the Aurors weren't applauding quite as enthusiastically as the others. He breathed a sigh of relief as the message finally faded away. It could have been much, much worse. The silly poem was tame by Fred and George's standards. He was glad they were on his side. Come to think of it, something about that poem seemed a little familiar, he thought, puzzled. He felt someone touch his arm. He turned around and found Ginny behind him. She was wearing a very pretty white blouse with some sort of elaborate red stitching, and Harry felt a bit flustered. Hello, Ginny. Happy birthday, Harry. What do you think? Charlie brought these clothes back from Romania for me. She proceeded to spin around, giving him a full look. Apparently it's traditional folk garb for young ladies, she giggled. I thought I'd try it out. She looks really nice, he thought. The outfit was very feminine, with light sleeves and a red skirt decorated with flowers. The colors brought out her hair very well. His mouth seemed to go dry for no apparent reason and he found it difficult to speak. It's very nice, I mean, you look nice. In it. She beamed at him. Why, thank you, Harry. It's not something I would wear every day, of course. They might try and put me on the cover of certain books, she said, giving him a laughing smile. I feel a little silly, to tell you the truth. Charlie said it's one of the less elaborate, more normal-looking ones. But it's fun to wear once. Suddenly the paper plate Harry had been holding burst into flames. Harry quickly snatched his hand away, dropping the flaming plate and food onto the ground. He stomped on the plate, putting it out. What happened? Ginny said, looking around suspiciously. Fred and George are over there, talking to Bill. If it was them, they don't seem very interested in their prank. You know, Harry said curiously, I felt kind of odd just before it happened. The only time I've felt like that is during accidental magic, but this felt a little different. He then regretted opening his mouth as he realized what had possibly triggered the magic. Accidental magic, Ginny said, raising an eyebrow. She then grinned at him. You know, Harry, I would have been happy with just being told that I looked nice. You didn't need to set things on fire. Harry felt his face burning in embarrassment. Oh, Harry, I'm just teasing. Don't worry about it, it was probably just the excitement of the fireworks, Ginny said. Harry wasn't certain about that, but was mercifully spared further thought on the subject when Mr. Weasley stood at the front of the yard and called for everyone's attention. Thank you all for coming. First off, let's all give a big, happy birthday, to Harry. Everyone gave a huge, happy birthday, in response. Harry squirmed with embarrassment. Molly and I also want to give special birthday wishes to Harry. He turned his attention to Harry. Harry, we want you to know that you'll always have a home here at the Burrow. We love you like one of our own children. We are proud to have you as part of the family. Mrs. Weasley walked over, embraced him, and everyone applauded. Harry stood stunned, a lump rising in his throat. He fought down a wave of emotion. Now, on to important matters. Mr. Weasley continued, namely, gifts. Harry, would you do the honors? He gestured at a table with a large pile of gifts. Harry, relieved with the distraction, walked over and picked one up off the pile. That's from me, mate, Ron said. Harry opened it and pulled out a Chudley Cannons poster, complete with moving pictures of each player. Thanks, Ron. This is the new poster, isn't it? Ron nodded, pleased. Harry moved through the rest of his gifts. Hermione got him a book, Secret Quidditch Strategies. Ginny gave him a framed picture of himself, in a dive catching the snitch at the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin game last year. He grinned as he watched the picture, Harry snatching it away from Malfoy. Tonks gave him an official Auror training guide. We're not really supposed to let those get out, but you're already an unofficial Auror anyway, she said to Harry's embarrassment. Mad-Eye Moody gave him a well-worn book, Defeating the Dark Arts. That book has saved my bacon more than once, Potter. Read it, he growled. Harry felt like saluting in return. Remus Lupin gave him a framed picture of Harry and Sirius taken back at Grimmauld Place, which he carefully avoided lingering on too long. He would look more closely in private. The twins gave him an assortment of their products, including a pair of extendable ears. Harry received several more defense books from various people. Apparently everyone thinks I need the study, he thought. I suppose having Voldemort try and kill you several times is a pretty big hint. Finally, when all the gifts were opened, Lupin came up to Harry. One more to open, Harry. Dumbledore gave me this to give to you. He handed Harry a package, wrapped in a blue wrapping paper decorated with little white beards. He carefully opened the package and held up a shallow stone basin, decorated with runes along the edge. A small instruction pamphlet was included as well. It looked a lot like Dumbledore's pensieve, except the shape was slightly different. Harry looked up and noticed everyone staring at him in shock. What? Harry said, puzzled. This is a pensieve, right? Lupin appeared as shocked as everyone else. Yes, Harry, that's a pensieve. I'm not certain you realize what you're holding. Pensieves are very, very rare and valuable objects. You can't even buy them, really. They are normally only passed down within families. Only the greatest magic smiths can make them, and it takes a lifetime of work. Most people have never even seen one, much less used one. I knew Dumbledore has one, of course, but I can't even imagine where Dumbledore got another one. Why did he give me one? Harry said, embarrassed. Dumbledore usually has a purpose for what he does. He must have a good reason, Lupin said. Harry looked closer in the wrapping. Oh wait, here's a note. Dear Harry, happy birthday. I have found my pensieve to be quite valuable in helping to calm my thoughts and emotions. Please take advantage of yours. When you return to school, I would be happy to keep it safe for you. All my best, Albus Dumbledore. P.S. They also make for quite good party entertainment. The message didn't seem private, so Harry read it out loud to everyone. What did he mean that they make for good party entertainment? Lupin laughed. That's Dumbledore for you. I have no idea. I don't get invited to those sort of parties. Hermione spoke up. I know. You can put a memory into the pensieve and share it with others, right? How about if we take turns sharing funny or exciting memories? An excited murmur went up from everyone. It appeared very few had ever used a pensieve and everyone wanted to try it. Well, what do you think, Harry? It's your gift, said Lupin. All right by me. It sounds like fun and it would help me practice using it, replied Harry. Perhaps I could go first, said Lupin. I'm certain I have a few memories Harry might like to see. How about it, Harry? I think I have a few amusing incidents with the Marauders that might be entertaining. Harry felt excited, but then became apprehensive. The last time he had seen his father in the pensieve, he'd seen things he really hadn't wanted to know. And to see Sirius. Lupin noticed his hesitation and smiled at him. He spoke low so that only Harry could hear. Don't worry, Harry, I won't show any memories where your dad acted like a prat. And I think it might do both of us some good to see Sirius, in better days. But it's up to you. You don't have to if you don't want to. I'll quite understand if you want to pass. Harry hesitated and then nodded his approval. Lupin took the pensieve from him and cleared out a space in the middle of the table. I think we'll probably need to take turns with each memory, only so many people can fit around the pensieve. How about Harry and his friends first? Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Neville and Luna walked over and stood with Harry around the pensieve. They looked a bit nervous, having never used one before. I think I might have a good one. Lupin suddenly lit up with a very mischievous look on his face. He smirked at the memory and brought out his wand. Harry, let me see that pamphlet. It's been some time since I've done this. He skimmed through the pamphlet quickly. I think I'm ready. He held his wand to his temple and withdrew silvery, fine threads of thought. He gently deposited them into the basin. He touched his wand to the swirling, cloudy substance, and it began to swirl very fast. The surface settled and became a clear window. Harry could see a room below the surface of the pensieve and could almost make out 4 figures. Right, then, everyone bring your face down to the pensieve's window and enter the memory, Lupin said. Harry and his friends leaned down next to Lupin and they all pierced the window of the pensieve. He felt himself pitch forward into an icy, black coldness. He landed on his feet in front of a very young James Potter, Remus Lupin, Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. Harry blinked his eyes and struggled to adjust to the dim light of the Hogwarts corridor in the pensieve, a striking difference compared to the bright sunshine of the Weasleys' yard. Standing next to Harry were Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Neville, Luna and the older Lupin, each of whom were looking about in fascination. James, the young Lupin and Peter were standing in the shadows as Sirius walked up to them. "Whoa," said Ron loudly. "Ron, shush," said Hermione. "Why? They can't hear us. It's a memory." Hermione glared at him. "I want to hear." "Shush." Harry smiled and turned his attention to the marauders. Sirius had placed a large box on the floor, and James was opening it up. "I've got them. They're brilliant. This is going to be bloody hilarious," said Sirius, smirking. Reaching into the box, James pulled out a long object that resembled a green serpent. It hung limply from his hand as he inspected it critically. "It looks good. How do you make it work?" "Once you get them in position, you wave your wand at them and say, 'Serpent mischief.' Then they slither about the room chasing anything that moves. I even made some winged ones that fly," Sirius said proudly. "They try to herd everyone toward the entrance." James grinned mischievously. "Brilliant, indeed. The Slytherins should thank us for this. They love snakes, right?" Laughing sycophantically, Peter looked back and forth between James and Sirius. Harry felt a chill seeing Peter with the others. Young Lupin frowned disapprovingly. "They're not going to hurt anyone, right? Remember what happened last time? That sheet-shortening hex got a bit out of control." "Relax, Moony. No worries. I made them so they'll only hover close to their victim but not actually touch them." "Just chase them," said Sirius. Young Lupin seemed satisfied with that. "All right, here's the plan," said James. "There should be a good crowd in the common room doing their homework. Wormtail, you'll take the box outside. Levitate the box, set them off, and dump them down the common room chimney. After you do the deed, meet us outside the Slytherin corridor. The stampede of Slytherins should be a sight to behold." He chortled gleefully. "Everyone ready?" "Excellent. Marauder's map," James said, holding out his hand. Sirius slapped the map into his hand, like a nurse handing the surgeon a scalpel. James touched the map with his wand and said, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The map activated, showing the layout of Hogwarts. "All right, Wormtail, the coast is clear. Head on out," James said, like a general commanding his troops. Peter grinned at him and picked up the box. Suddenly his face fell. What was the spell again?" he asked. Sirius rolled his eyes at him. "Serpent mischief." "Oh, yes, all right." Peter headed off down the corridor to begin his mission. "Come on, let's go," said James, checking the map. "Everything looks clear." Harry and the group followed them as they sneaked through the Hogwarts corridors toward the Slytherin part of Castle. They wound down several staircases, and the stone began to appear damp as they descended below the level of the lake. They took up position around the corner from the Slytherin door, out of sight. They waited, the three of them snickering at intervals. Every so often James would sneak a look at the map to make certain no one was coming up to catch them. Harry was struck by how young and innocent they appeared. Abruptly the Slytherin door slid open and out ran a livid teacher being chased by a large quantity of Sirius's serpents. His face was pinched in anger as he waved his arms around violently trying to beat off the flying ones. Harry had never seen him before. The man was tall and slender, with short black hair, dark eyes and a thin mustache. "Great Merlin, it's Flogman. How did he find out so fast?" said James, panicked. Older Lupin broke in. Professor Flogman was the head of Slytherin at that time. He was a lot like Professor Snape is now, actually, he said to the group. He was obviously enjoying the memory immensely. "Oh no, you don't suppose," said Sirius, his hands tensely pressing on the side of his head. Young Lupin sighed. He put the serpents in the wrong chimney. "That idiot," said James, with exasperation. "He must have put it right in Flogman's fireplace in his quarters. Now what?" The serpent spell appeared to be wearing off. The three boys started running down the corridor away from Flogman. He's going to head outside. We need to find Wormtail first, said Sirius. They stopped and checked the map. Bloody hell. Wormtail is heading right for him, said James, running his fingers through his hair. Leave that to me, said Sirius, with a grin. I'll distract Flogman, you get Wormtail. Somehow we need to get up to our beds before Flogman thinks to check if we're out of the tower. Let's meet back at the Gryffindor portrait hole. James gave him a thumbs up. Sirius transformed into his dog form and took off. Harry glanced at Neville and Luna, thinking that they would be surprised by the transformation. He thought he better fill them in. Sirius was a secret animagus. So was my father, actually, he said with pride. James and young Lupin were checking the map. Harry could see Flogman and Sirius on the map moving rapidly down an adjacent corridor, away from Peter and their position. Okay, Moony, let's go, said James. They ran down the corridor and soon met up with Peter. How was it? He asked excitedly. Well, it might have been brilliant, if you had put the serpents in the right chimney, James said coldly. Peter looked stunned. What, you put it in Flogman's chimney? Said James angrily. Oh, sorry, Peter said lamely. We'll talk about it later. We need to get back to our dorm. James checked the map again. Looks like Padfoot got rid of Flogman. He's all the way on the other side of the castle. Padfoot's heading back to the portrait hole. They ran down the corridor and up several flights of stairs, heading to the Gryffindor tower. They turned the corner and then abruptly threw themselves backward. Blimey, said James anxiously, Flogman must have already called Sterling. He's waiting at the portrait hole. He couldn't have searched the dorms already. He must be waiting for whoever comes back, said young Lupin. Old Lupin narrated again. Sterling was the Gryffindor head of house, he said, grinning. Padfoot came bounding up to them and transformed back into Sirius. Mission accomplished. I grabbed his wand in my mouth, and he chased me all over the castle, he said, laughing. Well, don't laugh yet. Sterling is guarding the hole, said James. Sirius's face fell. We need a diversion. Do you have any serpents left? Well, not really. I have some rejects and prototypes, said Sirius uncertainly. Get them. Better than nothing, said James. They won't totally work as expected, said Sirius, but I don't see a lot of other options. I stuck them in the secret storeroom. Back in a minute. He ran down the corridor. The three left looked nervously at each other, waiting for Sirius to return. James kept a watch on the Marauders' map. Sirius soon returned with another box. I can't vouch for these. James cut him off impatiently. Enough with the warnings. Leave them here, and let's circle around to the other side. They headed away from the portrait hole, winding through several other passageways until they came around to the other end of the corridor. Sirius peeked around the corner. Still there. Time for action. He waved his wand toward the other end of the corridor and whispered, Serpent mischief. Suddenly a large explosion came from the direction of the serpents. Sterling looked startled and ran down the hall to investigate. James appeared about to move, when Sterling came stumbling back. Several snakes seemed to be trying to herd him back down the other direction, but they kept wrapping around his legs, tripping him. Harry flinched as Sterling fell particularly hard to the stone floor. Some flying serpents flew in circles around his head at great speed, then would veer off and start hitting the walls over and over with a loud whop-whop, before spinning about his head once again. Harry stared in disbelief. The scene was utter pandemonium. The quartet appeared to agree as they stared open-mouthed at Sterling flailing his arms in panic. Finally, Sterling must have felt he needed help, and he started sprinting down the corridor away from the Marauders, berserk serpents attacking all the way. Bloody hell, we're in trouble if we don't get up there. Now's our chance. Let's move, said James, his voice shaking a bit. They ran to the portrait hole. Sirius hissed the password, haggis and eggs. The portrait swung open, as the fat lady gave them a very disapproving look. Sirius flashed her a dazzling grin with a sly wink, and her disapproval melted. Mr. Black, you are a rogue. Get upstairs, she said, blushing. There were still quite a number of students doing homework, although some appeared to be getting ready to turn in. The Marauders walked casually along the side of the large room, trying not to attract attention. No one appeared to notice the group come in. When they reached the dorm stairs, they switched to a dead run, with Harry and the others following closely behind. They threw open the door of their dorm room, and the four split to their respective beds. They pulled out pajamas and almost tore off their clothes getting changed. Harry noticed with amusement that the girls averted their eyes at this display, although he could have sworn he saw a little peeking. They leapt into their beds and snapped closed the curtains. A silence descended over the room, but Harry could hear excited breathing coming from the beds. Sirius laughed quietly from his bed. It didn't quite go off as planned, but that was bloody brilliant. "Another successful night for the Marauders," said James, snickering back. "Good night, Padfoot, Moony, Wormtail." A chorus of good nights echoed through the room. Harry felt himself swooping up through the icy blackness, flipping in midair, and landing on his feet back at the burrow. He noticed the others shaking themselves similarly as they also found themselves back. "Whoa," said Ron, "that was brilliant. Harry, if I ever give a party, you have to bring that thing." Hermione rolled her eyes at him. "Ron, pensives are not toys," she said loftily. "It was your idea," Ron said indignantly. Hermione glared at him. It was very exciting visiting Professor Lupin's memory, however. She turned to Harry and said in a low voice, "All right, Harry." Harry forced a smile at Hermione, not really knowing what he was feeling. "I'm fine," he said. The truth was that Harry felt a mix of emotions. He felt exhilarated from the experience of seeing his father and Sirius in action, and he had to admit he was very entertained by their antics. Yet he also felt a deep sadness from having seen them so innocent and carefree. He had known that all four of them had ended up with sad fates, but somehow seeing them like this really brought home the tragedy of the Marauders. His father's early death, Sirius's stay at Azkaban and subsequent death, Lupin's lonely life, and even Peter Pettigrew's fate. "Thank you, Professor, Remus, I mean," said Harry to Lupin. Using his first name felt foreign to him. "That was great. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Harry." "I know I did," said Lupin with a huge grin. Seeing the look of happy nostalgia on his face made Harry think that whatever he felt about the experience was worth it. They all spent the rest of the afternoon sharing memories, some funny. The twins relived their escape from Umbridge, by popular demand, and some exciting. Mad-Eye Moody shared a hair-raising battle with a group of Death Eaters, when he single-handedly captured 5 of them. Finally the party started to wind down a bit. Everyone appeared a bit drained from all the experiences, but no one wanted it to end. Dumbledore was right. "The pensieve does make for good party entertainment," said Lupin. "Tiring, though." There was a general murmur of agreement. "How about you, Harry? You haven't shared a memory." "Perhaps we could wrap this up with you," said Lupin. Harry felt a bit shy. "Well, I don't know if I have any interesting memories." "You're joking, right, mate?" said Ron. "If anyone has memories, it's you." "Ron," said Hermione, horrified. Well, you know what I mean, Harry." "I didn't mean all of your memories were good ones," said Ron uncomfortably. Harry sighed. "It's all right, Ron." Suddenly Harry was tired of everyone treading softly around his life. He searched his memory for an experience he might share, and it occurred to him that this was a good opportunity to finally show everyone that there was more luck involved in his life than people thought. Before he could change his mind, he said quickly, "Listen, would anyone be interested in seeing, what happened with the Philosopher's Stone? My first year." There was a stunned silence. "You're not serious," said Fred and George together, loudly. Everyone laughed, breaking the silence that had ensued. "Are you certain, dear?" said Molly, with a worried expression. "It's fine, Mrs. Weasley," said Harry, smiling. "Harry, I think it's safe to say that many of us here would give quite a bit to see that memory, if you're of a mind to share it," said Lupin. "It's not every day that someone can experience surviving you-know-who. I dare say the Aurors in attendance would particularly like to see it," he said, grinning. Harry was already having second thoughts about his reckless promise to share the memory, but was determined to see it through. He was tired of everyone thinking he was such a hero. "It's about time people knew the truth," he thought. He walked over next to Lupin and the pensieve. "What do I need to do?" "It's pretty simple, Harry. Concentrate on an image of the time that you wish the memory to start. Put your wand up to your temple and draw it out in a straight line toward the basin. That will extract the memory into the pensieve. Harry thought back to the beginning of the events, when they found Fluffy asleep. Okay, I'm ready. He lifted his wand to his temple, extracted a fine, silvery thread and placed it into the basin. Are those really my memories? He asked. It's a bit more complicated than that, Harry, Lupin replied. It's still in your head, of course, otherwise you wouldn't be able to remember it right now. But you've put a magical essence of them into the pensieve. Right then, shall we start with Harry's friends? And perhaps I will wait and give the honor of the first viewing to our distinguished Auror veteran, Alistair Moody. He nodded at Moody. Mad-Eye Moody looked pleased at Lupin, and his eyeball spun jauntily. Thank you, Remus. Don't mind if I do. I'm curious to see it. They all plunged into the memory. Harry had forgotten how frightening the whole business had been. Time had faded the memory in his own mind, but the pensieve brought the whole business alive again. Harry narrated a few parts where he could offer some background, but mostly let the events unfold. Some time later, they returned to reality after viewing the fearsome events. Wow, it's weird to see myself doing that chess game, said Ron, excited. Yes, and it's very interesting to finally see firsthand what happened after Harry left us, said Hermione. You were brilliant, Harry. The reactions of the others were varied. Ginny had a guarded expression, but kept sneaking looks at Harry. Luna looked serene, as if fighting Voldemort were an everyday occurrence. Neville, on the other hand, looked at Harry with undisguised awe. Harry squirmed under the attention. Don't they see it was luck? He thought. Who's next? I think I'll go this time, said Lupin with a smile. The next group went up to the pensieve and began viewing the memory. As each group went, Harry went along to provide the minor commentary. It was difficult to speak at the key times, as everyone kept giving him looks of wonder, causing Harry to burn with embarrassment. Finally everyone had a turn to view the memory. Most everyone seemed stunned at the memory of 11-year-old Harry fighting off Voldemort. Oh, Harry, that must have been so frightening for you, said Mrs. Weasley. And Ron, don't you dare put yourself in danger like that again. Ron avoided her eyes, perhaps hoping that the fact that he had just done so last month wouldn't cross her mind. That was some fine work, Potter, said Moody, and Weasley and Granger as well. Everyone nodded in agreement. Well, let's face it, I was pretty lucky, said Harry modestly. Luck, Potter, let me speak to you for a second, boy. Come over here. Moody gestured toward a private corner of the yard. He started walking away, and Harry followed. Moody turned toward Harry, his magical eye appearing to look straight through him. Potter, let me explain some facts of life to you. Every battle has an element of luck, good and bad. But the reason you survived wasn't luck. Do you know why you survived? Harry shook his head. You survived because you kept your head. You were afraid, but you didn't let fear rule over you. You did what you had to do, growled Moody in a low voice. But if I hadn't had that protection, said Harry. You had a weapon, Potter. How many battles would I survive if I didn't have my wand? We all have a set of assets that we take into battle. Even if you have a weapon in a fight, you still have to have the guts and courage to use that weapon. Again, Potter, you kept your head. You used what you had to your advantage. Moody continued. Let me tell you what you know whose greatest weapon is. It's fear, Potter. Plain and simple, 95% of his job is done if everyone fears him. People cower and don't fight back. But you didn't cower. You did what you had to do. Luck had nothing to do with your fighting back. Harry just nodded, not knowing what to say. His thoughts were a jumbled mess. I'm not just blowing smoke at you, Potter. I meant what I said. Well done. There are plenty of adult Aurors that would have folded in the face of that. Moody paused, letting Harry think about his words. Well, come on, boy. Let's get back to the party. Remember what I said. Thank you, sir. I will remember, said Harry respectfully. They made their way back to the group. Everyone appeared to be gathering belongings, preparing to leave. Harry walked around thanking everyone for coming and for his gifts. No, thank you, Harry. "I think it's safe to say this is one of the best parties I've ever been to," said Tonks enthusiastically. "Take care of yourself this year, all right?" Harry nodded his appreciation. He thanked Neville and Luna and promised to find them on the Hogwarts Express. Finally, it was down to the Weasleys and Hermione. Harry dropped into a chair, exhausted. "Wow," he said. Everyone seemed to feel the same way. "Indeed, that was some day, Harry," said Mr. Weasley, sitting next to him. "Thank you so much for all this," as Harry gestured about the yard. "Harry, I meant what I said. You were like a son to us. We're proud that your first birthday party could be here with us." Harry just flushed, unable to speak. Mr. Weasley smiled at him and appeared to take that as an answer. He clapped Harry on the shoulder and wandered over to help Mrs. Weasley. Hermione walked along a path, not far from the burrow, her mind buzzing from all the experiences they had seen in the Pensieve. After she helped clean up after the party, she had felt like she needed a walk to clear her head. It was very late in the afternoon, and the sun was moving lazily toward the horizon. Her thoughts drifted to Harry. She was happy that he seemed to have such a good time at his birthday party. He always seemed so surprised when he saw evidence that people cared about him. Despite his happiness today, she could tell during the week that he was deeply troubled. She was careful not to press him too hard, recalling all too well his snapping at them last year. Harry is too alone. He needs something that Ron or I can't give him, she thought. Hermione knew that she and Ron were important to Harry, but she also knew that there were parts of Harry that were closed off and would never be accessible to them. Harry needed someone he could love and trust. She hoped that Ginny's instincts were right and Harry was showing some interest. Hermione thought that Ginny would be good for him, but was well aware that trying to predict Harry was risky business. Hermione considered Harry's love interest of the previous year. She was of two minds about Cho. On the one hand, she was glad that Harry had found the time and attention to be interested in someone. On the other hand, she didn't think much of his choice. It wasn't that Cho was a bad person, but Harry had chosen her for the wrong reasons. She had a pretty face, and Harry had fallen for her without considering whether she had the right personality and temperament for him. Inevitably, the relationship had failed once Harry looked past the beauty and realized a real person was behind it, a person that was simply wrong for him. Not to mention that she was still pining for Cedric, Hermione thought, rolling her eyes. She stopped, looking at the bright orange and angry red sky as the sun began to set. It was a gorgeous sunset tonight. She idly wished that she had someone with her to share the view. "I certainly wouldn't just fall for the first attractive face that came along. I would be practical about it," Hermione thought loftily. Yet, even as the thought came, her self-honesty insisted that she inspect that statement. Victor wasn't really a boyfriend, even though he had made it clear that he wanted more than she could give. Victor would certainly be the practical choice, wouldn't he? Yet her heart hadn't agreed. Her heart had committed her to another, less practical, choice. Hermione sighed. Why did she love Ron? They bickered far too much. He was completely oblivious to hurting her feelings. He was somewhat attractive, tall and cute, but not overwhelmingly so. She thought that ultimately the reason she loved Ron was that he made her laugh. Growing up as an only child, and as an extremely bright child, she had felt isolated from others her age. Her seriousness only served to isolate her further, and the isolation only made her more serious. She thought that would all change when she found out she was a witch. But she was bitterly disappointed when she discovered that magical schools were just like Muggle schools, and the same isolation descended upon her. The happiest year of her life was her first year, when Harry and Ron had become her best friends, the first real friends of her life. She knew that she had flaws, and that she took many things too seriously. She still did, but Harry and Ron accepted her for who she was. She stopped and watched the sun creep below the horizon, the last rays of the day giving way to night. The sultry night air felt good as she started walking again. But what of Harry? He would certainly be a practical choice, on a certain level. On the other hand, nothing about Harry was simple, and practical could never describe anything having to do with him. Half the school already expected her and Harry to go out together at some point, and the other half probably thought that she had already tried and failed. Like I'm not good enough, she thought bitterly. She stopped in front of the lake, gazing over the perfectly still, mirror surface. She could see trees from the opposite bank reflecting on the surface, and the first stars were starting to show in the night sky. Why not Harry? What more could a girl want? Harry was smart, loyal, brave, powerful, and if she was honest with herself, good-looking, in a scruffy way. And to top it off, he was one of her two best friends. But feelings were feelings, and she simply didn't feel that way about him. Harry was the brother that she never had. She suspected that it was his seriousness that doomed any stronger feelings. Harry's seriousness fed her own seriousness. They could have fun together, but when they spent too much time together alone, they closed in on themselves. It was difficult to be silly around Harry the way she could be silly around Ron. Ron made her laugh, and the joy in that was indescribable. Ron was wonderful in his own way, and when his protectiveness came out, as when Draco made snide comments, it made her heart pound with excitement. But what did he actually feel about her? The irony about Ron was that he was so transparent in how he felt about things. But in this one important area, she couldn't get a read on him. Certainly he seemed to be jealous of Victor. And he seemed to look at her when he thought she wasn't looking. But if he fancied her, why didn't he do anything about it? What was he waiting for? She supposed she could make the first move. But something held her back. Her friendship with Ron was important to her, and beyond that, she knew that she and Ron needed to be there for Harry. It wasn't fair to Harry to burden him with their problems if things didn't work out. No, her instinct was that Ron needed to sort out his own feelings, on his own timetable. If she tried to force him out into the open, she didn't know if it would go well. She needed to wait, and hope that he would ultimately find feelings for her. Harry woke up very early and quickly dressed. He sneaked down the Weasley stairs, which creaked noisily even with his careful tiptoeing. The house was very quiet, as everyone was sleeping in after the events of the previous day. He wrote a note saying that he'd decided to take a morning hike, which was only partially the truth. He really wanted to try his pensieve in private. He felt that if he was going to explore his memories, he wanted to be away from everyone. Somehow even doing it in the privacy of his room at the Burrow wasn't enough. He hurriedly put together some bread and jam to munch on, and headed out of the house, down a path that ran behind the Burrow. He knew that special wards were set up around the area, and it was probably even under surveillance. He was careful not to go too far, but the lure of a quiet spot was strong. He hiked up a hill covered with thick trees. The tops of the trees provided a shady canopy where the morning sun, already creating a sweltering summer heat, occasionally broke through with fans of streaming sunlight. The trees opened into a glade, which provided a vantage point overlooking a green valley. It was a perfectly peaceful, private spot in which to work. Harry put down a satchel he'd been carrying and took out his pensieve and the instruction pamphlet. He began reading it and was surprised by how sophisticated the pensieve really was. It allowed one to visit memories, but the memories were really an anchor. The pensieve combined the thoughts of the user and the shadows of the actual events out of time. That explains why the memories are so detailed, even showing things that are out of the person's immediate attention, Harry thought. The pensieve could also operate in several different ways. One could enter the memory and get a full immersive experience, or the pensieve could show the memory floating above its surface, as Dumbledore had shown with the prophecy last year. It also had some advanced ways of operating that allowed finding associations and links between thoughts. That looked fairly complex, so Harry focused on the memory aspect of the pensieve. Harry thought that the floating mode might be something to try. He hadn't heard the prophecy word for word since Dumbledore had shown it to him. Reading the pamphlet, he brought his wand to his temple, and extracted a fine, silvery thread of his memory of the prophecy and deposited it into the basin. He gazed with fascination at the cloudy substance which appeared to be neither liquid nor gas. He waved his wand and gave the incantation. Dumbledore rose out of the substance, including Dumbledore's pensieve, which showed Trelawney floating above it. Harry watched with cold chills running down his spine as she repeated the prophecy. He let the words sink in once again as the memory ended. It didn't sound any better hearing it the second time. If anything, it sounded worse. He felt a new wave of frustration rising in him. Why am I, of all people, responsible for defeating him? He glared at the pensieve. So you're supposed to calm my thoughts and emotions. Not working too well so far, he thought angrily. He pulled the thought back from the basin and returned it to his head. To calm himself more than anything, he started reading the pamphlet further. He stopped, stunned, as he read a section. The pensieve does not necessarily need strong memories in order to operate. Weak memories, or even memories that you believe yourself to have, may also be enough to pull the events out of time. The stronger the memory, the better the results, but often very good results can occur from weak memories. For example, many people can find memories of their early childhood, even from birth. In order to find these memories, concentrate on the time of the event, the people within it, or the location. If there are many events existing in time that match, the pensieve may lock into one at random. These can often be very stimulating experiences. Harry simultaneously felt fear and excitement. Could he possibly see his parents before they died? Dare he try? He hesitated. He felt an ocean of feelings wash over him, tossing his mind to and fro. What if it didn't work? But if it did, he could see them again with himself, living as a normal family the way he always wanted. He had precious few pictures of that, and even wizard pictures were a pale imitation of the detail that the pensieve provided. Feeling reckless, he consulted the pamphlet again. He started to raise his wand to his temple, and then hesitated. Do I really want to do this? He thought. Why am I hesitating? Not totally understanding the conflicts in his mind, he concentrated on the time of his babyhood. He imagined himself with his parents, as they looked in his photographs. He pulled out a sliver of thought from his temple, much thinner than normal. He gently placed it into the basin. He watched the thought swirl within the pensieve, feeling uneasy. He touched his wand to the cloudy substance, which began to swirl rapidly. The window into the memory appeared, and he slowly peered in. He could just make out 3 figures, 2 large and 1 very small. Taking a deep breath, he plunged himself into the window. He felt the now familiar icy, black tumbling and came to his feet in a small room. It was decorated with little children's scenes. They were unfamiliar to Harry, but looked like they might be from wizard children's books. They seemed to feature children holding wands and having wonderful adventures. He turned and saw his parents. They were gazing down at a crib with an expression of happiness on their faces. They were being very quiet and every so often would look up and smile at each other. Suddenly he heard a cry from the crib, and James and Lily's faces fell. They looked at each other again and groaned. Damn, he was almost asleep. James said. James, watch your language, Lily said, chuckling a bit. Baby Harry began crying even louder. See what you did. There, come here. Did Daddy say a bad word? Lily reached down and picked up the baby, cradling him in her arms. Shish, Mummy's here. James reached over and stroked baby Harry's forehead. And Daddy's here, too. You must be tired, right? Baby Harry cried even louder. Guess not, James grinned. Harry watched the scene play out. He was mesmerized watching his baby self be soothed by his mother and father. He felt a huge lump come up in his throat and fought back tears as he watched the scene. Yet, even as he fought the tears, he felt oddly comforted. Here was unconditional love for him. They had loved him and cared for him. Even if he couldn't remember this scene, it was part of him, and that could never be taken away. Not even Voldemort could ever take it away. After a long while, baby Harry finally started to calm down a bit. Lily gently placed him back in the crib, putting a very warm-looking hand-knit blanket over him. Harry walked over and peeked in. It held several small stuffed animals and a mobile was hung over the crib. James reached over and touched his wand to the mobile, which had little stars hanging from arms. It began to play a soothing melody, the stars turning in a circle above the baby's head. Baby Harry pulled his blanket closer, watching the stars turn to the music. He appeared to be growing sleepy. The tune sounded oddly familiar to Harry, and he found himself growing sleepy as well from it. He looked back to his parents, and the look of pride they were giving the baby threatened to choke Harry up again. As the baby fell asleep, Harry felt himself pulled out of the pensieve, and then he landed in the glade, sitting on the ground once again. Harry closed his eyes and just sat for several minutes playing the scene over and over again in his mind. His face felt the morning sun, which had climbed beyond the shade of the trees to shine on him while he had been in the pensieve. The warmth of the sun seemed to remind him of the warmth of the blanket that had surrounded the baby. He felt a tear forming at his eyes, but still didn't move. Finally he opened his eyes and swiped at the tear that almost fell. He took a deep breath and then slowly blew out the air, regaining control over himself. That's enough memories for now, he thought. He returned the memory from the pensieve to his temple, put his pensieve and the pamphlet back in his satchel, and started back. As he walked along the path, Harry felt disturbed by a feeling of almost desperate want that filled him to return to his parents' house. Remus Lupin knew how cruel life could be. He was sitting alone in Grimmauld Place, ostensibly reading some reports from members of the Order of the Phoenix, but his mind was not really on his duties. He sighed and got up from his chair. He began walking around the large, ornate office, looking at the fine inlaid wood of the walls, his walls. Or at least, his walls that he jointly owned with Harry. It was so odd after so many years of poverty to be quite wealthy, and he still couldn't quite grasp the concept. Of course, the cost of his wealth had been intolerably high. The party the previous day had been both wonderful and terrible for him. It had been wonderful to share in Harry's joy. Harry had so few opportunities to know how much people cared about him. It was difficult for Harry to accept after being neglected for so many years. Lupin knew that he shared a bit of that with Harry. For so many years he had been alone, but since Dumbledore had brought back the Order, he had begun to feel useful again. There was always a steady stream of people to Grimmauld Place, and he was grateful that they seemed to accept that he was a werewolf. The party had also been terrible for him. Seeing himself with his friends in the pensieve brought back so many memories of happier, simpler days. They had so many grand plans back then. They would talk for hours about their future and what they wanted to do with their lives, and Sirius and James had even convinced him that he had a future, too. That was the greatest gift they had given him. A kernel of hope that he could be useful, that being a werewolf didn't doom him to the life of an outcast. After all, if James and Sirius liked him and accepted him, couldn't others do the same? Perhaps somehow he could have a career, and love, and a family, and then once a month all his confidence would be wiped out in a single night. No one could truly understand what it was like. The horrible pain of his limbs extending, the skin stretching tight. His mind would recede as pure emotion and instinct took over. He became a fully fledged monster. The worst part of becoming the monster was the freedom. With his mind and morality ripped away, he could do anything he wanted. He held life in his hand. He could give it or take it at his whim. He was powerful. He was connected to nature in the most intimate way, and nature approved of him. When his mind would begin to return the next morning, he would fight it with all his might. He would scream in frustration that his power was being taken away. And when his mind returned, he would feel the horrible guilt for knowing how good it felt to be powerful. Knowing he had something to return to, his friends, helped him more than they could ever know. He never told them how good it felt to be the werewolf. The most optimistic he had ever felt was not long after Hogwarts. His Owl and Newt scores had been among the highest in the school. He was a respected member of the Order. His friend James was married to a wonderful woman who accepted Remus without reservation. And then it was all taken away in a short span of time. Voldemort took it all away. Remus sighed. Taken away, and then given back, and then taken away again. He was very glad that Harry had friends who supported him. But his fear on Harry's behalf ran to the core of his soul. After Sirius had died, Dumbledore had told Remus the prophecy, rightly believing that Sirius had requested that Remus look out for Harry. Remus felt himself growing emotional. It was almost unimaginable to him that anyone could bear the burden of a prophecy that stated they were the only one that could defeat Voldemort. The only mercy in the situation was Harry's ignorance. Other than Harry's own personal tragedy, he had no first-hand knowledge of just how bad the First War was. There was a very good reason that Harry was as worshipped as he was. Remus broke down weeping as he thought of the horrors he had seen. He wept not for himself, or even for those who had died. Those tears had long since dried. He wept for the potential horror for Harry that was almost unlimited. Remus Lupin knew how cruel life could be. Bloody hell, I can't believe you know who was growing out the back of his bleedin' skull, said Blackhorn incredulously. Swear. Saw it myself, said Tonks, grinning. McGregor shook his head, and Potter fought that off. Tonks nodded, feeling a bit proud of Harry. She was in the Auror training room, relating the story of Harry's adventure with the Philosopher's Stone to a couple of her Auror friends. She was supposed to be doing some training exercises, but word had traveled fast that she had seen Harry's first-year battle in the Pensieve, and they had trapped her into telling the story. Well, boys, you've used up all my time that I had reserved, she said good-naturedly. I'll expect you to make it up to me. McGregor and Blackhorn laughed. Don't give us that, you were dying to tell the story, said Blackhorn. Tonks laughed in return. Well, maybe. I'll tell you one thing. I never want to be on Harry's bad side, she said, giving them a wink as she walked away. She opened the door to the training room and began walking down the hall. She was still a bit stunned by watching Harry in action. What was most remarkable was that it wasn't even in his top 3 most interesting experiences that he could have shared. She would have given a lot to be able to see what happened with the Basilisk, or the Ministry last month, or for Merlin's sake, dueling you-know-who in a bloody graveyard. She reached her desk and sat down, reflecting on Harry. It would be safe to say that she thought Harry was the most remarkable boy, could you even call him a boy, and not a man, after what he's gone though, that she'd ever met. She grinned to herself. If he was a few years older. She joked to herself about making a play for Harry once he became of age, but knew that it could never happen. She had seen too many Auror relationships fall apart. Her love life had certainly seen its share of ups and downs. Men were often frustratingly shy about asking her out. She was well aware that her metamorphmagy abilities were the stuff of male fantasies. And funny enough, she didn't even resent it all that much. It was fun to role play, and there was no denying their enthusiasm. She smiled devilishly at the thought. She recalled the first time she had keyed a boy as someone other than herself. She was 15. It was summer, and she had sneaked away from a group of friends with a boy that she liked. After snogging for a while, she had joked that he really wanted to key a certain attractive teacher at school to whom most of the boys had a crush. To tease him, she had transformed herself into the teacher and keyed him. The reaction had been very, very instructive. She learned quite a bit about male psychology that night as they played a game of her transforming into various schoolmates. Tonks smirked at the memory. Of course, he didn't find it nearly as funny as she did when she transformed into his best male friend while they were keying. But even as she enjoyed playing those sort of games, at the same time she was never certain if they wanted her for her, or because she could look like anyone. It was another reason she was attracted to Harry. He was so innocent and sincere that it probably wouldn't even occur to him that she could be whoever he wanted. Harry was incapable of guile. Harry was the one you wanted in a foxhole with you, the one you wanted in a crisis. His track record proved that. But Harry was utterly unequipped to handle normal life. She knew that the last thing Harry needed was another Auror in his life. He needed someone strong who could heal him when the battles were over. Aurors can't heal each other. They're too busy trying to heal themselves. She shook her head slightly. Harry had no clue how great he could be. If she couldn't be the one to heal him, she could at least help to make certain he survived long enough to find someone who could. The door banged against the frame as Ginny walked out of the burrow, feeling angrier than she'd been in some time. She walked over to the broom shed and pulled out her broom. She frowned as she noticed how worn it appeared after all the use from the previous Quidditch season, but she didn't care about that just now. She took off into the air, the broom hiccuping slightly. It hadn't been out of the shed in quite a while and needed some use to get it fully warmed up. She flew in a circle, corkscrewing high above the trees that surrounded the burrow. She then let herself coast in an arc, before making a sharp sweep back into the yard. The wind rushing past her ears felt good, as it seemed to blow the frustration out of her body. Ginny sighed. Just when she thought she had a handle on seeing Harry for who he really was, he had to show something that threw her for a loop. Most of her previous knowledge of Harry's heroism had been told to her. Even with her experience with Tom Riddle, she had been unconscious during all the action. Of course, she had seen some of it at the Ministry battle. When Harry had stepped in front of her to protect her, it had been heroic. No other word for it. At the time she wasn't able to think about it, but afterward. She sighed again. Still, she had missed most of the Ministry battle. But there wasn't much to miss watching him in the Pensieve. Seeing him battle who had brought back all her feelings and then some. He was. No, Ginny, don't go there. Don't think about it, she thought desperately. He's your friend. Be happy with that. It doesn't matter that he happens to be the most amazed. Stop thinking about it. Trying to distract herself, she tore off into the forest. She made sharp turns through the trees, going at a breakneck speed. Ginny had flown through these forests so many times she knew she could fly practically blindfolded. She came out into a grassy glade, which held a field of red and gold flowers at one end. She slowed down, admiring the beautiful wildflowers. Her betraying thoughts went back to the scene in the yard while reading her book. She had been proud of herself for talking to him, and teasing him, and staying so normal. But when he had leaned in, the green eyes looking deep into hers and his voice dripping with sincerity, she almost came apart. Why can't he look at me like that and mean it? She thought forlornly. Enough. Ginny, get hold of yourself. She flew straight up again, pushing the broom to its maximum speed, which wasn't fast enough for her. She flew higher, until she could feel the air growing cold from the altitude. Holding tightly to the broom, she closed her eyes and let her body separate from it. She felt herself falling. It felt so good to be free from weight, at least temporarily. She opened her eyes and pulled the broom back underneath her. She stopped her freefall, still high above the ground, and just hovered, admiring the view. She rested her head on her hands and let herself lay on the broom, feeling the warm sun on her back. She felt a tear forming, but then violently swiped it away. I'm not going to cry. I've done quite enough of that in the past, thank you, she thought. A little voice spoke up in her head. But, he did look at you at the party, didn't he? She had been trying to avoid thinking about the incident, but there wasn't any escape. All right, yes, it was true that Harry had seemed to, look at her oddly when she was wearing her new dress. But how could she be certain about anything when it came to Harry? How often does Harry light plates on fire? Said the little voice. She grew embarrassed, thinking back on it. At the time she had chalked it up to the fireworks, but there was no denying that the timing was interesting. But why can't I just get over him? She thought desperately. The little voice answered her immediately. Because you don't want to be over him. All the conflicted hopes and feelings welled up in Ginny, as she could feel the anger with herself surging forth again. She threw back her head and screamed out loud as she wailed her frustration to the brilliant blue sky. Molly puttered about the Burrows' kitchen, cleaning up after breakfast. She was so happy they had allowed Harry to stay here instead of Grimmauld Place. It would have been very difficult for Harry to deal with that place after losing Sirius. Although she'd had her issues with Sirius, she knew that he sincerely cared for Harry, and that the loss had hit Harry very hard. She had been thrilled when Dumbledore told her that Harry could come there for his birthday. It was a perfect opportunity to show Harry that many people cared about him, that the loss of Sirius didn't mean that he'd lost all of his family. And Ginny had appeared especially pleased that Harry was coming, she thought, chuckling. Molly had counseled Ginny to go out with other boys and not worry so much about Harry, but truth be told, she was silently rooting for her. Harry was everything she could ever wish for in a son-in-law, but that scenario just seemed too good to be true. On the other hand, she couldn't help but notice that they had been spending more time together so far this summer than ever before. She had peeked out into the backyard the other day and spotted them reading and laughing together. Molly knew that Ginny's brothers underestimated her. She wasn't the best student of the family, but Molly suspected she was the mentally toughest of her children. The seventh child is often special, she thought. Although she knew Ginny beat herself up over being fooled by the diary, Molly had told her the truth, that Molly was proud of her for fighting it, and nearly beating it by throwing away the diary. Her recovery since then had been remarkable. It had taken some months and some good cries to move forward, but she had been back to the old Ginny before too long. Yes, Ginny had an inner strength, and Molly suspected it would do Harry a lot of good to let Ginny help him. Of course, Ginny went out of her way to indicate to Molly that she was no longer interested in Harry. Molly rolled her eyes, thinking about it. If she thinks I'm going to buy that, she thought. She saw the looks that Ginny still gave him, even if Ginny didn't want to admit it. But she was happy that Ginny wasn't pinning all her hopes on Harry. Harry had a lot to worry about, and it would be a miracle if he even entertained any thoughts of the opposite sex. There was nothing to do for it, except wait to see what happened. She was certainly glad that the girl was finally talking to him, at least. She felt Ginny was special, but also felt that all her children were special in their own way. Percy was ambitious, Bill was the adventurous one, Charlie was the thrill-seeker, the twins, well, she couldn't very well say much against them, could she? They had been doing quite well in their business, so she had to say that the twins were the independent ones, creating their own path. Ron worried her a bit more. She knew that he felt in the shadow of her brothers, which was why she felt so happy that he had made prefect and had done so well at Quidditch last year. She had a feeling about Ron. A little success could go a long way with him. Assuming the boy doesn't kill himself first, she thought angrily. She had been furious at seeing him taking dangerous risks in the Pensieve, reminding her of recent events all over again. Then again, she couldn't help but feel some pride. Her son had courage, and had proven it again at the Ministry, standing alongside his best friend. At the same time, she was terrified that he was standing with Harry. There was nobody more in the line of fire than Harry. Was anyone short of Dumbledore himself truly prepared to stand with him? Well, at least they have Hermione to try and keep them out of trouble, she thought with a mixture of amusement and seriousness. Molly loved Hermione, although she was glad that she appeared to be loosening up as the years went by. She was an extremely good influence on Ron, who had always lacked a certain discipline. She also wished Ron would get off his duff and ask the girl out already. It was so obvious they were eyeing each other, and that Hermione was waiting for Ron to figure it out. Molly was tempted to interfere, but knew it would be a huge mistake. Her children were stubborn and any attempt at pushing them in a certain direction would just delay things. She considered her two youngest children. She sighed and thought idly, wouldn't it be wonderful if Ginny married Harry, and Ron married Hermione? A chill ran down her spine as a grim thought forced itself into her mind, as they so often did these days. Assuming they lived to see that day, Arthur Weasley closed the door of his workshop, feeling tense about the potentially dangerous experiment he was about to perform. One never knew what could happen with these sort of things. He walked around the room, casting impervious charms on the walls and ceiling of the workshop. Just a precaution, he thought nervously. He placed the mysterious object on his work table, admiring the workmanship. It was perfectly smooth, colored a pleasant blue. He reached out and scratched the surface with his nail, but the color remained. He cast a shield charm over the table, covering the object. A friend of his in the Department of Mysteries had taught him the spell, which put invisible walls around an object, but allowed your hands to penetrate for work on dangerous artifacts. Of course, if anything happened, your hands could be potentially damaged, but it was better than something blowing up in your face. As he worked, he found his mind drifting back to Harry's memory in the Pensieve. Like most people, he had never seen you-know-who personally, and the experience had badly frightened him. Arthur was a full-fledged member of the Order, and he knew what you-know-who was capable of, but somehow seeing him in the flesh made him tempted to take his family and hide them away for their protection. He knew he couldn't do that, of course. A Weasley never ran away from responsibility. He slowly slipped his hands inside the protective shield around the object. He touched the long, cylindrical object with both hands, each hand gripping one of two sections. There was a small seam that ran down the middle, and he suspected how it might come apart. Arthur grimaced as he made the tiniest turn of the two sections. They turned. He pulled his hands out quickly, waiting to see what happened. Arthur was usually not a fighting man, but he fully intended to do what he could in the Order. That usually amounted to gathering information from the Ministry, which had been going much better since the battle last month. Fudge had wet his finger and put in the air, and the winds from the public told him that he had better deal with the crisis. Harry had become his new favorite citizen, which made him much more amenable to keeping Arthur in the loop. He put his hands inside and gripped the object again. It appeared to be safe so far, so he gingerly began turning the two parts once more. He made a quarter turn and then waited. Quarter turn. Wait. He continued this way, feeling anxious as the suspense built. Finally, he made one last quarter turn and the two sections flew apart. He pulled his hands out in a panic and ran from the table. Peering at the table, all seemed quiet, so he walked back. The parts had separated safely. He breathed a sigh of relief. His thoughts drifted to Percy. He hadn't heard anything from him after the battle, and he had half hoped that he would. He knew Percy had a great deal of pride, making it extremely difficult for him to return to the family. While Arthur was very proud of Percy, he had always suspected that a break in the family was inevitable. He had hoped he was wrong, but... He sighed, turning his attention back to his project. He gazed in fascination at the tiny parts that made up the object. How did they do it? How did they create such perfectly made pieces? He reached in and separated the parts, placing them in neat rows. There was a long, black tube that ran down the interior of the hollow shells. Arthur pulled out the tube, which had some small parts on one end, and the other end had a thin piece of wire that spiraled around it. Marvelous, simply amazing, he thought excitedly. He was very tempted to contact Percy, but knew that it would be a mistake. It would inevitably be misinterpreted as gloating. No, Percy had to work through it himself. He just had to hope that Percy wanted to be part of the family. Arthur had known that Percy had high ambitions, and that Percy felt slightly ashamed of their financial status. He had tried to instill in his children that happiness came from within, and not from things outside oneself, but Percy had other ideas. Arthur hated being angry and resentful, but it was difficult to deal with Percy's attitude. No, they didn't live in luxury, but hadn't he always provided for them in the end? Hadn't Molly educated the children brilliantly before they went to Hogwarts? Arthur didn't even want to think it, but he thought that Percy could use a little time at the Dursleys to find out what a bad family looked like. He couldn't possibly have more respect for Harry's strength of character. How does a boy go through that and still come out as strong as he was? It was almost unbelievable. He started to put his device back together. Frowning, he realized the small pieces didn't seem to be fitting quite correctly. He decided he better fetch Harry to help him. He didn't want his new ballpoint pen to be damaged. "Neville, haven't you started denaming the garden yet?" said Gran sharply, peering into his room. Neville looked guilty as he put his book down. "I'm sorry, I lost track of time." Gran looked at the book Neville was reading, a defense book. Her expression softened. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were studying. Finish what you're doing and start when you're ready." "It's all right, Gran. I'm finished. I'll start right now," said Neville. Gran smiled at him and nodded. "Why don't I make some aid?" Neville smiled in return. "That would be great." As Gran left the room, Neville reflected on the almost bizarre change in his grandmother in the last month. Ever since the events at the ministry, she almost looked at him with respect. She hadn't said much specifically about the battle, only sending an owl to make certain he was all right. He guessed that she had talked to Dumbledore to get the details. She certainly hadn't brought up the subject with him. He had been deathly afraid that she would berate him for breaking his father's wand, but she had only said they would pick up a new one at Ollivander's and left it at that. Neville walked out of the house into bright morning sunshine. He sighed as he saw a large group of gnomes running through Gran's garden, her pride and joy. He grabbed the nearest one and started swinging it over his head. Gran seemed surprised and pleased when the invitation from Mrs. Weasley came for Harry's birthday party, and Neville had to admit he was surprised as well. Although he felt like Harry tolerated him, he never felt like they were friends. He almost didn't go, but decided to attend at the last minute. After all, he owed Harry everything. He released a gnome, sending it flying a good 25 feet. He grabbed another that looked like it was ready to bite his ankles. The DA meetings the previous year had been a turning point in his life. He had been a bit shocked that Harry even let him come. And then something miraculous happened. He actually found he was rather good at defense. He wasn't certain how, but Harry instilled a belief in him that he could do it. He didn't seem to look down at him like others did, which was remarkable in itself. If anyone deserved to look down on everyone, it was Harry. Watching him in the pensieve had been incredible to Neville. He knew he could never be that brave, but somehow watching him inspired Neville even further to do more, to do his best. Although it felt absurd to compare himself to Harry in anything, he had felt some connection to Harry's life. They were both orphans in a way, raised by relatives. Growing up, he had always felt inadequate, that something wasn't put together quite right with him. Arriving at Hogwarts, he half expected them to send him home, telling him that his abilities weren't up to the minimum standards. He was beyond shocked when the Sorting Hat placed him in Gryffindor. He still recalled what the Sorting Hat whispered to him. "Ah, yes, interesting, very interesting. You are much more than you believe, you know. I can see it, and you can't fool the Sorting Hat, now can you? You will have to find that potential within yourself." And the Hat shouted, "Gryffindor. Him, Neville, in the house devoted to courage and bravery. Ridiculous." He'd been tempted to believe that the Sorting Hat had played a cruel joke on him, that the Hat would suddenly yell out, "Just kidding. Come on back," and everyone would laugh at him. Even at the end of his first year, when Dumbledore awarded house points for his supposed bravery in standing up to Harry, Hermione and Ron, he had felt inadequate. It almost felt a little patronizing to him. What kind of bravery was it to get hexed? Meeting Bellatrix at the Ministry had marked another turning point for him. He never thought he could feel as much hatred as he felt, but it had welled up from the very depths of his soul. Since that day he had resolved to learn more about defense, to make his parents proud of him. He might never see Bellatrix again, but if he did, he wanted to be ready for her. He fantasized about being the one to bring her to justice. He shook his head as he launched another gnome over the hedge. It seemed so odd to even imagine himself doing something like that. But if Harry could carry his burdens at the same time he could help someone like Neville, could he do less than stand with Harry when the inevitable battle came to pass? Neville owed Harry so much. If Harry could give him hope of having a respected life, of not stumbling from one failure to another, then the least he could was be willing to give his life in service to the cause for which Harry was fated. Whoa, look at the lines on that one, Ron thought, as he gazed in awe at the Quidditch magazine he was reading. He glanced up, wanting to share the picture, but saw that Hermione was deep in concentration across the room, reading a book and making an occasional note in her notebook. He smiled slightly. He wouldn't disturb her right now. He let his gaze linger a bit before glancing back down to his magazine. He didn't want to be too obvious about it, but he liked watching her work. She had a number of little mannerisms that would manifest themselves as she read a particularly complicated passage. Sometimes she would purse her lips and rub her chin, and other times she would chew the end of her quill. When she inevitably solved her dilemma, a slight smile would emerge from the frown, lighting up her face again as she felt pleased with her progress. Ron loved seeing her brain work, and he felt a sense of pride welling up in him. His feeling of pride in her melted into gloom as an unwanted thought entered his mind. Will anyone feel proud of me? The last school year had been one of his best years and one of the worst ones of his life. Getting picked as a prefect had been, well, unbelievable, even to him. He had felt a bit of resentment that Hermione seemed so surprised, but he could hardly blame her. He still wasn't certain he was up to the task. At least Quidditch had gone a bit better than that. Weasley is our king, he always lets the quaffle in. He closed his eyes as the hated verse filled his head. Although the Quidditch season had ended on a high note, it still had been a harrowing, awful experience before that. The truth was that he didn't know if it was just a fluke toward the end, or if he could repeat his performance next season. Please, please, please let me play well, he thought desperately, as he begged the Quidditch gods to look favorably upon him. He glanced over at Hermione again, just as she glanced over to him. She gave him a smile before looking back down to her work. Ron felt a bit of heat crawling up his neck. It had been very exciting reliving the events in the pensieve, though he'd been nervous about how his mother would react. His role in the events had been minor compared to Harry's, but afterward, he had looked over at Hermione, and she appeared, almost proud of him. In fact, many people at the party appeared to look at him in a new light. He noticed the Aurors giving him a raised eyebrow, as if he was perhaps made of stronger stuff than they had thought. Ron had secret hopes of being an Auror, but somehow that dream seemed so far away. He had casually alluded to the goal to Harry and Hermione, but he suspected that they didn't think he was serious. At least they hadn't laughed at him. He had also been a bit surprised to see that Charlie and Bill appeared to look at him with a new respect. They had asked him about the Ministry battle, but seeing the events in the Pensieve with their own eyes showed them something new about their youngest brother. Growing up, Ron had always looked at his two oldest brothers with a bit of awe. It just seemed impossible to measure up. He had to admit that even Percy, git as he was, made a hard act to follow. He was certain they were all as surprised as anyone when Ron made prefect. Mum had always told him not to measure himself against his brothers, but to find his own path. That strategy had worked for Fred and George, at least. No one could accuse them of being followers. Ron supposed his mother was right, but still couldn't help wondering where he would fall compared to his brothers. Being a prefect was a start. He had won the House Cup. Maybe Quidditch captain someday, and depending on his OWL scores, was there a shot at becoming an Auror, the most respected profession in the magic world? Was it possible? Could he stand alone among his brothers, the best of all of them? Parvati Patil sat in front of her mirror in her room, idly combing out her long, dark hair. She reached for a fancy hair clip, complete with a shimmering butterfly that she clipped perfectly into place. She contemplated a picture attached to the side of her mirror. The picture was of a certain Gryffindor seeker by the name of Harry Potter during a Quidditch match, looking serious and determined as he flew about the pitch, looking for the snitch. His hair flew about his face heroically, and every so often she could catch a glimpse of the famous scar peeking through the black, untidy hair. His green eyes seemed to glow as they scanned the picture world in his eternal seeking task. Parvati sighed at the picture. She had developed feelings for Harry toward the end of their 5th year. She had always liked Harry, and in fact went to the ball with him in her 4th year. But she had never really fancied him, at least not seriously. But she was quite serious now. It started in the DA meetings. She knew of his history and knew that he had done some remarkable things. But somehow it never seemed real until he saw him in action, interacting with people. Hearing his accomplishments listed in the Hog's Head, many of which she had never been aware of, had shocked her. His humility served to make him even greater in her eyes, and his patience in the DA meetings had truly inspired her. But still she had held back. She knew that Harry had fancied Cho, so she had not wanted to get in the middle of that. Besides, everyone knew that Cho was dating Harry just to get information about Cedric. That relationship had to end badly. She was shocked when she read about the events at the Department of Mysteries. He had done it again, had a fight with you-know-who and lived to tell the tale. How did he do it? He would probably modestly say that he had a lot of help, and she was certain it was true to some extent. But then, a lot of people in the last war had a lot of help, and they were dead anyway. She thought Harry was much too modest. Who am I to love Harry? But if not me, then who? Who in the world is good enough to love and be loved by Harry Potter? She thought. She felt a stab of jealousy as Hermione Granger entered her thoughts. Hermione was certainly smart, and Parvati knew that she provided an anchor to Harry. The brains of the outfit, she smirked, although Harry is certainly smart in his own right. Parvati felt a little guilty at her thoughts of Hermione. She honestly liked her and respected that she had bravely helped Harry through many difficult times. Any relationship with Harry was a relationship with the three of them, and she might as well get used to that thought now. Cho hadn't understood that. Fortunately, Harry didn't seem to harbor any romantic feelings for Hermione, and vice versa. In fact, the worst-kept secret at Hogwarts was Ron and Hermione dancing around each other, seemingly oblivious to everyone trying to predict when they would finally get together. She looked at herself critically in the mirror. I don't think I'm so bad a choice for Harry, she thought. I'm a Gryffindor. I can be brave for him, too. And this year she would be brave and make him notice her. Harry sat across from Ron over the chessboard, his attention wandering. His pieces were looking at him accusingly, causing Harry to look about the room rather than meet their disappointed stares at his moves so far. Hermione was reading some sort of enormous, heavy textbook, which caused him to idly wonder if Hermione's ultimate goal was to read a book as large as she was. Harry was losing badly, but he wasn't really concentrating much about the game. He was thinking it was time to tell Ron and Hermione about the prophecy. He had been trying all day to work up the nerve, but he always seemed to find an excuse to avoid it instead. "Checkmate," Ron said, as his pawns began applauding the performance. He didn't look too pleased by the win. "Harry, I don't think your mind was too much on the game. It was easy, even by my normally devastating standards." Harry sighed. He'd better get it over with. "There's something that we need to discuss. Something that Dumbledore told me at the end of last year. Something bad." Hermione looked up at that, alarmed. "What is it, Harry?" "Not here. I think the pensieve can help with this." "You can see it for yourself," said Harry. "All right, Harry, shall we go down to the lake?" said Hermione. "Yes, I think that would work. Also, I think I would like Ginny to hear this as well." Harry looked away, somewhat embarrassed. "Ginny, are you certain?" said Ron. "Yes," Harry said. "This, concerns Voldemort, and how he has to be defeated. Ginny fought her own battle with Riddle, and after the Ministry last year, I think she has a right to know this." "Where is she?" "In her room, I think," said Ron. "I'll get the pensieve and let her know," said Harry. Harry walked upstairs and picked up the satchel containing his pensieve from his room. He then walked to Ginny's room, which was open. Ginny was lying on her bed, reading a textbook. Harry peered a bit closer and noticed it was a defense book. "I didn't know you've been reading defense books. That looks fairly advanced, actually. I have to get ready for your DA meetings, don't I?" she said, smiling. "What's up?" Harry had been smiling, but now his face grew serious as he remembered why he was there. "Well, something happened at the end of last year. Dumbledore told me something. I haven't told anyone. I was going to tell Ron and Hermione, and I want you to know as well." "You want me to come along?" she said carefully. "Yes." Harry looked around, as if someone might be listening. "It's about defeating Voldemort. You fought your own battle with him, and I think you deserve to know this." "Ginny, it's not good news, for me." Ginny looked concerned. "Harry, whatever it is, I'm certain you'll meet it, like you always have." Harry smiled weakly at her. "Shall we go? I'm going to show you all using the pensieve, and we're going to go down to the lake." Ginny got up, and they headed downstairs where they met Ron and Hermione, who both had grim looks on their faces. They all walked out the door and hiked down to the lake in silence, the hot mid-afternoon sunshine streaming through the trees. They found a spot next to the water and sat down. Harry pulled out his pensieve and broke the tense silence. "All right. Dumbledore told me something in his office after the Ministry last year. Something hard to take. It concerns the prophecy that was destroyed in the Department of Mysteries. Dumbledore told me what the prophecy said." "How could he tell you if it was smashed?" Ron said. "Because Dumbledore was there when the prophecy was made. It was made by Trelawney," Harry said. "Trelawney," Ron said dubiously. "This wasn't one of her tea leaf readings. It was one of her real ones. Dumbledore believed it." "Okay, so what did it say? What's so bad about it?" Ron said. Harry sighed. "You had best hear it for yourself." Harry brought his wand to his temple and placed the memory into the pensieve. He touched his wand to the odd substance, as he gave the incantation to show the memory above the pensieve. Trelawney began to speak, repeating the prophecy. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Ron, Hermione and Ginny sat stunned as they listened to the prophecy. A long silence ensued, as they tried to assimilate the words. "Oh, Harry, I'm sorry," said Hermione, finally. "You've been living with this all summer." "Harry, mate," Ron said weakly. He didn't seem to have any words. Harry squirmed. He knew this was going to be the reaction. He hated pity. Ginny, however, seemed to have recovered and looked thoughtful. It's interesting, isn't it? Harry blinked at her. Well, that's not quite the word I would use, but... Harry, don't you see? It's good news, from a certain point of view, Ginny said, with a resolute look. Good news, Ron said incredulously. Have you lost your mind? Did you hear what it said? It's either Harry or you know who to the death. Yes, it did. And what else is new? In case you haven't noticed, you know who has already tried to kill Harry 4 times, before we even knew about the prophecy. Did you think he was suddenly going to stop? We already know that he wants Harry dead. Ginny grimaced and turned to Harry. Sorry, Harry, I don't mean to say it so baldly. Harry would have smiled if the subject weren't so grim. No, you're right, it's not exactly big news. But what's the good news? The good news is that the prophecy says that you can defeat him. Harry, there's no doubt anymore. It's not a question of whether you can defeat him. You can. You have a power that the Dark Lord knows not. But Ginny, it doesn't say that he will defeat him, Ron said. He will, Ginny said confidently. Look, how many people have escaped from you-know-who 4 times? Much less by the age of 15. Not even counting Harry defeating Tom Riddle. Doesn't it seem like there is some sort of fate at work here? Harry felt a bit embarrassed at her assurance. But somehow he did feel better. He hadn't thought about it that way. What really had changed? Voldemort was trying to kill him anyway, but now he knew that it was possible to win. The prophecy said so. He just needed to figure out how. He still might die, but there was a chance. I agree with Ginny, said Hermione. But the question is, what is this power that Harry has? Did Dumbledore tell you, Harry? No, not in so many words. He just said that there is a room at the Department of Mysteries that contains whatever my power is, and Voldemort doesn't have it at all. He also said something about my heart having saved me when Voldemort tried to possess me at the end of the battle. Is this why Voldemort tried to kill you as a baby? Said Hermione. Ron flinched at the name, and she shot him an annoyed look. Yes, but Dumbledore said Voldemort only heard the first part of the prophecy. Only that I would be born, but not the part about the power the Dark Lord knows not. That's why he wanted to hear the rest of it, said Harry. They all grew silent, considering. Harry thought about mentioning that Neville had been another candidate, but it didn't seem relevant and technically it was really Neville's business anyway. Dumbledore had already told him that there wasn't any doubt that he was the subject of the prophecy. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do, said Harry. It's been very frustrating this summer. Well, Harry, Dumbledore must have a plan for all this. I guess we're just going to have to trust him, said Hermione. Perhaps when we return to school, we can learn more. Trust Dumbledore. Harry knew it was a bit unfair, but the whole idea of trust Dumbledore had taken a hit after the Ministry battle. Dumbledore had always seemed so perfectly all-knowing, like he had matters well in hand. His admitting weakness had started Harry wondering whom or what he could depend on. Last year he felt like a cork on the ocean, being tossed about at the whims of Voldemort, the Order and his professors. He had come to the realization that he could no longer depend on others for his protection. The prophecy said he had to kill or be killed, and therefore there was no ultimate protection that could ever be offered. And frankly, he was tired of being manipulated by others. The Order could do what they wanted, he didn't care anymore. Maybe Dumbledore would tell him what's going on and maybe he wouldn't. But Harry was going to take control of the parts he could take control of, and for certain he was going to make sure he was prepared for the next battle. Harry noticed that they were all looking at him while his mind had been wandering. Yes, well, we'll see, said Harry finally. Shall we head back? Asked Hermione. You all head back. I think I'd like to be alone and think for a while, said Harry. All right, mate, catch up to us later, said Ron. Looking worried, Hermione and Ginny both nodded at Harry. Ron sat in his bedroom, several weeks after Harry's admission of the prophecy. Everyone had just gone up to bed, but too many thoughts were swirling in his head to get to sleep yet. After Harry's admission of the prophecy, Harry had been disappearing for long stretches of time. Ron wasn't certain what was going on with him, but figured that when he was ready, he would come back. Harry's admission of the prophecy had been shocking, but Ginny was right. It's not as if Harry didn't already have you-know-who trying to kill him. Since then, Ron and Hermione had been spending a lot more time together. The tension had been slowly building up in him, and he was about ready to go over the edge. He normally had a lot of fun with Hermione, and still did, but this year it was different. He wasn't exactly certain what he was feeling, but he resolved to himself that he would find out. This brooding is making me nutters. I don't know how Harry manages to do it so much, he thought. He was carefully mapping out his strategy, like a chess game. Evaluate your opponent, watch their strategy and adjust accordingly. That was key in chess. What this meant in Hermione's case was that he needed to find out exactly how she felt. It would take subtlety and clever tactics to wheedle it out of her without her picking up on what he was doing. Of course, we're talking Hermione here, the observation queen. How am I going to do this without her knowing? He said aloud to himself. He suddenly smacked his fist into his palm. Tactics. It's just like a chess game. Need to make my moves. Be subtle. Don't advertise the overall strategy. He walked over to his desk, opened the drawer, and pulled out his picture of Hermione. Do you really like that git? He asked the photo Hermione. She just smiled back at him and hugged a book to her chest. He put down the picture and started pacing the room. Hermione thinks I can't be subtle, but I can be, he thought. I'll find out what I need to know. I'll find out if it's really serious with Vicky Grouchy Crumb. And if isn't, then I can see if she cares at all about me, he said morosely. A little voice went up in head. You really think there's a chance for someone like you? Doesn't she deserve better? Bloody hell, he said sullenly. I'm not that bad. I helped win the cup last year, didn't I? But you know Hermione doesn't care about Quidditch. How many owls do you think you got, Weasley? I might not have done that badly, he said gloomily to himself. Right, Weasley. Let's face it, you're not going to be Percy with his 12 owls, said his little voice. His voice dropped to a whisper. But she asked me to ask her to the next ball, didn't she? Yes, but she was angry, wasn't she? She didn't really mean it. And you weren't exactly nice to her that night, were you? Sod it. I guess we'll just have to find out. The next morning, Hermione was in her room, getting dressed to go downstairs. She was worried about Harry, who was spending an inordinate amount of time by himself with his pensieve. He spent some time with his friends, but during those times his mind seemed to be elsewhere. He didn't look all that willing to talk about what he was doing when he was away, so she fought the urge to pry. She hoped that he would snap out of it soon, whatever it was. She dreaded the thought of confronting him about anything. Yet, if he withdrew any farther, she felt it was her duty as his friend to intervene. Her thoughts drifted to her other problem. Since Harry was occupied, she found herself spending a lot more time with Ron alone. Ginny was right. He was different, but if his problem involved feelings for her, it was difficult to tell. If anything, they seemed to be having more arguments lately, not less. At times everything would seem normal, and they would play games or just sit and talk about the next year at Hogwarts. At other times, he appeared nervous and jumpy, and he would make some sort of comment that led to an argument. She sighed as she headed downstairs, where she saw Ron already sitting, reading a Quidditch magazine. Good morning, Ron, she said brightly. Morning, he grunted. Ron didn't look like he was completely awake. Hi, Hermione, Ginny called from the kitchen. Hermione smiled and waved a hello. Where's Harry? Hermione said, turning to Ron. Where else? He sneaked out early this morning. I haven't seen him at all, Ron replied, still reading his magazine. Hermione sat down next to Ron. We're going to need to talk to him about all this soon. If he wants to talk, he'll talk to us. Why should we try and force him? Ron said, annoyed. Ron, we're his friends. You saw what happened last year. He gets in these moods, and starts thinking all kinds of things, like when he was worried that everyone was afraid of him attacking them, Hermione said, getting a bit annoyed herself. Well, he hasn't seen anyone attacked lately, has he? Ron said, trying to read his magazine again. How do we know? He isn't talking to us, she said sarcastically. Ron, put down that magazine and listen to me. Ron sighed, dropping the magazine into his lap with a thud. All right, maybe you. Hermione glared at him, and Ron continued quickly, maybe we can try talking to him later when he comes home. Happy. Hermione beamed at him. Yes, thank you. It's for the best, you know it is. Ron looked unconvinced. Breakfast is ready, Mrs. Weasley called from the kitchen. They both got up and went to the kitchen to eat. After the meal, Hermione felt ready to take on the day. She had a stack of books that she had been dying to start in on, and it looked like a good time while they waited for Harry to return. Come on, Hermione, let's walk down to the lake, Ron said. She looked hesitantly at her stack of books. Well, I did want to get started on some of my arithmancy work. Ron frowned. It's a great day outside, you don't want to waste it in here. Hermione glared at him. Not that studying is a waste, but well, maybe you could take your books down to the lake. She sighed. All right, let me gather my work. Ginny, do you want to come with us? No thanks. Mum and I are going into town to pick up some stuff. You two have fun, she said, with a smile at Hermione. Hermione gathered her books and some parchment, as well as a blanket to sit down on at the lake. How about if I bring down the chess set? Ron said. All right, but I do want to do some studying, Hermione replied. They headed out the back door of the burrow, and walked side by side down the path toward the lake. Hermione glanced over at Ron, who appeared to be in one of his nervous moods. It was a gorgeous day, with bright sunshine and small puffy clouds in the sky. They soon arrived at the lake, and Hermione spread out the blanket and set her books down. Ron began setting up the chess pieces. Let's play a game, Ron said. Hermione looked longingly at her books, which seemed to be begging her to open them. Oh come on, we have all morning. They're not going to grow legs and run away, unlike the chess pieces, Ron grinned. She laughed. All right, one game, and then some studying. As they played the game, Hermione chatted about some of the places that she had visited on her vacation. Ron fidgeted nervously while she spoke and then abruptly seemed to switch subjects. Hermione, so, did you have any, contact with any Eastern European countries? Ron asked. She looked puzzled at him. No, you know we only traveled in Western Europe this trip. Ron looked uncomfortable. Yeah, but did you, learn anything new about Eastern Europe? She still couldn't figure out what he was driving at. Well, I guess I did a little reading about Romania. I was reading a book about gymnastics. That's a Muggle sport. It's very popular in Romania. Romania, huh, that's pretty near some other countries, isn't it? Hermione looked at him like he had lost his mind. Yes, Ron, most countries are near other countries. But I bet Romania is near some other, interesting countries, isn't it? Suddenly it hit her what Ron was circling around. Bulgaria was near Romania, and Ron was trying to get information about Victor from her. She started getting angry with him, but decided to play with him a bit. Yes, Ron, as a matter of fact Romania is near some very interesting countries. In fact, it's near some of my favorite countries. Ron's face fell. She would have laughed if she weren't so irritated with him. The truth was that she had not even written to Victor at all over the summer, her final letter coming at the end of the previous year. She had realized that even though she had made it clear to him that her feelings were platonic, he was still holding out hope that her heart would change. She knew it wouldn't. Victor was sweet, but it just wasn't going to go anywhere. It wasn't fair to him to string him along. It then occurred to her that maybe Ron needed to hear that, in some abridged form. His jealousy irritated her, and she still asked herself what business it was of his if she had a pen pal that happened to be male. But was that really fair to him? Ron knew that Victor had feelings for her. She hadn't really come out and told Ron that there was nothing. Just as Victor had continued to hold out hope, Ron couldn't know where her heart really was. Maybe it was time to give him a little hint. But that didn't mean she had to make it easy on him, the jealous git. Was there a particular country that you were interested in? I know quite a bit about that area, she said loftily. Ron got a mulish expression on his face. I bet you know a lot about that area. And just what exactly do you mean by that, Ron? She said. I'll just bet Vicky told you all sorts of things about that area, he said. As a matter of fact, he did tell me quite a number of fascinating things, she said, raising an eyebrow, about a lot of subjects. Ron looked ready to explode. She thought it was time to let him off the hook. But he hasn't told me anything lately, she said. Ron looked hopeful. Not lately. No, in fact we haven't written to each other this summer at all. I guess you've been a bit too busy to write, huh? Ron said, trying to look casual. Hermione snickered to herself. He was so transparent. Look, Ron, the truth is that there was never anything between Victor and me. He wanted something more. Ron's eyes narrowed as she continued, but I just never felt that way about him. I tried to keep it as friends and just write to him, but it seemed to give him hope. So I told him we couldn't write each other anymore at the end of last year. Ron looked as though the ministry announced that Christmas would be celebrated twice a year starting this summer. His face appeared to be fighting a battle between trying to stay casual and breaking out in a huge grin. The huge grin appeared to win, but she wasn't certain as he turned away to hide it. Hermione felt the funny feeling in her stomach whenever Ron did something particularly noble. Maybe this is what he needed, maybe he will finally say something, she thought. Ron turned back and looked at her with a slight smile. His eyes seemed to be taking in her face, moving from her hair to her chin, drinking her in. Her heart began thudding at the attention. Ron had never looked at her like this, studying her, like he wanted to memorize her features. He finally settled on her eyes and gazed at her for several seconds. His lips parted, and his breathing grew shallow as the long pause settled over them. He abruptly looked away nervously. Well, that's good. I always thought he was a bit of git. Grouchy, that one, he said finally. The mood was shattered. Hermione felt her irritation returning, somewhat surprising considering the affection she had just been feeling. He is very nice, she said, before she could stop herself. She knew this wasn't the time to defend Victor, but she couldn't help it. HMPH, was all Ron said. He didn't seem to want to cover that ground again. He reached out over the chessboard and made a move. Check, he said. Several days later, Ginny walked through the forest toward the glade that she knew Harry had mostly likely chosen. She had seen him heading in this direction and was certain that he was going to a particular place that she herself came to think on occasion. As she got closer, she started to walk more slowly and almost tiptoed up to the glade. She peeked around a tree and saw him sitting next to his pensieve. Ginny was startled by Harry's face, which had an oddly peaceful look on it. It was so rare to see Harry at peace. She studied him for several minutes, fascinated. Well, might as well get this over with, she thought. She wasn't certain how this was going to go. Ron and Hermione had come up to her that morning in the burrow. Ginny, can we talk to you? Said Hermione. All right, what's up? She had replied. Harry, what else? Hermione sighed. We're worried about him. He's spending an awful lot of time with his pensieve and we're concerned about him. I know. Have you talked to him? She asked. Well, we tried, but he got angry, and, said some things. Hermione looked embarrassed. It was like last year. He's pulling into himself, and I'm not certain what's going on. Hermione said, frustrated. Why did Dumbledore give him that pensieve if it's just going to make him separate from his friends? I don't understand what he was thinking. Ginny had been thinking about it. Well, he's probably obsessing on old memories. Probably going back and forth between memories where he blames himself, looking for things he could have done differently, and ones where he doesn't have to think about any of it at all. Hermione nodded. Yes, that sounds about right. But he needs to not be so isolated. Ginny, Ron glared at her. I was thinking that maybe you should talk to him. She was shocked at this. Why me? You two are his best friends. Well, we tried. And frankly, Ginny, you did a good job last year pulling him out of his moods. Like just now, you understand him better than a lot of people, Hermione said. She felt embarrassed at this. Well, I don't know about that, but I guess I can try. And now she found herself with Harry, not certain what to do. She walked over to him. "Harry," she said gently. He didn't move. Ginny frowned, and said louder, "Harry." Still nothing. She grew annoyed and then shook him, shouting, "Harry." Suddenly Harry seemed to shake back to reality. "Ginny, what are you doing here?" She giggled. "Looking for you." She grew more serious and decided to get right to the point. "Harry, to be honest, we're all a bit worried about you." Harry grew angry. "First Ron and Hermione, now you." He snapped. "Why can't I be left alone in peace?" Ginny felt her Weasley temper flaring. "Ron and Hermione may take that attitude from you, Harry, but I don't. You want to be left alone? Then fine. Stay there and brood by yourself." She stalked off. She heard Harry get up. "Ginny, wait," he called after her. Ginny slowed down a bit. "Please," he asked quietly. Ginny stopped, debating with herself. There was something about his voice that made her finally turn around. She faced him, put her hands on her hips, and said, "Well, I'm sorry I yelled at you," Harry said, eyes downcast. "I know I haven't been very sociable lately." He glanced up, looking embarrassed. "Will you stay for a minute?" Her anger melted away as she saw him open up and become a bit vulnerable. "All right, Harry," she said quietly and walked back. "Why don't we sit down?" They both sat down next to the pensieve. Ginny said nothing. She had a feeling that if she just stayed silent, Harry would begin speaking on his own, and it would be easier for him than if she tried to pry it out of him. They sat for several minutes, with Harry's face a mask. She just looked out over the view, waiting for him to find the words. Finally, Harry spoke. "I know you are all worried. I'm a little worried about myself, too, I guess." Ginny looked at him, but said nothing, letting him say it at his own pace. "I've been looking at some of the battles. Reliving them. Trying to figure things out. I know it doesn't seem like it, but it's been helping me. Somehow being able to look it over helps me to come to terms with things." Harry looked like the admissions were taking a monumental effort. "We all would have understood that. Why are you hiding out here?" Ginny asked, sensing he needed a little encouragement after his confession. Harry looked shy and deeply embarrassed. "That's not all I've been looking at." "What, then?" Ginny asked. Harry paused, a war seemingly being fought within himself about what to say. Finally he said, "I've been able to pull memories of my parents, when I was a baby." Suddenly it dawned on Ginny what had been going on with him. "Oh, Harry, she stopped, not knowing what to say to that. Harry looked like he wanted to crawl into a hole. "It's all right, Harry," she said gently. "Your parents were taken from you when you were so young. No one could blame you for wanting to see them, and for wanting to feel love from them again." Harry looked downcast, and just nodded, unable to speak further. Ginny let him have his thoughts and waited for him to find his voice again. After several minutes, he said, "Have you ever heard of the Mirror of Erised?" "No," Ginny said. "Ron and I found it in our first year. I think Dumbledore wanted us to find it. But anyway, it's a mirror that shows your innermost desires. I suppose it's not all that surprising what my desire is," he said bitterly. "It showed me my family." Ginny watched him carefully as he continued. "I went back, night after night to look in the mirror. Then one night, Dumbledore showed up. Do you know what he said?" Ginny shook her head. "He said, 'It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live.' That's what I've been doing lately. At first, it helped so much to be able to go back there and just be with them. Watch them take care of me when I was a baby. But it's not real. They're really dead, and they're not coming back." "But your memories of them are real," Ginny said. "Memories can be a comfort, Harry. If the pensieve helped to give you stronger memories of them, that can only be a good thing. It's what you do with the memories that are important. They can be used to grow weak and dependent, or used to keep you strong and tied to your roots. My memories of the chamber used to make me weak until I came to terms with them. I used to obsess about how stupid I was, until I made a decision to just learn from them, and move on. And I think I have." Harry nodded, looking a bit steadier. Another silence grew between them, but without as much tension. Harry appeared to come to a decision and said shyly, Ginny. Yes. Would you like to see, my parents? In the pensive, Harry seemed unable to look at her as he asked. Ginny was stunned that he would ask her to share something that was obviously so personal to him. Of course I would, Harry. Without saying another word, Harry moved the pensive between them. He raised his wand up to his temple, withdrew a silvery thread of thought, and deposited it in the basin. He touched his wand to it and a clear window opened up above the pensive. Ginny could see a room through the window. Harry looked at her with raised eyebrows. Ginny nodded, and they simultaneously entered the window. Ginny felt the head-over-heels sensation, and then found herself standing next to Harry in a large living room. James and Lily were sitting on a couch, watching baby Harry trying to crawl about the room, almost, but not completely with success. James was talking to baby Harry. Come on, Harry, I bet serious you would be crawling by next week. You can do it, that's my boy. You and Sirius and your bets. Let me guess. You also bet that Harry would be a star seeker at Hogwarts, right? Lily said, amused. Too right he will be, right Harry? James gave him a big thumbs up. Baby Harry gurgled at him happily. Ginny looked over at Harry, and he wore the happy, serene expression she had seen on his face outside the pensive as he watched his mother and father talk to the baby. Without understanding why, she reached over and took Harry's hand. It seemed a natural thing to do as they shared such a moment in time. Harry appeared to feel the same way as he gripped her hand back and gave her an unselfconscious smile. Somehow his shyness was held at bay in this place, in his home. Here he could be himself and all was right with the world. They stayed for some time, watching James and Lily play with baby Harry. Finally, Harry sighed and looked over at Ginny. We should go back, he said. Ginny nodded, and she felt the flipping sensation through the icy blackness, and then found herself sitting next to Harry once again. She noticed that her hand was not holding Harry's outside the pensive, and she was grateful. She had a feeling that it would just embarrass Harry for it to happen here. The memory had been a special moment, but this was reality. It would mean something different here. Thank you for showing that to me, Harry, Ginny said, touched. You're welcome. I'm glad I shared it with someone. Harry looked away, his shyness seeming to double to make up for the moment in the pensive. I think I'm ready to move on. Perhaps I'll visit again, but Dumbledore was right. I don't want to dwell on dreams anymore. Harry put his wand to the pensive and returned the memory to his head. Ginny nodded and stood up. Ready, she said, putting her hand out to help Harry up. Harry looked up and smiled. Yes, let's go. He took her hand, let her help him up, and packed away the pensive into his satchel. Harry laughed. Let's go see what Ron and Hermione are doing. We shouldn't let them be alone too long. I'll race you. He immediately took off running and laughing, and Ginny followed, also laughing. Have to cheat in order to win, Potter. Against you, probably, he said, running into the forest, and back to the home of his adopted family, his home. Harry was sitting at the breakfast table, along with Ron, Hermione and Ginny. Mrs. Weasley had fixed yet another huge pile of food, and now was upstairs taking care of some chores. Harry couldn't believe how much he had been eating lately. His ribs had been showing embarrassingly when he had arrived at the Weasleys, but in the weeks since he seemed to have gained a lot of weight. But his appetite still didn't compete with Ron's. He watched in fascination as Ron piled up another enormous plate of food. He idly wondered exactly where it all went. Hermione seemed to notice as well as she cast a disapproving look at Ron. Great Merlin, Ron, don't you ever stop eating? She asked. Ginny giggled. Give it up, Hermione. He's always been that way. Ron took a generous helping of scrambled eggs, shoveling them into his mouth with gusto. Ginny paused, appearing to wait for him to commit to the bite, and then said with a grin, his future wife is going to have to be able to keep him well fed. Ron choked on his food and glared at Ginny. As he started to respond, an owl flew through the window and dropped several letters on the table. Seeing the seal of the ministry on the official-looking envelopes, Harry felt a cold chill as he realized what had arrived. Ron's retort to Ginny forgotten, he stared fearfully at the letters. His voice grew hushed as he asked, "Are those? Our owl results," Hermione said excitedly. She grabbed her envelope and ripped it open eagerly. Quickly reading the letter, her face fell. "Oh, no," she said with horror. "What?" asked Harry and Ron together. "How many owls did you get?" asked Ginny. "Oh, well," said Hermione, embarrassed. "How many?" Ron asked. 13, she said, turning away and blushing. 13. How the bloody hell do you get 13? You didn't have that many classes," said Ron loudly. Well, I took some independent study courses," said Hermione. "You never told us that," said Ron, a bit annoyed. "After I overdid things in the 3rd year, I received permission to just make independent studies of certain subjects without having to attend classes. I was able to make more efficient use of my time. I also did extra study during the summer. I didn't know how it would go, so I didn't tell anyone in case I ended up, well, failing." "So what's wrong then?" asked Ginny. "Oh, that." Hermione appeared to blush even deeper. "You remember the history of Magic Owl that got interrupted last year? I wasn't able to finish, much less go back and check all my answers. My grade was, a little lower than I expected," she said. "Let me see your letter," said Ron suspiciously, as he reached over and snatched it from her hands. "Congratulations, Hermione, you deserved it," said Harry, smiling. Hermione beamed back at him. Ron looked odd. "You got an O in every subject." "Well, except for the one where you only got an E." He snickered. "Wait until Percy hears about this with his 12 ruddy owls. I might have to let Fred and George know. They'll for sure want to hear about this." "All right, Ron, how about yours?" said Ginny, with a smile. Ron looked at the letter on the table like it might explode in his face if he opened it. I can't." He reached over, grabbed the letter, and thrust it at Ginny. "Here, you do it. Honestly, Ron, are you a Gryffindor or aren't you?" She opened the letter, taking out an official-looking piece of parchment. She took her time reading it over, expressionless. "Well," said Ron with exasperation. Ginny looked at her brother with a sad expression. "I'm sorry, Ron," she said as she patted his shoulder. Ron looked stricken. "Hermione beat you. Only 8 owls," she said, her face breaking up in a laugh. "8, he said, as if the number wasn't quite registering. "Oh Ron, I'm so proud of you," Hermione said. She jumped up, hugging him excitedly. 8 bloody owls." He grabbed the letter back from Ginny and skimmed it quickly. "I passed potions." He turned to Hermione. Thank you," he said sincerely. "I couldn't have done it without your help." Hermione blushed deeply at this, and Ron looked uncomfortable about his emotional outburst as well. "Well done, Ron," said Harry, grinning at him. Ron cleared his throat. "Well, Harry, how about yours?" he asked. Harry took a breath as he reached for his letter. He opened it up and began reading. He felt a sinking feeling as he read the contents. "What's the matter? How many?" said Ginny. "Oh, 9, I guess," Harry said. "That's great, mate, congratulations," said Ron enthusiastically. "Yes, Harry, that's wonderful," said Ginny. "What's the matter, Harry?" "Those results are fantastic," said Hermione. Harry passed his letter over. Hermione read it over, looking distressed as she realized the problem. "Oh, Harry, an E in potions, but McGonagall said that Snape only accepts outstanding potion owls in his NEWT classes, and to be an Auror I need to take advanced potions," said Harry, his face a mask. "I bet if you spoke to McGonagall or Dumbledore, they would make Snape take you," said Ron. "No," said Harry forcefully. "But Harry, you need potions. And if Snape wasn't such a horrible teacher, you would have received an O," said Hermione. "No, it's done," said Harry, angrily. "But why, Harry? If anyone should be an Auror, it's you," said Hermione fervently. "Stop," Harry shouted, losing his temper. "I'm not going to talk to bloody McGonagall or bloody Dumbledore. I messed up. I don't deserve the class." Harry stood up, knocking his chair to the floor. "Now drop it." He stalked out of the kitchen. He went to the living room and slumped into a chair. He already felt guilty about yelling at Ron and Hermione. He wasn't even sure why he had become so angry. He buried his face into his hands, tears threatening to burn his eyes. He pulled them back, struggling for control over himself. The memory of McGonagall at his career meeting came back to him. "Potter, I will assist you to become an Auror if it is the last thing I do," she had said. Harry felt a deep shame, thinking that he had let her down. What other career could he do? He had no idea. Becoming an Auror was the only thing he had ever thought about. Maybe he could talk to McGonagall or Dumbledore about Snape, but he just felt a deep aversion to the whole idea. Ron and Hermione came out of the kitchen, looking concerned and contrite. "Harry, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pushed that on you," Hermione said. "Yeah, sorry, mate," said Ron. "I'm sure it will all work out some way. You deserve to be an Auror." "You heard Tonks. She said you're an unofficial one anyway," said Hermione. "I'm sorry, too," said Harry. "I shouldn't have shouted at you. I guess it was the disappointment." "How about we finish our breakfast?" said Ron, trying to restore normality. Hermione gave him a suspicious look, but said nothing. "In a minute. I just want to think. I'll come back in a few minutes," said Harry. "All right, mate, anything you say." Ron headed back into the kitchen. Hermione paused and said, "Harry, I should have realized that you wouldn't want special treatment after all the attention you already get, and especially with Snape who accuses you of that all the time anyway." "Thanks, Hermione, for understanding," he said gratefully. She was right. She had managed to sum up his feelings concisely, and somehow hearing it made it a little easier to deal with. Hermione smiled at him. "Well, don't thank me, thank Ginny. She explained it to Ron and me after you left." "Ginny," said Harry. "You know, she understands you very well, Harry," Hermione said, and she headed back to the kitchen. Harry walked over and sat next to a window, gazing out at the bright morning sunshine. He pondered his future, and pondered how it was that someone knew him so well. "Come on you lot, hurry up. The ministry car will be here any second to take us to Diagon Alley." Mrs. Weasley yelled up the stairs. Ginny sighed as she tried to pull herself together. Their school letters had come a few days before with their book lists. As expected, Ron and Hermione were prefects again this year. Ginny's mum had hoped she might make prefect, but no badge had appeared with her letter. "Mum, it's no big deal. I wasn't expecting it. My marks are decent, but I'm not the prefect type," Ginny had said. "Too much influence from Fred and George. If only you had taken after your other brothers, even Ron," Mrs. Weasley said. Ginny rolled her eyes. Harry had tried to act disinterested in whether she was a prefect, but she suspected that he was secretly happy. With his two best friends being prefects, it would have been hard for him if yet another of his friends became one without him. "I'll have to keep him company on the train again this year," she thought. Hermione was busy packing up some stuff to take with her. "Ready to go?" Ginny asked. "Yes, let's find the boys," said Hermione. Ron and Harry were already waiting downstairs. A few minutes later a ministry car pulled up, and they all piled into the car along with Mrs. Weasley. "Are they ever going to let us travel by Flow Powder again?" asked Ron, annoyed. Ron glared Hermione, glancing at Harry. Harry just sighed. Ginny thought that he was probably tired of making everyone take special precautions. Mrs. Weasley shot Ron a glare as well. "I've heard that they are working on setting up some secure flow channels to make it harder for you know who to attack," she said. She turned to Harry. "You know, dear, it's not just us that are taking precautions. Many people in the ministry have to take special measures." Harry nodded glumly. He didn't look particularly eased by the news. Soon they reached the leaky cauldron. Mrs. Weasley counted the bricks, and then activated the entrance. The bricks pulled back, giving access to the street. Ginny always loved Diagon Alley. It had such a phenomenal range of items for sale. Of course, her family had always been short of money, so she couldn't buy things very often. Nevertheless, she always enjoyed poking through the shops. They walked along the street, coming to a large fountain. "Mum, how about if we meet back at this fountain? Didn't you have some errands to run?" Ginny said. Mrs. Weasley looked uncertain. "Well, I do, but we'll be fine. Didn't you say Diagon Alley has tight security nowadays? We'll go off and do our shopping, maybe have some lunch, look around a bit, and then meet back here. We'll be fine. No one is going to attack with all these people around, Ginny said persuasively. I suppose we could meet back here, Mrs. Weasley said reluctantly, but promise me you lot won't get into trouble. Hermione, you'll look out for them, won't you? Hermione got a rather officious look on her face. I'll keep them out of trouble, Mrs. Weasley. Right then, shall we meet back here at 2 o'clock? Mrs. Weasley asked. That sounds fine. Thanks, Mum, said Ginny, beaming. Mrs. Weasley opened her bag. Here is some money for your books and some lunch. Just remember your promise. Stay out of trouble, Mrs. Weasley said sternly, before wandering off. Ginny, that was brilliant. I never thought we'd be able to convince her to let us go off by ourselves, said Ron enthusiastically. What first? You know, I heard about this pub where they don't check ages. Ron, said Hermione authoritatively, you heard your mum. We're supposed to stay out of trouble. We should go shopping for our books. Ron's face fell. But, Hermione, you're not taking my mum seriously, are you? He asked, then imitated his mother's tone. Hermione, you'll look out for them, won't you? Ron, do you want to get in trouble? And we have books to buy, Hermione said heatedly. The argument continued as Ginny cast a glance at Harry. He seemed to have already tuned them out, being used to 5 years of it. She grinned at him, and Harry smiled back. Harry spoke up. Look, Ron, why don't we get our books out of the way and then we'll be free to do whatever we want. Then we're not rushed at the end. Hermione shot Ron a superior look, but mercifully didn't say anything else. Ron grudgingly agreed. All right, mate, maybe you're right. The bookshop is on the way to that pub anyway. Hermione rolled her eyes. Ginny snickered. They walked into the bookshop. It was very crowded, filled with students buying their books for the year. Ginny recognized a few students from her year. I heard that the new edition of Which Broomstick is out. I think I'll check it out, Ron said, heading over to the Quidditch section. Right, I think I'll start with the defense section, said Harry. I've got my 5th year books to buy, so I'll see you all in a few minutes, said Ginny. Hermione waved at everyone as she headed to the potions section. Ginny started walking over to the standard studies section, which contained textbooks for pre-L students. She had just found the standard book of spells, grade 5, when she saw a book that had been misplaced in the wrong section, a familiar book that she had joked about during the summer. Ha, speak of the devil, Ginny thought. She felt a teasing instinct come over her as she spied Harry over in the defense section. She pulled the book down and casually walked over to him. Harry was busily flipping through a book when he noticed her coming up. Ginny fought to keep the smirk off her face with only moderate success. Harry seemed to notice. What's up, Ginny? He asked suspiciously. Oh, nothing. Just wanted to see what you thought of this book, she said. She handed him the book. He looked at the title and blushed furiously. It was the dating guide for young wizards. What? Harry said, speechless. Ginny managed to keep her face straight, as she gave him a wide-eyed look. What do you think? Well, it looks informational, I guess, Harry said, barely able to glance at the book. I've heard it's very informational for young wizards. Here, take a look. Ginny reached over and flipped it open to a random page. Read it and tell me. Harry's hands shook slightly as he looked down at the book. The title of the section was, How to Know When the Witch is Ready to be Key-Ed. Harry's mouth seemed to have stopped working, so Ginny came around next to him where she could see the book, and began to read. Let's see. This is interesting. Many witches will send subtle signals. For example, they might stand or sit a bit closer than normal, touch your arm, or speak in a low voice, Ginny read. She stole a glance at Harry, whose jaw was hanging open in shock. Ginny continued reading. Or, listen to this. For more information, please see the step-by-step pull-out chart on flirting. That sounds interesting. Shall we look at the chart? Ginny asked innocently. No. Harry quickly closed the book, as if it was about to attack him. No, that's all right, he's almost too easy, she thought. Ginny decided to take pity on him. I was thinking of getting that for Ron. You know, so he'll know what to do with Hermione, she said. Finally she couldn't hold back and started laughing loudly. Harry's face fell, as he realized he had been had. He groaned. You were a cruel one, Miss Weasley. How about if I go get the guide for young witches, and you can read that? She grinned at him challengingly. Harry, I'd like to see you walk over into the Teen Witches section, find that book, and carry it back. You do that, and I'll read anything you like. Harry knew he was defeated, again. Am I ever going to win something against you? He asked forlornly. Nope, said Ginny with mirth. It would be kind of funny to get this book for Ron, though. Harry said, grinning. His hand was rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Harry, a loud female voice called from across the bookshop. Turning around, Harry saw Parvati Patil strolling over to him. She looked very pretty in some sunny yellow robes that fit rather snugly, accentuating her curves. Her long, dark hair hung loosely over her shoulders, and was pinned back with a matching flower hairclip. Harry's eyes seemed to look her up and down of their own accord. It's so good to see you, she said. Hello, Parvati, Harry said politely. Suddenly realizing he was holding a rather embarrassing book, he quickly hid it behind him. Oh, hello, Ginny. Parvati appeared to suddenly notice her presence. You're Ron's little sister, right? Ginny felt irritation rising. Yes. Hello, Parvati. Turning back to Harry, Parvati said in a low voice, Are you doing all right this summer, Harry? Of course, we all know what happened at the ministry. It was so brave of you. Harry fidgeted. I'm doing fine, thanks. It wasn't really anything, I had a lot of help. Perhaps. She smiled coyly at him. Ginny felt herself growing very irritated. Parvati took a step closer, causing Harry to gulp in response. Still, you always seem to do very well in those situations. She looked him straight in the eye, and her voice went even lower. It's very inspiring to many of us. I can't wait to learn more from you this year. Ginny thought Harry looked about to collapse. Must resist urge to bad bogey hex her, she thought furiously. I'll see you on the Hogwarts Express, won't I? She purred at him. Sure, yeah, of course, yeah, said Harry. She touched his arm, sliding her hand down as she moved away. I'll see you soon, then. With that, she breezed away. Harry, Ginny said, annoyed. Harry was still watching Parvati's back as she moved away. Harry. He seemed to come out of a trance. Oh, never mind. Ginny stalked off. She spotted Hermione in the charms section. She wandered over and started looking for her fifth-year charms book. She must have had a look on her face, because Hermione raised her eyebrows at her. What's up with you? You look like you want to hex someone. Too right. The bad bogey is too good for a certain sixth-year Gryffindor by the name of Parvati, Ginny said, teeth gritted. What did she do? Asked Hermione. She came up to Harry and was practically drooling all over him. It was absolutely revolting, she said, making a disgusted face. Parvati, she's never shown any interest in Harry before, not even at the ball. Well, she's showing interest now. She couldn't have been more obvious about it. And Harry ate it up. Ginny said. Ah, I see, said Hermione, with a slight smile. What's that supposed to mean? Said Ginny, as she pulled books out of the shelf and slammed them back in without even looking at them. Ginny, Harry is not going to be interested in Parvati. What do I care? He can be interested in her if he wants. She slammed a book back particularly hard. He's not interested in her, Ginny. You didn't see him, Hermione. The git's jaw was practically hitting the floor, said Ginny. I mean, Parvati is pretty, of course. Hermione started. Ginny glared at her. Hermione continued quickly, but Harry won't be taken in by just a pretty face. Cho Chong, said Ginny. All right, touché. But Harry didn't know Cho. What happened once he got to know her better? A pretty face wasn't enough, was it? And Harry has known Parvati for 5 years. He took her to the ball, and didn't exactly give her the time of day after that. She just caught him by surprise, and his hormones erupted, Hermione said, giggling. Ginny snickered a bit at that. Well, maybe you're right. What's wrong with me, anyway? Great Merlin, I can't believe I'm letting myself feel jealous. It was just such bad timing, Hermione. Harry and I were having a good laugh together, and she just had to spoil it. And then she looked down her nose at me and gave me a, "Aren't you Ron's little sister?" Like I need to hear that, especially with Harry right there. Ginny sighed and said, "Listen to me. I am not going to worry about Harry's love life. Just continue down the road, right? If something happens, it happens, if not, then it doesn't. I'm not going to get worked up about this." "That's the spirit," said Hermione. "Just remember that Harry's going to be a long road for anyone." "That's for sure. No one knows that more than me," said Ginny, rolling her eyes. "Thanks, Hermione." Hermione smiled to herself, as Ginny moved to another section to find the rest of her books. "I hope Harry notices her this year," she thought. "He needs someone to help hold himself together, and Ginny knows him so well." She sighed. She knew he probably wouldn't do anything about it even if he did start to notice. As she told Ginny before, he'll probably need a push. Her thoughts drifted to her own situation, causing her smile to fade. She knew it shouldn't, but Ron's failure to say anything at the lake had hurt her. It had felt like rejection, and it had been a major blow to her confidence. She had been so sure the searching look he had given her was some sort of signal, but he had stepped back and hadn't said or done anything since. Maybe he just figured out that he didn't really want anything to happen, she thought morosely. It had certainly been business as usual lately. They had fun together. Ron teased her about her studying, and they bickered about small things more than they should. It was as if the lake had never happened. Finished with charms, she had started looking through the arithmancy section when she noticed a short, skinny boy casting glances at her. He looked slightly familiar, and then she remembered that he was a sixth-year Ravenclaw named Joseph. He had a bit of a reputation as quite a smart student. Joseph moved a bit closer to her, and finally spoke up. "Ahem, aren't you Hermione Granger?" he said, a bit shyly. "Yes, you're Joseph O'Donnell, right?" said Hermione politely. He seemed pleased that she knew his name. "Yes, of course I know you. You have the highest marks in the school. It's unusual that you're a Gryffindor and not a Ravenclaw." Hermione blushed a bit. "Well, the Sorting Hat considered me for Ravenclaw, but chose Gryffindor in the end." "I see you are looking at arithmancy books. I take it you're planning to take advanced studies," he said. "Yes, it's one of my favorite subjects," said Hermione enthusiastically. "Mine, too," he said, warming to the subject. "You know, I have to say that your essay on doubloon theory that the professor copied onto the bulletin board was brilliant." "Oh, well, I didn't think anyone read those postings. I mean, I do, but I've never noticed anyone else reading them," she said, pleased. "I read all of your essays that get posted," he said bashfully. "I really admire your work." "That's very sweet of you to say," she said, flattered. He launched into an analysis of her arithmancy essay, and they discussed it for several minutes. Hermione found herself enjoying the conversation, as it was rare that anyone wanted to discuss her papers with her. Ron and Harry certainly didn't. "You know, I know you get a lot of rubbish about it, but I admire your SPEW idea," said Joseph. "Really?" Hermione was a bit stunned. She almost never got positive reactions to it. "Yes. It's so obvious that it's beepry, isn't it? I think the wizard world could learn something from the muggle world about that. I should say that I'm muggle-born, like you. I think the wizard-borns have just lived with it for so long that they don't see the intrinsic immorality of it," said Joseph. "Yes, that's it exactly," said Hermione excitedly. He seemed to grow more nervous. Hermione, next year at school, would you like to, maybe study together? Sometime. You know, you and I." Hermione's brain suddenly froze up. She wondered what he was really asking. On the one hand, it was perfectly innocent to have a study partner, but she was getting a feeling that Joseph was looking for something more. A part of her wanted to say no, so as to not introduce any more problems into her relationship with Ron. But another part of her surged strongly. She wasn't feeling particularly wanted right then, and it was very flattering to have a boy interested in her. She was about to give him a vague answer when Ron walked up. "Hi, Hermione. Getting all your books, he said, giving Joseph a fishy eye. Who are you? Ron said, somewhat rudely. Oh, Ron, this is Joseph, Hermione said. Hi, Ron said, frowning at him suspiciously. Hello, Joseph said nervously. Well, better get your books, huh? Said Ron. Yeah, maybe you're right. Hermione, I better be off. I'll see you at school. Joseph scurried away. Ron, what's the matter with you? That was rude, Hermione said angrily. I didn't like the looks of that one, Ron said mulishly. What was wrong with him? He looked shifty, Ron said with a scowl. He's a student at Hogwarts. So's Malfoy. Hermione, do I need to spell it out for you? Maybe you'd better, Hermione said, crossing her arms. You know who could be recruiting anybody, Ron said. That's Joseph O'Donnell. He's one of Hogwarts' best students. Riddle was one of Hogwarts' best students, too. For all we know, his parents are Death Eaters. Ron said. His mother and father are Muggles. Ron's eyes narrowed at her. How do you know that? He told me. You seem to know an awful lot about this O'Donnell character, he said, annoyed. That's it. I've had enough of this from you, Ron Weasley. Hermione turned, looking for Joseph. Joseph, she called out to him. He turned from another section. We didn't finish our conversation. Of course I would love to study with you when we get back to school, she said, and then flashed him the nicest smile she could manage. Joseph's face lit up. Great, I'll look for you at Hogwarts, he said, giving her a wave. Hermione waved back and then glared at Ron, daring him to say anything. Ron's jaw had fallen during the exchange, and he hastily closed his mouth. Right then, Ron said. Well, I guess I'll go look for more of my books. He walked off, his face looking tense and unhappy. Hermione turned back to her books, trying to keep her tears from falling. After paying for his books, Harry walked out of the bookshop to wait for his friends. He had decided to buy the potions textbook just in case Snape decided to be reasonable. He didn't hold out much hope, but it didn't hurt to be prepared, just in case. He was still a bit rattled from his encounter with Parvati. She had certainly never spoken to him like that before, and he had to admit that she looked very pretty today. He gulped a bit at the memory. Does she fancy me or something? He wondered, a bit alarmed. He wasn't a good judge of that sort of thing, but even he had to admit that something seemed to be up. He considered Parvati. She was always nice, if a bit flighty. He hadn't really thought anything about her at all since the ball. Of course, she was a member of the DA, and that earned her some respect in Harry's mind. She had done well enough in practicing defense. Still, without her in front of him now, he just couldn't find any attraction for her. But when she had been in front of him, a part of himself had felt very attracted. He gulped again at the memory. What is with me, he thought, I do not fancy Parvati. He shook himself, trying to push Parvati out of his mind. Leaning against the wall, he had an odd feeling. He looked around and thought he saw a wizard look away suddenly. The wizard was rather tall, wearing a black hooded robe that hid his head. He was casually reading a notice pinned to a bulletin board, but Harry could have sworn the wizard had been looking at him. Mad-Eye Moody's voice seemed to yell in his head, constant vigilance. Growing suspicious, Harry decided to try an experiment. He walked down the street a few shops, and then stopped to tie his shoe. He sneaked a look behind him, and sure enough, the wizard had followed him, maintaining his distance. Harry frowned. It still might be a coincidence, he thought. He continued walking, to buy time while he thought about what he should do. Every so often he would stop to look in the window of a shop, and the mysterious wizard appeared to find an excuse to stop as well. Harry felt certain the wizard was tracking his movements. Harry came to a decision, ducking into a curio shop. He moved quickly into the back of the shop, where he could watch the door unobserved. He waited several minutes. Finally he saw the wizard come up to the window and peek in. He appeared to be looking for Harry in the shop. He moved over to the door, pushing it open. There was no doubt in Harry's mind now that the wizard was after him. Adrenaline surged in him as he desperately tried to think of a plan. Suddenly a bottle containing an odd animal skull burst apart, making a loud noise. Not accidental magic now, he thought, peeved. The wizard started in surprise at the noise and then spotted Harry watching him. Harry bolted toward the back of the store, frantically looking for a way out. He could hear footsteps behind as the wizard gave pursuit. Harry saw a back door and quickly ran through it, breaking out into a dank alley behind the curio shop. He took off in a dead run. The back street was sparsely populated, but he got curious looks from some frightening-looking hags. He turned down a side alley, ducking into a shadowy alcove. He waited, trying to calm his heavy breathing from running in nervousness. He saw the mysterious wizard creeping into the alley. The wizard stopped and pulled a small box out of his pocket. Waving his wand over the box, he spoke something into it. He began to wave the box around in a circular pattern. Harry couldn't see what the box did, but it appeared to indicate something to the wizard. The wizard waved the box in smaller and smaller arcs. Harry realized that the arcs were converging on his position in the alcove, somehow telling the wizard where Harry was hiding. He had only seconds before he was discovered. Harry began running again, the wizard soon following in hot pursuit. "Wait!" the wizard yelled at him. Harry ignored him. He was not going to be captured by a Death Eater that easily. Panicking a bit, he flew open the first door he came to and ran in. It was the back of a large warehouse, stacked with a large quantity of crates. The crates were opening themselves, as merchandise floated in from another part of the building to pack themselves into the boxes. Harry ducked behind a particularly large box and waited, catching his breath. He thought about trying to stun the wizard, but he wasn't completely confident of catching the wizard off guard. He had learned a tremendous amount over the summer, but he had precious little practice. If Harry's spell was blocked, then his position would be given away. He didn't want to risk getting into a duel. An alternative idea started to form in his head instead. If it worked on a troll. He took out his wand and whispered, "Wingardium Leviosa." He levitated one of the boxes up into the air and held it there. He could hear the mysterious wizard moving around, but couldn't see him. He waited anxiously for the wizard to show himself. Finally he saw the wizard walking slowly toward Harry's position, holding the strange box out in front of him. Just a little farther, Harry thought nervously. Now, Harry released the box, and it came crashing down on the wizard's head, causing him to crumple to the ground. Harry ran over to him, waving his wand as he gave an incantation. Ropes emitted from his wand, wrapping tightly around the man. Harry crept up closer, not certain if the wizard was really out. He saw the wizard's wand nearby and slipped it into a pocket in his robes. Pulling back the wizard's hood, Harry saw a strange man that he had never seen before. The wizard appeared to be knocked out. Harry was tempted to just leave the wizard where he was, but thought that he better bring him in. Someone might want to question him, and he also felt that he might need medical attention. Death Eater though he probably was, Harry didn't want to kill him. Harry levitated the body and walked out of the warehouse. With a sinking feeling, he realized that he was lost and wasn't sure how to get back to the main street. He started walking back down the way he came. The people in the alley gave him strange looks as the levitated body moved in front of him. Finally he found a side alley that looked familiar, which took him back to the main street. He started walking back toward the bookstore, hoping to find Mrs. Weasley, along with Ron, Hermione and Ginny. All he really wanted to do was pass on the responsibility of the stranger to some Aurors. He started getting more and more curious stares, and then he noticed that some people in the street were actually following him. With some chagrin, he wondered if they recognized him. Finally he saw Ron, Hermione and Ginny up ahead. "Hey," Harry called. "Harry," said Hermione shrilly, "where have you been?" Ginny looked extremely worried as well. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. This wizard was chasing me," said Harry. "I was able to knock him out and tie him up." "What?" said Ron. "Who is he? Where did he come from? Is he a Death Eater?" "I don't know," said Harry. "I just want to get rid of him." "Where's your mum?" "We found her after you disappeared. She got hysterical and went to find the Aurors that are supposed to be keeping track of us," said Ron. "Aurors," said Harry. "Tracking us? Of course, mate. Diagon Alley normally has a lot of beefed up security these days, but they assigned some extra detail to you." Harry Potter. Mrs. Weasley ran up to him, and pulled him into a desperate embrace. What happened? Are you all right? I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley, really. He noticed that Mrs. Weasley wasn't alone. Two men that Harry didn't know were with her. Harry, this is Mr. McGregor and Mr. Blackhorn. They are Aurors providing extra security to Diagon Alley. Please tell them what happened. The two men turned their attention to Harry. Well, I noticed this wizard following me, and I ran away. He followed, and I managed to knock him out. The Aurors raised their eyebrows. All right, Mr. Potter, let's have a look at your pursuer, here. Walking over to the wizard, they pulled back his hood. They shared a stunned look and began laughing. A groan came up from the mysterious wizard, as he began to regain consciousness. What's so funny? Said Harry, somewhat annoyed. Well, Mr. Potter, you managed to capture a dangerous wizard, said McGregor. Normally dangerous to dark wizards, that is. You captured an Auror who was supposed to be protecting you. We know him quite well. His name is Robert Page. Page gave another groan. Well, Page, it isn't every day that one gets captured by Harry Potter, said Blackhorn, with a huge grin. All right, just untie me, Blackhorn. Ooh, my head, said Page, beeping. I'm really sorry, Mr. Page, said Harry. Don't be sorry, Mr. Potter. You did what you had to do, said Page, stepping out of the ropes. Harry handed him back his wand. I should have identified myself once my cover was blown. That was nice work. I just wish it hadn't been against me. Harry flushed at the compliment. Just another day in the life of a future Auror, Potter. Said Blackhorn, grinning. How did you know I wanted to be an Auror? Said Harry. All three looked at him in disbelief. It that a joke, said Blackhorn. What else would you be, a ruddy filing clerk? Tonks told us about seeing your memory of taking on you-know-who in the Pensieve, McGregor said, with some good-natured jealousy. Wish I could have seen it for myself. Of course, everyone in the department knows your track record. You're going to be a great Auror someday. Right, Page. He gave Page another grin. Page looked at him sourly. You lot are going to be merciless about this, aren't you? He sighed. Well, I suppose there are worse people to get captured by. This'll be a story to tell the grandchildren. Harry was burning with embarrassment at all the praise, but also felt a whole new emptiness about falling short in his potions owl. He was tempted to tell the Aurors that his career option was closed, but held himself back. He had to hope that Hermione was right and somehow it would all work out. Well, we'd better get back to duty, McGregor said. By the way, Potter, he continued conspiratorially, don't worry about any underage magic usage issues. We'll make sure nothing comes to anybody's attention. Not that you should have to worry about anything, but... Anger flashed on his face for a split second, and then he smiled again. Blackhorn grew serious, looking Harry in the eye. It was an honor meeting you, Mr. Potter. Good luck to you in the future. He shook Harry's hand solemnly. McGregor and Page followed suit, both nodding their heads in agreement. Mr. Potter, someday I might try and get a fire whiskey out of you over this incident, Page said, smiling. Harry smiled back. I'll be happy to. The three Aurors strode off. Are you all right, Harry? Said Mrs. Weasley, concerned. Really, Mrs. Weasley, I'm fine. Why don't you go finish your shopping? I'm sorry to have worried you, said Harry. I do have a few more things to pick up, said Mrs. Weasley uncertainly. I think everything is all right now. False alarm, right. Please go ahead, and we'll meet you back at the same spot, Harry said, with what he hoped was a convincing expression. He just wanted to get the day back to normal. Well, all right, Harry, if you're sure, she said. I'm sure, Harry said. I'll see you children later, then, said Mrs. Weasley, heading off. They all said goodbye and waved her off. How about we head over and get some lunch? Said Ron. I'm starving. Hermione rolled her eyes. Why doesn't that surprise me? But I'm getting a bit hungry myself. How about you two? Sounds good to me, said Ginny. There's a restaurant right across the street from Gringotts. I need to get some money for the year. How about if I meet you at the restaurant afterward? Said Harry. Fine by me, said Ron, and everyone nodded agreement. They walked down the street, marveling at the variety of merchandise on display. Finally they reached Gringotts and Harry split off from the group. He walked into the bank. He noticed that in addition to the normal multiple sets of doors, there seemed to be some extra security about. There were many goblins standing around looking meaner than usual. He walked up to one of the desks and addressed a rather ugly goblin. "I'm Harry Potter. I'd like to access my vault, please." The goblin looked surly as he gazed over his half-moon glasses. "Potter, one moment, please." The goblin scurried away, and Harry was left alone for several minutes. Just as he was about to find someone else to help him, the goblin returned. "There is someone who would like to speak to you. This is Garnick. He will lead you." The goblin gestured to his right at a beefy goblin. "Please come this way, Mr. Potter," said Garnick. He looked as if he would rather be leading sewage than Harry. "Wait, what's this all about?" said Harry, nervously. His paranoia level was very high after the events earlier in the day. Garnick looked at him with contempt. "You are perfectly safe. Minister Ragnarok would like a word with you." Harry looked unconvinced, but allowed himself to be led through a nearby door. They walked down a long tunnel that started angling down. They made a series of twists and turns, and soon Harry was hopelessly lost. He had to trust they would lead him out again. Finally they reached an ornate door. Garnick knocked on the door once and said, "Mr. Potter to see you, sir." "Enter," said a quiet voice. Harry entered a very large office, filled with magical artifacts in glass cases. At the end of the room was a large desk, with a small, gnarled goblin behind it. He looked as if he were very old. Garnick led Harry over to the desk. "My name is Ragnarok. Please have a seat, Mr. Potter." Harry sat in a chair in front of the desk. "Garnick, please leave us." Garnick left the room, closing the door behind him. "Mr. Potter, I asked to see you to discuss a very important matter. Namely, the return of Lord Voldemort." Harry looked surprised. "Yes, we dare to speak his name." Ragnarok smiled. "Goblins generally agree with Dumbledore on that issue." "Why do you want to talk to me about it?" asked Harry curiously. Ragnarok's expression grew grim. "Before I answer that, Mr. Potter, allow me to give you some rather inside information. You need to understand that goblins are divided on the issue of Voldemort. Some of us actually welcome his conquering of wizard society." His voice grew contemptuous. "Some of us believe that he will give us freedoms that the current regime denies us. Others, such as myself, know that Voldemort only cares about his own power, and any promises he gives us are only designed to mislead and use us. Voldemort is about enslavement, not liberation." Ragnarok laced his fingers. "Something else you need to know is that Voldemort is working to destabilize the wizard world's economy. It is not entirely clear what he's doing, but there are suspicious fluctuations in the Gallian currency market." Harry's eyes began to glaze over. "Well, the details are unimportant. Just know that a war is not only fought on the battlefield, but can also be fought economically. I suspect that I have traitors within my own ranks who are making this possible for him." "Now, why am I telling you all this?" said Ragnarok. "Simply put, Mr. Potter, you are key to defeating Voldemort." Harry wondered if he knew about the prophecy. "I see that this statement doesn't seem to surprise you. I can only surmise that Dumbledore has his own sources of information. Mr. Potter, goblins have our own brand of predictive magic, and we keep our ears very low to the ground. Your power is great, greater than I believe you know. Frankly, there are those in the goblin community who would like to turn you over to Voldemort. They believe that this would win great rewards. And it would, temporarily. But there are others, a majority I hope, that are prepared to put our power behind yours when the final battle is ready to be waged." Harry was trying to keep up with the flood of thoughts threatening to drown his brain. "Why tell me? Why not tell Dumbledore? He seems to know a lot more about all of this than me, frankly." Ragnarok smiled. "What makes you believe I haven't? I have told all of this to Dumbledore, just recently in fact." "So why tell me as well?" asked Harry. Ragnarok paused, rubbing his chin with his long fingers. "Mr. Potter, Goblin Society has a long memory. As you've no doubt noticed in your studies, there have been many goblin rebellions. There is nothing new about wizards seizing control of magical society. As I said, you are an exceptionally powerful wizard. If you defeat Voldemort, then what? What is to stop you from taking his place? Harry was stunned at this. I would never become another Voldemort, he said emphatically. Ragnarok looked gloomy. Oh, I would not expect you would rule using the same methods. But when one has great power, one is tempted to use it. I am sure that you would use it for good, as you define the word. But a good ruler is still a ruler. Harry shook his head. I don't want to rule magical society. You may not have a choice. If you were faced with the fall of society, anarchy in other words, and through your power you could bring back order, would you turn away? Would you refuse? Asked Ragnarok. Harry just kept shaking his head, not knowing the answer, fearing the answer. It may not happen that way. Our predictions are not that specific. Ragnarok fixed Harry with a steady look. But if it does, Mr. Potter, please remember who your friends were this day. Ragnarok made a gesture, and Garnick quietly re-entered the room. Ragnarok stood up, and Harry followed suit. It's been a pleasure, Mr. Potter. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to contact me. He solemnly shook Harry's hand. Garnick led him from the room and up through the maze of tunnels. Finally he arrived back in the main lobby. Still dazed from his conversation, he almost left without doing his original business. But he managed to stumble his way through the transaction, and withdrew some money from his vault. Harry walked across the street towards the restaurant. He noticed his friends sitting at an outdoor table, talking animatedly in the warm sunshine. Walking up to the table, Harry staggered into a chair. He must have looked rather haggard as they all turned to stare at him. I'm not sure how much more I can take today, Harry said. Bloody hell, what now? Said Ron. Ron, said Hermione, glaring at him. What happened, Harry? Did something happen at Gringotts? Said Ginny, concerned. Harry paused, gathering his thoughts. He rubbed his temples, as if trying to massage some order into his mind. Ron passed him a butterbeer, and Harry took a long drink. I don't even know how to explain this. I better just tell it from the beginning. Harry went on to give a more or less complete account of the events at Gringotts. He was tempted to leave out the part about their fear of him ruling magical society, but found he didn't have the energy to edit his thoughts. Whoa, Harry Potter, King of Magic, said Ron, grinning. Can I be a knight? Ron, this isn't funny, said Hermione, glaring at him. Harry chuckled. No, it's not, but laughing about it helps a little. Ron smirked. Of course, we know who wants to be the queen, casting a sideways look at Ginny. She glared dangerously at Ron, and Harry felt embarrassed and annoyed as well. Payback was in order. Sure, Ron, you can be a knight. But who will you pick to be your lady-in-waiting? Harry asked with a smirk of his own. Ron froze. Hermione looked a bit embarrassed, but raised her eyebrows and looked at him, waiting for his response. Ginny looked like she was fighting not to laugh out loud. Harry just waited. There would be no bailing him out this time. Are you ready to order? A house elf had come up to the table. I believe you all were waiting for your friend. Ron's face lit up. Yes, I think we are ready to order. An order of food. Right then, he grabbed the menu, holding it upside down, but didn't seem to notice. Fish and chips. That's the ticket. You all finish ordering. I think I'll find the toilet. With that, he ran off. Ginny rolled her eyes and said below her breath, lucky git. Harry walked into the Weasley kitchen, having slept a bit late that morning. It was the day before his return to Hogwarts, so he had stayed in bed some extra time, just to enjoy his last day of summer. He was in bright spirits, looking forward to a good breakfast. As he entered, Harry noticed everyone's face seemed grim, causing his stomach to do a flip-flop. What's happened? He asked nervously. Hermione looked up, an expression of deep sadness on her face. She handed him the Daily Prophet without a word. Harry read the headline and his heart sank. Mass deaths reported across United Kingdom. By Rita Skeeter, special correspondent. A series of mysterious deaths were reported yesterday among prominent magical families across the country. Details are sketchy at this time, but it is believed to be the work of you-know-who. Sources within the ministry have recounted that the dark mark was floating over the homes of the victims, but no official confirmation has been given as yet. A complete list of the deceased is being withheld, pending notification of relatives. With the recent events at the ministry, it was believed to be only a matter of time before you know who began another reign of terror, based on his actions in the last war. This reporter has made numerous requests to speak to official orators in the ministry regarding their plans to deal with the Dark Lord, but has been consistently rebuffed. Now that these horrific deaths have occurred, many will expect swift action to deal with this crisis. No details have been given about exactly how they were killed, although anonymous sources have indicated that many were tortured before they were killed, and that many of the victims were entire families, including children. Harry couldn't read anymore. He stopped and rubbed his forehead. So it's beginning. So it would seem, Harry, said Mr. Weasley gloomily. There were a number of my friends in the ministry involved in those slayings. I'm sorry, Mr. Weasley, said Harry. Harry noticed Hermione, Ron and Ginny kept darting glances at him. What, is there something else? He asked. You didn't read the end, did you, Harry? Said Hermione nervously. No. He said slowly. This can only be bad, he thought. Mrs. Weasley was busy cooking breakfast, but he could see a look of worry on her face. The prophet is rubbish, dear, she said derisively. I don't know why we still get that rag. Don't mind whatever it says. Hermione reached over and pointed to a paragraph toward the end of the article. Finally, it must be asked what other options exist if the ministry fails. Many citizens find themselves asking whether Harry Potter, the boy who lived, has a responsibility to society to rid us of the Dark Lord. Given Potter's history, he must be a wizard of great power. Regular readers of The Prophet will recall our special report back in June of this year, where we described yet another escape from you-know-who by Potter. Now is the time for all good wizards to come to the aid of the country. Will he answer the desperate call from his friends and neighbors? Harry put his head down and began thumping it on the table, over and over. Just when he thought things couldn't get worse, somehow they always did. Mrs. Weasley came over and put her hand on Harry's back. Don't worry, dear, no one believes any of that. It's not your responsibility to defeat him. Harry knew she was trying to cheer him up, but it just made him feel worse. It was his responsibility to defeat him. Rita Skeeter may have been trying to stir up trouble, but she had inadvertently hit the nail on the head. I see Rita Skeeter is back at the Prophet, he said, trying to change the subject. Yes, Hermione said darkly. The year is up. I had hoped she had learned her lesson, but clearly not. I'm planning to write her a little letter. Don't worry, Harry, she won't be writing any more articles about you. Harry nodded, but the damage was done. Well, I'd better head to the ministry, said Mr. Weasley. I need to see if I can get some information that I can report to the order. He gave Mrs. Weasley a key and left with a small wave at everyone else. They finished their breakfast in silence, Harry's mood growing darker by the minute. Everyone cast glances in his direction, which only made him angrier. He knew it wasn't their fault, but he seemed unable to pull himself out of it. How about some Quidditch practice? Asked Ron tentatively, after breakfast. That's a good idea, said Ginny brightly. Come on, Harry, you don't want to let Skeeter ruin our last day of summer. Harry had to admit that a little flying sounded good. He sighed. Yeah, you're probably right. There's nothing to be done about it now, anyway. That's right, mate. No sense letting that cow get to us, said Ron, glad that Harry appeared to be perking up. How about you, Hermione? We haven't been able to get you on a broom all summer. Hermione looked reluctant. Well, Ginny laughed. You have to play at least once this summer. It's our last day. All right, then, let me go change, Hermione said. Great, Ron said, his eyes lighting up. I'll head up and get the stuff. I'll get my broom out of the shed. Meet you all outside, Ginny said. Harry headed out of the kitchen with Ron and Hermione. He went up the stairs and retrieved his firebolt out of his room. Quidditch really does sound good, he thought, his mood lightening a bit. He walked out the back door of the burrow. It was a perfect day with the sun shining in a brilliant blue sky. The sunlight felt warm on his face, but an autumn breeze was blowing, the coolness making a nice contrast to the warmth. He walked up the hill toward the paddock where they usually played Quidditch. Breaking through the trees, he saw Ginny already in the air. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and it whipped in the wind behind her. She flew high up, did a quick turn, and then flew straight down toward the ground. Harry's breath gave a hitch, but she turned at the last second, just grazing the grass in the field at high speed. She slowed, reached down and grabbed a rock off the ground. Turning in a long sweep, Ginny put on a burst of speed toward a tree at the edge of the yard. She threw a perfect shot through a fork in the trees, and then headed straight up again. She made 3 quick rolls, flying up into the blue sky. Harry realized he had been staring at her. He suddenly broke loose into motion, wanting to get up in the air himself. Hopping on his firebolt, he shot into the sky. The exhilaration he felt when flying on his broom was like nothing else. Ginny watched him come up, grinning at him. He grinned back. She shot off toward the other end of the field, Harry accelerating after her. Her old broom was no match for the speed of his firebolt, and he soon caught up to her. He executed a spiral pattern, flying a circle around her as she flew in a straight line. He laughed, and he could see her laughing with him. Suddenly she stopped and hovered in the air. "Think you're so good, do you, Potter? See if you can catch me now," she called challengingly. She tore off into the forest, and Harry immediately gave chase. She slalomed among the trees, going at what seemed to Harry a reckless speed. He was finding it increasingly difficult to keep up with her as she made sharp turns around various trees. It occurred to him that she must have flown through these forests many times and knew all the routes much better than he did. She abruptly flew underneath some low branches, forcing Harry to slow down. He came out into a glade, and she was nowhere to be seen. He looked about wildly, his competitive instincts engaged. It might only be a silly game, but he didn't want to lose. He flew straight up, going high above the trees. He looked around and spotted her above a tree, grinning at him. He immediately took off, not intending to lose her again. She sped off as well, heading toward another meadow. Now is my chance, Harry thought. Harry kicked the firebolt into maximum speed, the power of the broom almost frightening. Ginny was hunched down on her broom, the look on her face telling him that she was struggling to squeeze out more speed. She was trying to make it to the end of the glade and back to the forest where she knew she had more of an advantage. Harry came up alongside her and gripped tightly the end of her broom. He slowed down, the brakes of the firebolt far superior to the broom Ginny was riding. She desperately tried to veer off, but Harry held firm, slowing the broom and pushing them down toward the grass below. Finally they were just above the grass, moving relatively slowly, but Harry couldn't get her all the way down. Her broom was threatening to tear itself out of his grip. There was only one way. He let go of the broom and wrapped his arms around her. Ginny screamed with laughter as he pulled both of them down to the ground. They rolled over and over on the soft grass, before landing in a heap with each other. Harry and Ginny laughed loudly. Harry rolled over and found himself on top of her, looking down at her face. Her hair had come out of its hair tie, and was splayed behind her head on the grass. Her face was flushed, and she was breathing heavily from the exercise. She looked up at him, her face very close to his. Their laughter tapered off as they both seemed to realize where they were. Some part of Harry's mind was telling him to roll off of her, but he couldn't seem to bring himself to move. He looked down at her chocolate brown eyes as their breathing started to settle down. Ginny had a slight smile on her face as she gazed back at him. There was a long silence as they just looked at each other. "You caught me," she whispered. The tone of her voice sent a shiver running down his spine. "Yeah," he said, his own voice quiet as well. "What do I win?" he thought, a little voice in him piping up. The stray thought caused some heat to start climbing up his neck. Harry's emotions were roiling inside him. Suddenly he felt extremely shy. Fear and confusion rose up in him. He couldn't deal with these new feelings. He tore his eyes away from hers, trying to bring himself back under control. Reluctantly, he slowly rolled off of her. He turned away from her, ostensibly looking for his firebolt, but unable to really concentrate. He heard the rustle of grass as Ginny got up as well. All of his senses seemed to be acutely aware of her. She lightly touched his arm. "Harry, are you all right?" she asked in a soft, slow voice. Goosebumps rose on his skin at her touch. Harry was feeling anything but all right. He turned around, but couldn't bring himself to look directly at her. His knees shook with nervousness. He forced a tiny smile to his face and tried desperately not to think about what had just happened. "Why yeah, I'm fine. This was really fun, Ginny. But maybe we should head back." He had a sudden thought, bringing his brain back into some operation. "Ron and Hermione, they're waiting for us. We'd better get back before they start worrying." Ginny grinned. "Yeah, or they might start doing other things by themselves," she said, giving Harry a teasing look. Harry felt his brain starting to freeze up again, so he started looking for his firebolt while he still could. Spotting the two brooms not far away, he started walking over to them, his thoughts incoherent. He picked up the two brooms and walked back to Ginny, still trying not to look at her. He shyly handed over her broom. "Thanks," she said, smiling. "Shall we go?" he asked, trying to hide his nervousness. They mounted their brooms and took off. Harry felt the tension starting to leave him as he made a few dives and turns. They were soon back in the Quidditch paddock. "Oi," Ron called out. "Where've you two been?" We just flew around the forest for a bit," Harry said, hoping no one would ask too many questions. "Yeah, Harry was flying a little too slow, so I decided to show him how it was done," Ginny said, laughing. "Oh, is that so?" Harry said, starting to recover a bit. He grinned. "Well, we'll just see about that, Miss Weasley." Hermione flew up awkwardly toward them. I'm glad flying is not an OWL subject," she said. Ginny sat in her room, brushing her hair, getting ready for bed. Hermione was propped up on her portable bed, reading a book. Hermione appeared to be distracted, as she kept glancing at Ginny and then back to her book. Finally, she carefully put a bookmark at her page and placed the book on the night table. "All right, Ginny, you don't have to tell me, but I'm dying to know. What happened today?" Harry seemed very strange after you two got back. Ginny looked guarded for several seconds, but then relaxed. "Okay, I'll tell you if you tell me what's been going on with you and Ron." Hermione sighed. "All right, that's fair. And anyway, it would be nice to talk about it. Well, Harry and I were flying around, just having fun. We were playing a little game of chase through the forest. He caught up to me, and we sort of fell to the grass together," Ginny said, a bit embarrassed. "And, Harry ended up on top of me." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Really? Nothing happened," Ginny said quickly. "But, Hermione, do you remember when you said that Harry is either hidden or obvious?" "Well, he seemed sort of both today." "How do you mean?" Hermione said, giggling a bit. "We just sort of looked at each other for a while, and, oh, Hermione, it was all I could do not to grab him and key him right there," Ginny said. "What did you do instead?" Hermione said. I flirted with him a little bit, just to see how he would react. And it seemed to do something, but it's so hard to tell with Harry. It's hard to know if I'm just talking myself into believing that this is going somewhere, or if it really is," Ginny said, with a bit of frustration. Ginny's face took on a forlorn expression. "Why did this have to be our last day?" she said. "Things seem to be going so well lately. Once we get back to Hogwarts, we'll hardly see each other." And what?" Hermione said. Ginny bit her lip. "I hate to sound so pathetic, Hermione. But, if something really is happening, right now I have him here to myself. When we go off to Hogwarts, there are a lot of other girls he could find interest in." Ginny gritted her teeth. "And we definitely know that certain other girls are interested in him." Hermione smiled at her. "I wouldn't worry about that. Let's face it, Harry isn't the playboy type. Don't count yourself so short. If Harry is developing some feelings here, he's developing them for you, not because you happen to be conveniently available this summer. And anyway, you will see him this year. At the very least, you'll have Quidditch practice together and DA meetings," Hermione said. Ginny sighed. I almost wonder if I should have done something today. But I just couldn't. If something is going to happen, he has to make the first move. I need to know that it's his idea. Hermione nodded. I stand by what I said before. You must be doing something right if Harry is reacting like this. And I also stand by that it's going to be a long road, no matter what. I know it's difficult, but try not to get frustrated with him. Yeah, but let me tell you, having those green eyes staring down at you, in that position, is frustrating, to say the least, Ginny said, snickering. Ginny, said Hermione. Well, he looked really good, after flying and all. I thought my heart was going to give out, having him right there. Ginny said, her eyes growing a bit dreamy. She suddenly put her hands over her face, shook herself, and groaned. Oh God, listen to me. Honestly, Hermione, I'm feeling kind of afraid of the whole thing. I feel like I'm getting emotionally involved again and setting myself up for another disappointment. What do your instincts tell you? Asked Hermione. Well, something is different. He's certainly never acted like this before, so I suppose that's something. I just don't want to get my hopes up, Ginny said. So far you seem to be doing okay. I think you should just concentrate on being his friend and make sure you keep a life outside of him. Your flirting didn't seem to hurt anything, if his sneaking looks at you during Quidditch today was any indication, Hermione said, giggling. He was not, Ginny said, embarrassed. Why do you think I asked about all this? Hermione said, but you're probably right about one thing. Harry is easily distracted, and he's probably going to have a lot on his plate this year at Hogwarts. Don't be surprised if his attention, well, wanders. Thanks, Hermione. So, speaking of frustrating, what's going on with my thick-headed brother? Ginny asked. Hermione got a sour look on her face. Going that well, Ginny said with a giggle. Frustrating is the right word, I suppose. I wish I knew what was going through that head of his, but I just don't, Hermione said, sighing. Hermione continued. One day we went down to the lake, and he started digging around about what was going on with Victor. I told him that nothing was going on, and in fact I wasn't even writing to him anymore. That seemed to make Ron happy, but then, nothing. Ginny frowned. That git, Hermione, there is no doubt in my mind that he fancies you. I think he just doesn't know what to do. Well, that's not the end of the story. When we were in the bookshop buying our books, I started talking to a boy from Hogwarts. Hermione paused. I think he might have been interested in me, but I'm not sure, she said shyly. Ooh, who? Asked Ginny, leaning forward. Joseph O'Donnell. He's in my year, in Ravenclaw, Hermione said. Don't think I know him, Ginny said. He asked me if I wanted to study together next year. Anyway, Ron came up and was rather rude to him. I got angry and told Joseph, in front of Ron, that I'd be happy to study with him next year. I see, said Ginny. I shouldn't have done it, Ginny, but Ron just made me so mad. And the worst part of it is that I don't know if this jealousy of his is from some sort of feelings he's trying to sort out, or he's just trying to be protective, or what. All I know is that I'm tired of it. First Victor and now Joseph, Hermione said, aggravated. Honestly, Hermione, I thought for sure he would have sorted it out by now, but his head is even thicker than I thought, Ginny said. I could handle a little jealousy if he would step up himself, but if he's not going to do anything, then why should I wait for him? Hermione said angrily, but then calmed herself. Oh, Ginny, I guess I don't mean that. But these mixed signals he sends out are driving me mad. Do you want me to talk to him? Ginny asked. Please, no, Ginny. I don't want to force him into anything. Whatever happens, I don't want our friendship to suffer. But, Hermione paused, looking bashful. I'm 16 next month. It would be nice to go out with a boy, do you know what I mean? Ginny nodded. Believe me, Hermione, I know exactly what you mean, from when I got tired of waiting around for Harry. Honestly, I'm surprised you've waited this long. Maybe that's part of the problem. Ron doesn't feel all that much pressure to make a move, although you'd think a bit of snogging would be motivation enough for him, she said, grinning. Ginny, said Hermione, all I'm saying is that maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to go out a few times. I mean, not to make Ron jealous, but to have some fun. It's like what you said with me and Harry, be his friend, but have a life outside of him, too. No reason for you to sit around waiting for him. Yes, I suppose I should take my own advice, Hermione said, sighing. That's the spirit. What is wrong with these boys that we love, anyway? Ginny said, rolling her eyes and looking at the thin wall that separated her and Harry. Harry laid in bed, looking up at his ceiling. He was tired from the eventful day, but was finding it difficult to fall asleep. His head was buzzing with too many thoughts. The burrow was silent now, although he had heard a lot of talking before through the wall from Hermione and Ginny. The Quidditch practice had been fun this afternoon, but he soon found himself thinking again about the article in the Daily Prophet. He felt a stab of guilt about all the people who had died. He knew it wasn't directly his fault, but somehow that wasn't a comfort when he knew that ultimately he had to defeat Voldemort. The biggest question in his mind was, how would he know when he was ready? He supposed that Professor Dumbledore would help him to know the right time, but he felt frustrated that he didn't understand the bigger plan to everything. He sighed as he rolled onto his side, looking at the moon through his window. How many more people are going to die while I get ready? He thought morosely. Harry's thoughts drifted to the scene in the meadow earlier that morning. An image of Ginny's face rose in his head, her words, "You caught me," whispering in his mind and making him shiver again. Images of Ginny through the summer floated into his mind. Harry smiled as he recalled seeing her in the Burrow's yard, reading her romance novel. He remembered her looks of concentration as they practiced Quidditch during the summer. His smile faded as he saw her standing with him, holding his hand in the pensive as they watched his parents and himself as an infant. His thoughts of her were triggering odd, strong emotions he couldn't identify, conflicting with his image of her held for so many years. He pushed the thoughts out of his mind, feeling confused. For reasons he didn't understand, his thoughts moved to Parvati, as an image of her came back to him from the bookshop. He hadn't really thought about her since that time, but he suddenly realized that going back to Hogwarts meant dealing with whatever was up with her. Could she really fancy me? He thought, baffled and embarrassed. He hadn't a clue why she would be interested in him. He had to admit she looked very pretty in the bookshop, but couldn't find any interest in her. I'll have to try and avoid her for a while, he thought. He sighed again and pushed all the thoughts out of his head. It was far too complicated to figure out any of these feelings. All he knew right now was that all his problems felt bigger than he was. Harry gave a huge yawn as he finally fell asleep. Harry walked through a field of red and gold flowers, the bright sunshine streaming down between white, puffy clouds. The air was warm with a clean smell, and he felt a sense of peace and freedom as the field stretched seemingly forever. He felt soft hands placed on his shoulders. He turned around, and Parvati Patil was standing before him with a sultry smile. He felt a shyness come over him. She was standing very close. "You're so brave, Harry," she said seductively. "What would you like to teach me this year? I'm so looking forward to your lessons." Harry shook with nervousness, as her hands gently stroked his arms. He closed his eyes. It felt so good to be touched. He could sense her moving closer, as her hands slowly slid under his arms and around his back. She kissed his cheek, and pulled him close to her. He could feel her fingernails running down his spine, sending a thrill through his body. He put his arms around her as well and could feel her long, soft hair. He couldn't seem to bring himself to open his eyes. He was afraid that if he looked, it might all end. It was so wonderful and so strange to hold and be held by someone. He buried his fingers in her hair, enjoying the luxurious feel. He took a deep breath. Her hair smelled good. He could feel her mouth moving from his cheek to his ear, her hot breath exciting him. "Does it feel good, Harry?" she whispered in his ear. He nodded. He couldn't bring himself to speak. "Tell me something. Did it feel good? Tell me how it felt." Her voice had taken on a strange tone that he couldn't identify. Harry stiffened, puzzled at the question. What did she mean? Suddenly he felt afraid, and he pulled her closer. He needed to be held. She pulled him tighter as well, and he could feel her fingers massaging the tension in his shoulder muscles. Harry began to relax again. He didn't understand her question, so he ignored it, reveling in her touch. "Harry," she said breathlessly. "I need to know." "What?" he finally whispered, not wanting to talk, just wanting the touching, the contact. What did it feel like? He could hear her excitement. What did it feel like to cast the Cruciatus curse? Harry's eyes snapped open and he pushed her away. She began laughing at him, and to his horror he saw Bellatrix Lestrange in front of him. A feeling of revulsion ran through him. "Did Baby Potter enjoy touching me? Do you like girls, Potter? Would you like more?" she said, taking a step forward. Harry backed away in a panic, tripping over his own feet. He fell to the ground as Bellatrix laughed again at him. "Don't be too quick to run away, Potter. After all, what other girl would want you? Who would want to get killed by you? Do you think they will be proud of you for casting unforgivable curses?" she said mockingly. Harry got up and started running, her words burning him. Through the flowered fields he ran, with no thought to where he would end up. The field of flowers ended, as he reached a barren, rocky area. The ground started to slope down, and he ran between large rocks into a small valley. He stopped, stunned, as he saw a long line of gray, grim-faced people. They were chained together, marching slowly through a narrow passage in the rocks. He ran along the line, somehow needing to know where they were all heading. He pushed his way past them through the passage, which opened into a barren canyon with high rocky cliffs. There didn't seem to be a way out. He ran past more of the anonymous people and then suddenly stopped, recognizing one. It was Hermione. "Hermione, Hermione, why are you here?" Harry asked desperately. Hermione kept marching, her eyes dead, staring straight ahead. She gave no answer. Harry shook her arm, but she seemed not to notice. He continued running up the line, finally seeing the end. He slowed down as he saw Lord Voldemort at the front of the line, grinning evilly. He was killing the people in the line, one by one. Bellatrix came up behind Voldemort and smiled at Harry. "Ah, Potter, so good of you to join us," said Voldemort. "How do you like my cue? It's very efficient, isn't it? A line of mudbloods who shall not offend me with their presence any longer." His high-pitched laughter seared Harry's ears. "Stop," Harry screamed. "And what will you do about it?" "Ah yes, I forgot. The lovely prophecy. It's your job to stop me, isn't it, Potter?" He continued picking off the people in the line, one by one. Their bodies crumpled and fell into a mass grave next to Voldemort. Harry looked down the line, spotting Hermione getting closer. "All these people dying and you're doing nothing to stop it. Your friend is getting closer. But really, Potter, what would your friend think if she knew that you cast an unforgivable curse?" "Perhaps you're more like us than you believe," Voldemort said mockingly. "You enjoyed it, didn't you, Potter?" said Bellatrix. "Don't deny it. I saw the pleasure in your eyes. Why else would you cast it unless you wanted to? And if you did it once, you will do it again." Harry pulled his wand. "Yes, Potter, here I am. Do it again." "I'm right here," said Bellatrix, stepping up to him, and opening up her arms. "If you do it again, maybe we'll stop." Voldemort laughed, amused. Harry gripped his wand tightly, feeling an overwhelming hatred. "Yes, Potter, that's right," she said in a low voice. She licked her lips. He looked at the line. Hermione was almost at the front. He needed to act. He raised his wand. A quiet voice spoke up. "Harry, it's all right." Ginny had appeared next to him. Her gentle voice soothed his anger. "You can save them. I know you can." Harry looked at her. She was smiling and looking up at him with her bright, brown eyes. She reached up and cupped his face in her warm, soft hands. "Harry, Harry, it's all right. Wake up." Harry's eyes opened. Someone was speaking to him. He looked around, disoriented. He saw Ginny in her nightdress, on her knees next to his bed. "Ginny," he said vaguely. His heart was racing, and he was breathing heavily. "Yes, Harry, you were having a nightmare. I heard you from my room. It's all right now, it was just a dream." Harry put his hands over his face and groaned. "Was it a bad one?" Ginny said with concern. Harry nodded under his hands. "It was bad. It was. I can't talk about it." Ginny nodded. I know exactly what you mean. She reached over and began stroking his hair. But it's all right now. Harry felt himself calming from her touch. Was I that loud? He asked, embarrassed. She smiled. Yes, a bit loud. But don't worry, no one else heard. It's just that my bed is against the wall where your bed is against the wall. And after all, I owed you one, didn't I? She said, chuckling. I suppose so, he said, smiling back. Actually, you came in at a good time. I really didn't want to see where this dream was going next. A silence descended between them, as Harry calmed his heart and breathing. He felt a bit embarrassed by her touching his hair, but he didn't want her to stop. Hogwarts tomorrow, huh? He finally said. Yes. Back to Hogwarts tomorrow, she replied in a soft voice. Harry sighed and turned over onto his side, facing Ginny. He could see her eyes gleaming in the low moonlight of the room. It's been some summer, hasn't it? He said. Her hand was still stroking his hair. Yes. Funny that our first night and last night had nightmares, she said, with a small smile. Yeah. Harry felt himself growing sleepy. Ginny. Yes. How did you get past your nightmares? Ginny looked thoughtful. The first summer was the worst. Fred and George would hear me, and they would come in and stay with me until I went to sleep again. I suppose knowing they would be there for me helped me to go to sleep at night. Harry closed his eyes, the lids feeling incredibly heavy. It must be nice to know you have such a supportive family. You know, Harry, I were here for you, too. You aren't alone, Ginny said. Harry nodded under her hand. He opened his eyes and looked at her. Ginny. Yes, Harry, she asked quietly. Thank you for everything this summer. He let out a long breath and closed his eyes again. Harry drifted off to sleep, not hearing her response. Later in the night, he awoke again and looked around. Ginny had left sometime after he fell asleep. He rolled onto his back, looking at the ceiling. He reached up and felt where Ginny had touched him. He felt a pang of disappointment that she was gone. Harry walked about his room gathering his belongings, feeling a bit melancholy. He was packing his trunk in preparation for the return to Hogwarts, but unlike his previous years, he was feeling gloomy about leaving the Weasleys' home. He looked at his pensieve sitting on his desk, reflecting on the eventful summer. For the first time, the Weasleys' house had really felt like a home to him. All his life Harry had wished for a place like this, where he felt comfortable and wanted. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had gone far out of their way to make him feel like he belonged, and he appreciated it more than they could ever know. Harry wished he could help them out financially, but knew there was no way they would ever accept it. As he carefully packed his pensieve into his trunk, he pondered on the other factor that made him want to stay. Returning to Hogwarts meant returning to the reality of his life. Although he had felt burdened by his problems during the summer, the burrow had felt like an oasis where his troubles were an issue for another day. He knew that when he returned to the school, he would start getting all the attention and all the looks that he got every year, except this year would be even worse with all the events at the ministry. He wasn't certain what the reaction would be, but it was sure to get him even more unwanted attention. Of course, he also had to deal with the fact that he would be unable to take advanced potions. He had thought about at least asking Snape for permission to take the class, even though he was certain Snape would turn him down. It was worth a shot, at least. He sighed as he packed the last of his clothes into his trunk and closed the lid. He put his firebolt next to the trunk so that it would be ready to go. Looking at his broom reminded him of Quidditch practice this summer. Ron's new broom from last year had performed well, but Harry could tell Ginny was frustrated by her old broom's lack of performance. The previous season had been hard on it, and it tended to shudder and list when pushed too hard. She didn't say anything, of course, since she was used to her family's lack of money. Harry knew she would never complain about it. An idea had started forming in his head when Mrs. Weasley bellowed up the stairs. "Hurry up you lot, come down to breakfast, or you're going to be late for the train." The yell shook him out of his reverie and into action. He started walking through his door, but just as his body crossed the threshold, a loud flume sounded and he had an odd feeling as if a wind had just blown through his body. He stopped, wondering what had just happened as he stood in the corridor outside the bedroom. Just then, Ginny walked out of her own room. She suddenly stopped, eyes wide, and pointed at him. "Harry, look at yourself," she managed to say, before she broke down in a cascade of loud laughter. Harry looked down at himself and saw that he had red and gold stripes spiraling down his body. He looked like a giant Gryffindor barber pole. Hermione came out of the Guinea's room as Ron came down the stairs. "What's all the commotion, ABO?" Ron abruptly cut off, stunned at the sight of Harry. He started laughing hysterically, dropping to the floor holding his stomach. Hermione had her hand over her mouth, trying not to laugh, but was failing miserably. "Oh, Harry, I'm sorry, but..." Her words collapsed into giggles. Harry burned with embarrassment. Ron pulled himself together long enough to say, Harry, I just need a little off the top and the sides," and then collapsed into laughter again, rolling on the floor. Ginny and Hermione laughed even louder. Harry had to admit it was pretty funny and started laughing himself. Wait, what's that?" said Ginny, trying to stifle her laughter. She reached around Harry and pulled off a note stuck to Harry's back. She read the note out loud. "Dear Harry, we figured that once you were moved out, our promise of a safe room was fulfilled. Besides, we were very disappointed that our first little surprise wasn't as fun for you as it should have been. We felt it was our duty to make it up to you. No need to thank us, it was our pleasure. Good luck in your 6th year. Some advice. No owls and no newts means lots of troublemaking opportunity. We highly recommend taking advantage of it. We may send a few interesting prototypes to you this year. Love always, Fred and George." All right, said Harry, chuckling. He pulled out his wand. "Finite incantatum," he said, hoping that Fred and George hadn't made the spell too difficult to remove. They appeared to have taken some pity on him as the spell disappeared without incident. Ron finally got up off the floor, and they all headed downstairs, still snickering at intervals. Although he wouldn't say that he was glad to be hit by one of Fred and George's pranks, it did manage to lighten Harry's mood. He was feeling much more cheerful about getting on to Hogwarts. They walked into the kitchen, and Harry was surprised to see Bill, Charlie and the twins waiting for them. He hadn't seen Bill and Charlie since the party, although Fred and George had visited fairly often, usually to get some of Mrs. Weasley's cooking. "Bill, Charlie." Ginny ran over and gave them both huge hugs as they grinned at everyone. "Hey, what about us?" said Fred indignantly. "Yeah, don't we rate a hug?" said George. "Oh, I see you two all the time. But come here anyway," said Ginny, smiling and giving them each a hug as well. They all exchanged greetings as they settled in at the breakfast table. Mrs. Weasley had created a huge spread, as if she wanted them to be able to survive a famine on the way to King's Cross. "Hi, Harry," said Fred, grinning. "Get everything packed up this morning. Hope your stay in our old room was comfortable," said George, grinning as well. "Yes, very comfortable," said Harry, keeping a straight face. "Packed everything up this morning, no problems. Ready to head to Hogwarts." Fred and George showed identical frowns. "No, problems," said Fred. "Nope, thanks for asking, though," said Harry. Finally he couldn't keep his face straight and began laughing. Ron, Hermione and Ginny started laughing as well. "All right, maybe a small problem," Harry said. The twins started laughing. "Nice one, Harry, you had us going," said George. Harry began to dig into his food enthusiastically as Mr. Weasley was talking to Bill. "I thought you were back in Egypt," Mr. Weasley said. "Gringotts called me back for a special investigation," Bill said. "The goblins are concerned about galleon inflation, or some such." Harry got the impression that he didn't think it was a serious issue. "I'm not certain what they expect me to do about it. I'm not an economist, I'm a curse breaker." Bill seemed a bit annoyed about the whole business. "Have they filled you in on your assignment yet at all?" Charlie asked. "No, it's all very hush-hush over there. Ragnarok is worried about something, that's for sure," Bill said. Harry's conversation with Ragnarok came back to his mind. He almost spoke up and told them what Ragnarok had told him, but Harry didn't want to get into the whole business again. He noticed Ron, Hermione and Ginny giving him a look, and he shook his head slightly at them. They finished their breakfast chatting animatedly. How are we getting to King's Cross, Dad? Ron asked through a mouthful of food. Ministry car. It should be getting here very soon, in fact, Mr. Weasley said. Harry was pretty certain that was the case, since Mrs. Weasley was getting more and more fidgety as the time approached to leave. Now you children have everything, don't you? You didn't forget anything, she said, her eyes narrowing. Honestly, Mum, everything is under control, said Ginny. Harry caught Fred's eye and cocked his head toward the living room. Harry got up, trying to act casual as he walked out of the kitchen. He could see Fred nudge George, and they soon joined him. What's up, Harry? Said Fred. Harry started to feel embarrassed, wondering if his idea was really a good one. Well, too late to back out now, he thought. Well, he started, looking around to make certain no one could overhear, I have a little mission for you two. Fred and George grinned. We're your men. What do you need? Said George. Ginny's old broom is rubbish. I'd like you to pick up a new broom and send it to Hogwarts. I'll pay for it, but say it was from you, said Harry. The twins looked at each other, eyes wide, their eyebrows shooting up their forehead in surprise. Two grins slowly crawled across their faces as they seemed to exchange some unspoken conversation. Really? Said Fred, smirking. You want to buy Ginny a little gift, is that the rub? Said George. That's quite nice of you, Harry, said Fred. Yes, very nice, said George. In fact, a little nicer than we might have expected. Is there any reason we should know about for this sudden generosity? Harry felt his ears starting to heat up, but he fought to stay casual. No big reason. You know, she needs a broom. For the Quidditch team. This year, Harry said tensely. Certainly, Harry, no problem. We'll find the right broom for her, said George. You can count on us, said Fred, grinning at his brother again. Give us a few days and Ginny will get a special little owl, said George. Ginny walked into the room. Hi, boys. Plotting something, she said teasingly. No, said Harry loudly, before he could control himself. Fred and George rolled their eyes. Nothing, little sis, said Fred. Harry was just telling us how Gryffindor is going to cream the Quidditch competition this year. Yeah, no contest, right, Harry? Said George. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to say anything else. After all, with Harry, Ron and you, how can they lose, right? Said Fred. Yeah, I guess so. Ginny said, looking suspiciously at the three boys. We have a feeling this is going to be a big year for you, Gin, said George, grinning at Fred. Yep, in more ways than one, said Fred, glancing at Harry. What are you two gits talking about? Said Ginny, annoyed. Nothing, said George, smirking. Let's just say we'll be watching this year with great interest, said Fred, wearing an identical smirk. Owls, Quidditch, potential other, involvements, a busy year on tap, wouldn't you say, Fred? Said George. Definitely, George. Can't wait to see how things, shall we say, come together. Said Fred. I have no idea what you two are babbling about, and I don't have time to figure it out, said Ginny. Mum wants us to bring everything downstairs. Harry, for his part, was about terminal with embarrassment. I guess I'll head up, then, he said, grateful for the excuse to end the conversation. As he headed up the stairs, his embarrassment turned into irritation. Bloody hell, someone can't even just buy a broom around here, he grumbled. It doesn't mean anything, she just needs a new broom. What do Fred and George think they're playing at? Soon everyone had their trunks downstairs, ready for the trip to King's Cross. Mrs. Weasley asked everyone at least 3 more times if anything was forgotten, until the ministry cars showed up. A large limousine-style car pulled up to the Weasley house, and 2 large men got out of the car. Harry couldn't hear what they said to Mr. Weasley, but Harry suspected they might be Aurors. They all loaded up their trunks and animals into the car, and started the journey to King's Cross. The cars were very large and comfortable, a far cry from the Muggle taxis Harry took in his 4th year. They soon arrived at their destination, and began unloading their luggage, preparing to enter King's Cross Station. Just as Harry was wondering if any Aurors were watching them as they did last year, A young girl walked up to Harry and winked at him. "Watch her, Harry," said the girl. Tonks," said Harry cautiously. "Right in one. How old do you think I look?" said Tonks. "Well, I'm not a good judge, but maybe 10. "A bit tall, though," said Harry, smiling. "It's a new disguise I'm trying out. I like to mix them up so I don't get too predictable," she said. Tonks looked around. Mad Eye is securing the area. He didn't want you to go through the barrier until he'd scouted the whole area. Twice, she said, rolling her eyes. "Honestly, caution is a good thing, but sometimes that man." Just then, Mad Eye Moody and Remus Lupin walked up to the group. Mad Eye was wearing his porter's cap over his large blue eye. "Hello, Molly," he said, also nodding at the teenagers. "I think everything is in order. Remus and I have checked the area and nothing seems suspicious." "Hello, everyone," said Lupin. "Hi Professor. Remus," Harry said, delighted to see him. Lupin smiled at him. "Hello, Harry. Did you have a good summer?" "Yes, it was fine, although it'll be good to be back at Hogwarts," said Harry. Mrs. Weasley was looking nervously at the time. "All right now, everyone through the barrier," she said, making a hurry gesture with her hand. Each waited until no one was looking and then casually entered the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Once they were all through, the warning whistle blew from the train. "Right then, make sure you owl me regularly, and be careful," Mrs. Weasley said sternly, before she gave her customary hugs. Harry shook everyone's hand and ended with Lupin. "Remember what I said, Harry. If you need anything," said Lupin. "I'll remember. I'll try and send you some letters, too," said Harry. "That would be wonderful, Harry," said Lupin, beaming. We need to head to the prefect's car, Harry," said Ron nervously. "All right, I'll save you seats, then," said Harry, too upbeat about going to Hogwarts to worry about their prefect duties. "We'll see you in a little bit," said Hermione, waving. Ron and Hermione wandered off, dragging their trunks and carrying Crookshanks and Pigwidgeon. Were you going to ride with us, Ginny?" said Harry. He wasn't certain if she wanted to ride with her friends this year. He didn't want to ride by himself. "Sure," she said. "Maybe we can even find Neville and Luna again," said Ginny. "Come to think of it, I promised to sit with them." "Let's go," said Harry. They climbed aboard the train, Harry holding Hedwig in one hand, and dragging his trunk with the other. They peered through the glass in each compartment, looking for Neville and Luna. Harry noticed he was getting his usual stares and whispers as he moved through the train. He wondered if people at least didn't think he was a madman this year. Finally they found Neville and Luna sitting alone in a compartment. They slid the door open and pulled their trunks inside. "Hi Neville, hi Luna," said Ginny brightly. Neville was holding his toad Trevor, and, as usual, the toad appeared to be trying to escape. They all exchanged greetings and got caught up on the news of the summer. "Look at this, Harry," said Neville excitedly. He pulled out his wand. "Brand new wand from Ollivander's. I can't wait to try it. Ol Ollivander said it was a very powerful wand, and it chose me." Luna told them of her trip to Sweden that summer. "As you know, Daddy and I went on expedition to catch a crumplehorn snurcack." Harry recalled Hermione's opinion of her trip. Did you catch one?" "No," she said, her oddly protuberant eyes staring at him. "But we came very close. Our guides even taught us the proper call." She suddenly put her hands to her mouth, and made a loud noise that sounded like, caw-ick-it-caw-squawk. Harry blinked. Yeah, that's great," he said, glancing at Ginny. She had her hand over her mouth, trying to stifle her giggles. Some time later, Harry said, "I think I'll find the toilet. I'll be right back." He opened the car down and went down the aisle. After doing his business, he decided to buy some snacks for everyone in the car. Harry walked down the train corridor, looking for the food cart. Suddenly a car door opened, and Parvati leapt out. "Harry, how are you?" she said brightly. She laced her arm through his possessively and pulled him into the car with her. "We have some room in here. Come in and sit down." "But, Harry said, trying unsuccessfully to pull away. Still wrapped around his arm, Parvati pulled him down next to her in the car, sitting very close to him. Also in the car were Lavender, Seamus and Dean. Harry sighed, figuring it wouldn't hurt to stay for a few minutes. "Hello, Seamus, Lavender, Dean," he said politely. Something about Dean was trying to rise in his consciousness, but he couldn't remember why. "Hi, Harry," said Seamus, grinning. "We were just talking about you, actually." "Wonderful," thought Harry. "We heard about your little incident at Diagon Alley," said Dean. "Attacked by Death Eaters right in the street." Lavender was giving him a wide-eyed look. "That must have been so frightening. And it must have happened right after we talked. Didn't it, Harry?" Parvati said, hugging his arm a little tighter. "Wait, hold on," said Harry. "My mum almost wouldn't let me go pick up my stuff after she heard the story," said Seamus. "My dad was simply furious with the ministry. Can you imagine, allowing Death Eaters to run amok," said Lavender. "Good thing you were there, Harry." "It wasn't a Death Eater," said Harry, irritated. "How did these rumors get started?" "It wasn't," said Parvati. "What happened, then?" "Well, I thought it was a Death Eater, but it wasn't. An Auror was following me, but I didn't know it was an Auror, and sort of knocked him out," Harry said, embarrassed. "You took out an Auror," said Seamus, looking odd and impressed. "I didn't exactly take him out, said Harry weakly. "You had a lot of help," Parvati said innocently. No, not this time, but it was a bit lucky," Harry said modestly. "You seem to have a lot of luck, mate," said Dean. "Listen, are you going to continue the DA this year?" Seamus said conspiratorially. Everyone leaned forward. "Yeah, I hope to. I haven't talked to Professor Dumbledore or anything, but I don't see why not," said Harry. "I hope we get a decent defense teacher this year," said Dean. "All this business is making me nervous. I'm just glad my parents are muggles and know nothing about any of it." There was a solemn silence as they all thought about the reality that the DA represented. Harry saw his chance. "Well, I promised to pick up some snacks. I'll see you all at Hogwarts," Harry said, as he carefully extracted his arm from Parvati. "Oh, all right, Harry," said Parvati. "Maybe I'll see you at the feast?" she asked hopefully. Sure, I guess so." "Well, see you all," he said, giving a small wave at everyone. A chorus of goodbyes trailed him as he walked out of the car. Harry sighed. Apparently it wasn't going to be as easy to avoid Parvati as he had thought. Suddenly he remembered why Dean had sparked something in his memory. On the train ride home last year, Ginny had commented to Ron, "Well, I've chosen Dean Thomas, would you say he's better?" Harry frowned at the memory. At the time, he hadn't thought too much about it, but now he wondered. She certainly hadn't mentioned Dean since the train. But then, why would she? He thought, she might have been writing him letters all summer. Grumbling to himself, he felt annoyed at the whole thought of Dean. Harry finally spotted the food cart in the next car. He was already feeling hungry from the excitement of the morning, despite Mrs. Weasley's big breakfast. He walked to the cart, picking out an assortment of snacks and sweets to share with everyone. He brought back a large pile to the train car. Ron and Hermione had apparently finished their meeting with the head boy and girl, as they were sitting with Ginny, Luna and Neville. "Dig in, if anybody wants anything," Harry said. They all grabbed snacks enthusiastically. Ginny smiled at him, causing Harry to wonder again about Dean. He shook himself, wondering why he was even thinking about Dean at all. Ron pulled out his chessboard. "How about a game, mate?" he said to Harry. "All right," Harry said, as he started helping to set up the pieces. Ron opened up a chocolate frog package, the frog squirming in his hand before he stuffed it into his mouth. "Whoa, new card. I haven't seen this one before." Oh, he glanced at Harry, worried. Hermione looked over, munching on a Miss Viggy health snack. "What's the matter?" Ron passed the card over to Hermione. Her face fell, looking at the card. Harry, you might as well see this." Harry took the card and was horrified to see himself smiling back, his firebolt at his side. The card. Harry winked at him. He turned it over and read the back. Harry Potter, currently 6th-year student at Hogwarts. Primarily famous for defeating you-know-who as an infant, Mr. Potter has achieved recent notoriety for surviving several run-ins with the Dark Lord. In his latest encounter, he survived a brazen attack at the Ministry of Magic. Many prominent wizards expect great things from this young man. Mr. Potter was the youngest Seeker in over a century at Hogwarts, playing for Gryffindor House. Great. Just what I needed, he said angrily. Don't they need my permission to make a card about me? Well, that's the way it would work in the Muggle world, but I guess not here, Harry, said Hermione. Let me see, said Ginny, taking it from Harry. She looked at the picture critically and then giggled. What's so funny? Said Harry, annoyed. Oh, I was just thinking about Malfoy's reaction when he hears about this card. You know that he'll try and annoy you with it, Harry, but inside he'll be seething. Yeah, Ron said, with a smirk. I know you hate this, mate, but you have to admit that Malfoy almost makes it worth it. Harry couldn't help smiling. Well, maybe. I still wish they hadn't done it. Luna had taken the card from Ginny. This picture is much nicer than the one that ran in the Quibbler, she said. Who took it? Harry looked curious. You know, that's a good question. It looks like it was taken during a Quidditch match, but I don't remember any odd photographers. Let me see the card again. Harry took the card back from Luna and peered again at the picture. The photo Harry gave him a thumbs up. Looking closer at the bottom of the card, he saw some tiny writing. Holding it up to his eye, he could barely make out, photo credit, Colin Creevey, Hogwarts. Creevey, Harry spat, as he threw the card to the ground. Mark my words, he'll pay for this. Abruptly Malfoy opened up the door to the car. Crabbe and Goyle stood behind him, looking bigger, meaner and dumber than ever. Another year, Potter, another year. He spied the card, now in Neville's hand, who had picked it up off the floor. What's that, Longbottom? I see you have the card for your great hero, Potter. Is he handing them out to people? Did he sign it personally for you? Neville glared at him. You're just jealous, Malfoy. Fat chance that you'll ever be on a chocolate frog card. Everyone looked surprised at Neville. Ron glanced at him, eyebrows raised, and then smirked at Malfoy. Yeah, Malfoy, maybe someday they'll have a line of huge git cards, and you'll be card number 1. Did they allow you back to Hogwarts, Longbottom? One would think a student would need to pass at least one owl, Malfoy said snidely. Crabbe and Goyle looked away nervously. What are you doing back at Hogwarts anyway, Malfoy? Did your application get rejected by Death Eater Youth? Said Ron. The car broke out in laughter. Malfoy glared at him. How do you end up at Hogwarts, Weasley? I suppose your tuition comes from the Hogwarts Charity Fund, he said smoothly. Ron clenched and unclenched his fists. Just what is it you want, Malfoy? Said Hermione tiredly. Malfoy sneered at Hermione. Seeing as how all of you are rather, well, unconnected in the world, I would assume that you haven't been informed who the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher is, Malfoy drawled, his face twisting into a smirk. Harry knew that look on Malfoy's face. This could mean nothing good. All right, Malfoy, obviously you know something, and you like whatever it is. Spit it out, said Harry, irritated. You mean, you want something from me, Potter? Doesn't the great Potter have any manners? Can't you ask politely? Malfoy said mockingly. Fine, Malfoy, whatever you say. Don't tell us, then. We'll find out soon enough, said Harry, looking back to the chess game. He knew that whatever it was, Malfoy was dying to tell them. He just had to wait him out. Malfoy looked irritated at being ignored, but soon his pleasure at his news returned. Ah, Potter, this is going to be a glorious year, don't you think? Such opportunities for learning, and defense classes are rather critical for Auror training, wouldn't you say? Harry looked up at that. What do you mean, Auror training? Only that your grades in defense classes are critical for being accepted into the Auror Academy. Of course, what else would the illustrious and noble Potter choose for a career, except being an Auror? I'll have you know my grades in defense are among the tops in the school, with the exception of a certain teacher who was your secret lover last year, Harry said, growing angry. The insult seemed to slide off Malfoy. Ah, but perhaps not this year, Potter. I'm tired of this game, Malfoy. Harry looked back to the chessboard. All right, Potter, I'd say I'd had enough fun, but my fun is only beginning. You want to know who the new teacher is, said Malfoy, clearly relishing the moment. Harry continued to look at the chessboard, not seeing the pieces. Malfoy gave a long, dramatic pause. Why, the new teacher is none other than Professor Severus Snape. Malfoy's face split into a grin that threatened to cause the top part of his head to fall off. The shock in the train car was all Malfoy had hoped for and more. Harry's mouth opened and closed silently, fish-like, at a complete loss for words. Ron was running his fingers through his hair, giving himself a wild appearance. Hermione's brain seemed to have stopped for once, as her eyes appeared a bit glassy. Ginny actually looked angry, and Neville looked terrified. Only Luna appeared blasé about the news. You're lying, said Harry impulsively. Don't you wish I was, Potter? I guess your days of special treatment in the defense classes are over. We all know that everyone beeped up to you, even on your OWL exam, from what I hear, Malfoy said spitefully. I'm certain Professor Snape will put an end to that. Better brush up on your cleaning spells. I might give you a job in my mansion after Hogwarts. Harry's temper was rising quickly. Your mansion, Malfoy. That's a funny name for Azkaban, which is where you'll most likely be ending up after Hogwarts, with your putrid father. Malfoy's expression turned cold as ice. I would watch your mouth, Potter. The wind is changing, and you might hear some news about that before too much longer. He gave a cruel smile. Yes, you better be careful, or you may be put down like certain other rabid dogs. Harry lost his temper. He launched out of his seat, utterly enraged, and pulled his wand. Harry, no, said Hermione and Ginny together. They each took an arm and pulled Harry back. Ron followed a split second later, pulling his wand, ready to defend Harry. The others stood up as well. Malfoy took a step back, his face showing concern that he might have pushed Harry too far. Ginny pulled her wand as well, and she fixed Malfoy with a cold stare. She twirled her wand in her fingers. Apparently you didn't learn anything from last year, Malfoy. Do you need a little reminder? Suddenly the glass in the compartment door behind Malfoy shattered, falling to the floor with a deafening noise. Malfoy jumped back, looking around the train suspiciously. Who did that? He demanded. Harry fought to bring himself under control. He had a good idea how the glass had shattered. He certainly didn't need any incidents before he had even arrived at school. Trying to distract the focus from the glass, Harry said, Yeah, Malfoy, I hear Ginny hit you with an excellent bat bogey hex last year. I only wish I had seen it. I bet your father was very proud of a Weasley girl making a monkey of you. I'm certain old Voldemort was salivating to bring you into the ranks. Malfoy looked on the edge of drawing his own wand, but managed to control himself. Laugh now, Potter. You may not have many laughs left. He looked at Crabbe and Goyle. Come on, let's get out of here. Malfoy withdrew from the car, eyeing the glass warily. Hermione walked over to the door, waved her wand, and said, Reparo. The glass appeared to break in reverse as it repaired itself. Well, that was odd, she mumbled. She tried to close the door, but it didn't seem to fit in the track quite correctly. She gave one hard push and it finally closed. Harry noticed that the thick metal frame of the door appeared to be warped. The door seemed like a trivial issue as Harry remembered the reason for Malfoy's visit. He buried his face in his hands. Oh, bloody hell, not Snape. How can Dumbledore do this? Harry suddenly pulled his hands away, and his face grew determined. Well, I'll say one thing right now. Snape may be better at potions than I'll ever be, but he's not pushing me around in defense class. You know, Harry, there's another aspect to this, said Hermione, thoughtfully. No Snape in potions means we get a new potions teacher. One that might not be as strict in only allowing students that scored outstanding potions owls. Harry's jaw dropped. You're right. Whoever the teacher is can't be as unreasonable as Snape. I wonder who it is. Harry suddenly felt better than he had in some time. Snape is defense teacher or no. I'm certain Dumbledore will find a competent replacement, said Hermione. Yeah, Potions doesn't have the same track record at Hogwarts as the defense position, said Ron, grinning. As things in the car returned to normal, Harry started thinking about the shattered glass and warped door. He'd always had incidents of accidental magic, but they were far more frequent this summer than ever before, and the feeling was different. He'd barely felt anything in prior years, but he was feeling something much stronger, like it was bursting out of him. He hoped the incidents would lessen once he was able to start using magic regularly again at Hogwarts. That had seemed to be the case before. He wondered briefly if he should tell Dumbledore about the unusual activity, but dismissed the idea. It wasn't as if he hadn't had incidents before. They were just more frequent now. For all he knew, it was perfectly normal. The rest of the trip was uneventful as they all chatted or played games. As they started getting closer to Hogwarts, Harry stared out the window trying to glimpse the castle. He knew they were getting close, but rain began pelting the window, making it difficult to see any terrain. "We'd best get dressed," Hermione said briskly, glancing at Ron. He sighed and dutifully began pulling out his school robes. Everyone else followed their lead as they opened up their trunks and got dressed. Finally the train began to slow down, and Harry could hear all the students noisily gathering their belongings. "We'll see you later, mate. We need to go herd the calves," Ron said, grinning. Hermione glared at him. Ron opened the warped door with difficulty, finally leaning his weight into the handle to get it to open. He glanced curiously between it and Harry as he walked out with Hermione. Harry gathered his belongings and led Ginny, Neville and Luna off the train. "Furs years over, air. Furs, years over, air," yelled a familiar voice. "Hagrid, over here," yelled Harry, waving his arms. "Ello there, Harry, see you at the feast," yelled Hagrid back. Harry was delighted to see Hagrid back in his familiar role, since he had been absent the previous year. They all tried to stick together among the jostling of the crowd as they left the platform. The night was a bit chilly as he walked along the path toward the carriages, Ginny alongside of him, and Neville and Luna following. Ginny was carrying Crookshanks, and Harry was carrying Pigwidgeon. "I wonder what the new potions professor will be like," Ginny said curiously. "Dunno," Harry replied. "Can't be worse than Snape, though." "Better knock on some wood, Harry," Ginny said superstitiously, with a grin. "Given what we had for a defense teacher last year, I'd say that it's possible to be worse. Might be a troll this time." Harry laughed. "Yeah, or maybe a vampire. He'd probably make us do blood potions all the time, and I gave enough blood last year to Umbridge." Ginny laughed loudly. Harry felt pleased that he'd made her laugh. Maybe you're right," Harry said. "Best not to tempt fate, Smiling, Harry walked over and knocked on a tree. Are they there?" asked Ginny, squinting at the front of a carriage. Harry, Ginny, Neville and Luna stood near the carriages, waiting for Ron and Hermione to finish their prefect duties. Harry looked at the Thestrals hitched to the front of the carriages and shivered a bit. "Yeah, they're there," he said. He didn't think he'd ever get used to their creepy appearance. "Thanks for carrying Pig," Ron said, coming up behind him. Hermione was with him and relieved Ginny of Crookshanks, thanking her as well. "We better find a carriage before they all fill up," said Hermione, walking down the line. "Here's one." They all climbed in for the trip up to the castle. As the carriage rattled and shook along the path, Harry wondered again about the potions professor. It would be so odd not having Snape for potions. Somehow whenever he thought of a magical potion, Snape's scowling face would appear along with it. As far as he was concerned, they might as well paste his face on every bottle. But not this year. Maybe it would be a chance to make a fresh start in potions class. On the other hand, if having a different professor for potions was odd, it would be downright bizarre having Snape as defense teacher. Snape had taken over the position briefly in Harry's third year, and that was more than enough for Harry's taste. He resolved once again not to take any abuse from Snape this year. He watched the moon and stars peeking through the cloudy sky as the carriages took them the rest of the way. Finally they pulled up to the stone steps leading up to the huge oak doors of Hogwarts. They all exited the carriage and walked into the entrance hall, brightly lit with torches along the walls. The group turned right into the great hall where hundreds of students were noisily finding seats and chatting with each other. Luna gave a vague goodbye as she left for the Ravenclaw table. As the Gryffindors reached their table, Ginny gave a squeal and ran over to greet some of her fellow fifth-year students. Harry watched closely as she greeted her friends and noted that several of the boys at the table seemed to look her up and down. A feeling of annoyance filled him as he turned away and walked with Neville, Ron and Hermione to sit with the other sixth-year students. Distracted, Harry sat down at the table, and then realized he had sat directly across from Parvati, who was sitting next to Lavender. "Harry, hello, I'm so glad you sat with me," she said delightedly. "Hi, Harry," said Lavender, giving him an odd smirk. Harry smiled weakly at them as he groaned to himself. "Hello, Parvati, Lavender." Harry glanced over at Ron, whose jaw was hanging down. "Whoa, that can't be the new potions professor, can it? That's sure not Snape." Harry looked at the front table and saw an extremely pretty young woman sitting with the other professors. He looked around and noticed many of the boys in the room were looking avidly at the woman. Hermione was looking very annoyed with Ron's reaction, but Harry had to agree with him. The new potions professor was about as different from Snape as possible. She was rather tall, with long hair pulled back behind her head. Her face was very pretty with creamy white skin. Just then, a line of first years came filing into the chamber, looking nervous and frightened, led by Professor McGonagall. She was carrying a stool which held the ancient sorting hat, covered in patches and worn from centuries of use. She placed the stool in front of the first years, where the hat seemed to wait for the noise to die down. As silence descended upon the hall, the rip at the base of the hat opened like a mouth, and it began to sing its song. "Another year has come along. Another class is here. I am here to sing to you. And divide you, never fear. Long ago I was tasked to decide the house of each. This role is mine and mine alone. The professors, they shall teach. Last year I gave a warning, to beware a split in heart. I still fear that dividing all may not be all that smart. Another war has begun. Dread has spread and grown. But there are greater things to fear than just the enemy known. Some of you may think you know where the enemy might lie. A family line or Hogwarts house surely tells you who's an ally. 1,000 years of watching you has taught me lessons to share, and among the most important ones, as you find good and evil everywhere, your house may be Ravenclaw, where you'll find the fleet of mind. Many there have fought when called to use the talents of their kind, but they are not immune to darkness. Intelligence can be allied. Many crave the order that a dictator can provide. Or Gryffindor, your kind might be, where lurk the brave and bold. Deeds of great daring are their specialty, all told. But courage does not guarantee that morals and ethics are stout. Among the greatest betrayal known came from there, no doubt. Slytherin might be your home. For cunning and ambition, many from this house have fought evil of their own volition. This house has a reputation that's not entirely undeserved. Ambition is greatly rewarded when darkness is loyally served. The last is noble Hufflepuff. Faith and toil is their talent. When duty calls, they will answer with a pride so very gallant. But many there are not content to work to raise their lot. They seek the easy way instead, by doing deeds of moral rot. So while I will divide you, and I expect some house pride, don't be too quick to doubt or trust. Anywhere among you, evil can hide. There was the usual applause after the hat's song, but Harry also noticed that, as last year, many students were whispering among themselves about the hat's subject matter. "Well, that was interesting," said Hermione. "What did you think the hat's point was?" said Ron, a bit perplexed. Harry had to admit that he didn't quite get the message, either. "Isn't it obvious?" said Hermione. Harry and Ron looked at her blankly. She sighed. "The hat is telling us two things. One, that we shouldn't assume that people we expect to be trustworthy are trustworthy. Among the greatest betrayal known, does that sound like someone we know?" "Pettigrew," Harry said. "Yes. And two, the hat is saying that we shouldn't automatically distrust other people, for example, the Slytherins." Ron made a face. "Yes, well, I know that many of the Slytherins we know live up to their reputation. But that doesn't mean they're all Voldemort supporters." Harry grunted. The next Slytherin he liked and trusted would be the first. Suddenly all eyes snapped toward the front of the room as McGonagall gave a general glare for silence. She unfolded a long piece of parchment and began calling the name of each first year to come forward. Harry clapped loudly with the others each time the hat called out, "Gryffindor." For a new student, but he began to get quite hungry toward the end. Finally the last student's name, Zook, Henry, was called, and Professor McGonagall picked up the stool with the hat and took them away as Dumbledore rose from his chair. "Well, students, it's another year at Hogwarts. I welcome you all," said Dumbledore, smiling at the room. "While I am sure you would like to listen to me prattle on about various business, I believe you would like to feast even more. Voila!" Dumbledore loudly clapped his hands and enormous amounts of food appeared on the tables. Harry could almost see the drool leaking from Ron's mouth as he surveyed the variety of plates before him. Harry was having difficulty deciding what he wanted, so he began loading up his plate with a little of everything within reach. They chatted among themselves as they ate, although Harry was very distracted as Parvati kept bumping his foot and giving him coy smiles. Harry was eating his favorite treacle tart for dessert when he noticed Ginny walking around the table talking to various friends. She left a group, walked over and began talking to another friend, Undine. Harry's fork holding a bite of tart stopped, suspended in front of his mouth, watching her speak to the two of them. Slowly the tart went into his mouth and he chewed mechanically. He wasn't quite sure what he was watching for, but he couldn't seem to tear his eyes away. Ginny was smiling as Dean appeared to be telling her some sort of story. She laughed cheerfully as he finished, and Harry felt even more irritation toward Dean than he had felt on the train. He looked sulkily down at his tart and took another bite, not entirely certain why he was so annoyed. As the feast began to wind down, Dumbledore rose from his seat and called for everyone's attention. The room immediately became quiet. "Now that we've all filled our stomachs with this wonderful feast, I have a few announcements. The first, and most important, is a difficult one," he said. His face took on a somber expression as he continued. "With your indulgence, I feel a duty to pay homage to a brave, honorable man who died several months ago. That man's name was Sirius Black." A gasp of shock came up from the students, and Harry could hear whispering throughout the room. Dumbledore waited for it to quiet a bit. "As many of you know, Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban prison, where he was serving a sentence for the murders of many people. What many of you do not know is that he was completely innocent," Dumbledore said. There was dead silence in the room as Dumbledore's words sunk in. "He was framed by a man named Peter Pettigrew, who was the primary one responsible for bringing Lord Voldemort back to power." A hiss went up from the crowd at the name, and Harry noticed that even the teachers flinched a bit. Dumbledore continued, "For far too long he was falsely imprisoned for another's crime. Unfortunately, he did not live to have his name officially cleared, but it's time that the truth was told. He died at the Ministry battle in the service of the wizard community." Harry could feel many eyes in the room turning toward him, but he kept his gaze locked on Dumbledore. "At this time, I would like to call for a moment of silence for a good man, a brave man, a man who didn't deserve his fate, Sirius Black." Dumbledore lowered his gaze, and the rest of the room followed. Harry lowered his eyes as well. He was curious what Snape's reaction to the speech was, but didn't look up to check. "Thank you," Dumbledore said gravely. "Now then, allow me to make a few Hogwarts announcements." As Dumbledore made the usual admonitions about the Forbidden Forest, Harry found his mind wandering. He was very glad that Dumbledore had decided to clear Sirius' name, even if unofficially. "All right, Harry," whispered Hermione. "Yes, I'm fine," Harry whispered back. The truth was that he was feeling a lot better than he might have expected. One of the events he had reviewed in the Pensieve over the summer was the Ministry battle. At the beginning, he would stop the action far before Sirius' death, but slowly he worked his way up to it. It had taken a week. Finally he let it go and watched it happen all over again. It had been intensely painful, but he felt like he needed to understand how and why it happened. After reflecting on Sirius' death, Harry had been disturbed at how arbitrary the whole thing had been. All Sirius had needed to do was hang on for another minute, but Bellatrix had hit him with a spell. And if he was totally honest with himself, he'd been very angry with Sirius. Sirius hadn't taken Bellatrix seriously. Instead of just fighting and subduing her quickly, he had taunted her and let his guard down. It had been a terrible way to learn a lesson, but Harry did take a lesson from it. Don't get overconfident in a battle. Harry was startled out of his thoughts by Dumbledore's voice. Now, please allow me to introduce the new potions master, Professor Melanandre, Dumbledore said, gesturing to the new teacher. Don't let her youth fool you. She was one of the best potions students Hogwarts has ever had. She comes highly recommended by Professor Snape. Harry noticed that Snape actually looked approvingly at her. The look on Snape's face was so foreign to Harry that he wasn't completely sure he was identifying the expression correctly. The new teacher stood, and the students applauded politely. She flushed, a bit embarrassed, and waved to the room. Her eyes scanned the tables, looking over the students. Her eyes locked with Harry's, and her face broke out in a smile. Harry darted his eyes away as a nervous shiver went down his spine. Harry felt some heat climbing up his neck. Do I know her from somewhere? He thought. Slowly looking back towards the front, he saw that she had sat down and showed no signs of recognition. Maybe I imagined it, he thought. Harry, do you know the new potions professor? Hermione asked. Harry felt another flush. No. Why do you ask? He asked carefully. She just seemed to look at you like she knew you, Hermione said. Never seen her before, said Harry. I think if Harry had seen her before, he'd remember, Ron said, grinning. Hermione glared at him. There was a loud rustling across the hall as the students began to get up from the tables after being dismissed by Dumbledore. Ron, come on, we need to lead the first years, said Hermione. All right, I'm coming, said Ron, annoyed. Ron yelled at the nearest first-year Gryffindor. Hey you, first year, start walking that way, he shouted, gesturing toward the door. Ron, said Hermione, glaring at him. First years, come this way. Yes, follow him, she said authoritatively. As the students all filed out the door, Harry spotted Ginny. Hi, Ginny, enjoy the feast, he said, striding alongside her. Yeah, I did, and it was great getting caught up with my friends again, she said. Harry remembered seeing her talking with Dean. I guess you were happy to see Dean, huh? He said nervously. Ginny blinked. Yeah, I guess so, she said, puzzled. Harry looked ahead as they walked along. I reckoned that you would be, anxious to see him, he said. She looked blankly at him for several seconds. Oh, she exclaimed and then giggled. You're thinking of what I said to Ron on the train last year. Harry nodded. Yeah, I guess I figured you two were going out. No, I just said that because Ron was being such a git on the train, she said, laughing. Good, Harry said, before he could stop himself. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with Dean, He felt heat starting to climb up his neck. He glanced over at her and noticed that she was giving him a very odd look. He quickly looked back ahead. But since you bring him up, he is sort of cute. Ginny said musingly. Horrible thoughts of Dean seemed to flow into Harry's head. What do you think, Harry? Do you think he'd make a proper boyfriend for me? Asked Ginny innocently. You know him much better than I do. Harry had always liked Dean, but at that moment he couldn't seem to find anything good about him. Well, he's all right, I guess. But I think you could do a lot better. Could I now? Why, thank you, Harry. That's good to know. I'll keep that in mind, Ginny said, nodding with a serious expression. They arrived at the portrait hole. Ginny gave the password pumpkin pudding, and the portrait swung open. Harry gave a huge yawn as he said goodnight to Ginny, his soft bed sounding like heaven after the eventful day. He plodded up the stairs, back once again to his home in Gryffindor Tower. Harry woke up the next morning, excited about starting his first day at Hogwarts. He showered and met Hermione down in the common room. They waited a bit until Ron finally appeared, trudging down the stairs with a bleary-eyed appearance. All right, Ron, said Harry, grinning at him. Need food, he grunted. Hermione rolled her eyes at him. They headed down to the Great Hall, where most of the students had already arrived and were noisily eating their breakfast. Not long after they had started eating, owls began arriving delivering the morning mail. Harry noticed there seemed to be a lot more owls flying in than usual as they flew across the Great Hall. An owl swooped down and dropped a letter in front of him. Another followed quickly afterward, and then another. To his horror, a large stack of letters started growing in front of him. "What's this about?" he said anxiously, suspecting that it could be nothing good. He picked up one of the letters and slowly opened it. His heart sank as he read the letter, written in a young girl's handwriting. "Dear Mr. Potter, my best friend's dad was killed by you-know-who. I'm so afraid that he is going to hurt my family, too. Please stop him, like you did when you were a baby. We always believed in you, even when they were writing that rubbish last year. Love, Mary." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.